Villain Mastermind Reincarnation in a Fantasy Game World. Volume 4 by Yuuki Ryu, translated by Dark Knight, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Beyond a stone staircase carved into a certain mountain lies a vast plateau gouged out of the mountainside. The cobblestone plaza is encircled by towering statues of gods, each dozens of meters tall. In ancient times, this place was a sacred gathering ground for elfin believers from across the world. Countless devotees climbed the long stone steps, tears streaming down their faces as they beheld the divine aura emanating from the statues before them. This place is called Roses Kaitas. In the ancient tongue, it means the land where one meets the gods. Roses Kaitas was not created by anyone. It has existed as a mystical place since time immemorial. The demon king unleashed his lieutenants upon Roses Kaitas, defying the divine. Many of the god statues were left in ruins, shattered, or half destroyed. Since then, even the most devout followers could no longer visit Roses Kaitas. Fearing further attacks by the demon king, the elfin church and Liamel sealed the surrounding terrain with a special power. Centuries later, a young man and woman stood in Roses Kaitas. Facing an entity that could only be described as irrational, the two exchanged words as they always did. "Hey, Ren," Licia began, looking up at his face. "Do you ever think we'd have been better off joining the festival in the imperial capital? If we were there, we'd probably be fighting in the martial arts tournament against people our age. Maybe we'd even be facing each other in the finals by now." "No, I don't have any regrets," Ren replied. "Hee, I knew you'd say that," Licia said with a smile. "Still, I wouldn't mind adding behind the scenes to the festival's name for this," Ren quipped. The two shared a laugh, their eyes meeting. Who could imagine that while a grand celebration unfolded in the imperial capital, something like this was happening in the shadows? With a self-deprecating smile, Ren, preparing for the deadly battle behind the main stage, said, "This might just be our style, after all." "Yeah," Licia agreed. "Fighting away from the spotlight really does suit us. I know it's late to ask, but can't you retreat?" "Idiot, you know it's way too late for that, and it will never happen," Licia said with a wry smile, tightening her grip on White Flame. Her hand, clutching the legendary sword that symbolized her, didn't tremble. No trace of fear showed in the smile she gave Ren as she looked up at him. Gazing through the swirling sandstorm at the irrational entity ahead, she said, "Or are you saying you're not satisfied with me by your side?" With a single swing of his iron magic sword, Ren dispersed the magical gale, fueling the sandstorm. Licia stepped forward, turning to face him. Still wearing her beautiful, delicate smile, she reached out to him. A wave of light emanated from her fingertips, enveloping Ren's body. "How's that?" her provocative gaze asked without words. "Even in a situation like this, you're the same as ever, Lady Licia," Ren said. "Even if we die, having you by my side is enough." "It'd just mean dying a few decades early," she replied. "Is that so?" Ren said, taking her hand. A brilliant flash of light enveloped them, filling their bodies with surging power. "Just don't get mad if I get hurt," Ren said. "You're so persistent. Since you've taken the saint's hand, you'd better be ready," Licia teased. The countless god statues, weathered by time or shattered by the demon king's lieutenants, stood in silent witness. The tension in the air was unrelenting, yet Licia smiled at Ren's side. "My holy magic has grown stronger than before, look forward to it. Who knows, maybe your magic sword will cut a bit sharper too," she said. Even in such dire circumstances, the Saint of White let out a soft chuckle. In this place, surrounded by countless god statues, a battle unfolded in the shadows of the story. Chapter 1, in the spring of the following year. In recent years, the Imperial Military Academy has garnered increasing attention both domestically and internationally. The class that enrolled 2 years ago drew particular notice, not only due to the incident in the Balder Mountains, but also because of the involvement of Ulysses Ignat's daughter. Last year, 2 heirs of the Ijarl family enrolled, and this year, 2 more followed. Among them is Vane, a descendant of the hero Ruin, though only Ren knows this for now. By mid-April, as the new students began settling into the academy and classes started in earnest, 2 individuals stood out among the student body, captivating the attention of both male and female students alike. These 2 met by chance outside the school gates. Licia, who would turn 14 in the summer, and Fiona, soon to be 16, were a pair of peerless beauties. Licia's delicate charm had only grown more refined, her height increased, and her figure had begun to mature. The same could be said of Fiona. Her beauty, already a focal point since her enrollment, had become even more striking, and her undeniable charm continued to captivate the opposite sex. Both girls possessed a mystical allure, blending grace and beauty in perfect harmony. "Lady Licia," Fiona called out as they stepped into the school building. Noticing Ren's absence, she wondered if something was amiss. "Is Renkun taking the day off? He said he might come in the afternoon if he can. I don't know the reason, but it seems he decided after talking with my father this morning. I don't know the reason, though." "You're repeating yourself, which means you're not convinced, are you?" Fiona said with a wry smile. Even her wry smile was picturesque, and Licia, slightly pouting beside her, was equally captivating. Wanting to chat before classes began, they decided to stop by the staff room before heading to the rooftop. "I was planning to walk to school with him, but then Father suddenly called Ren alone, and when Ren came out of Father's study room, he said he'd take the morning off," Licia explained. While the academy doesn't require students to report absences, it was early in the new term, and since Ren and Licia had served as representatives for the new students, they thought it best to inform someone. Fiona, listening to Licia, placed a hand to her lips, her expression puzzled. "He didn't tell you the reason, Lady Licia, and it was after speaking with Viscount Colossal. It feels like something's going on." "Right, especially after what happened at the Grand Clock Tower last summer. But Viscount Colossal didn't tell you anything either, did he?" "No, Father just told me. Don't worry about it." As they walked, the two overheard voices from female students in the courtyard. "Did you hear? Those first-year students are doing great at the guild. Apparently, they already reached D rank the other day." "Wow, they're first years and already that strong. They're from the Riohold family, after all, and the boy next to her. They say he might be as strong as or even stronger than the young lady. That's why they're already making waves, even as new students." From the mention of the Riohold name, it was clear the conversation centered on the children of the 7 Knight houses currently at the academy. The 7 Knight houses, descended from the 7 heroes who defeated the Demon King, are prominent Liamal nobles and leaders of the hero faction, naturally drawing attention. The students' conversation soon shifted to Licia and Ren. Speaking of first years, there's also the Saint of Colossal, and the boy who was the new student representative sounds impressive too. "I've heard a lot about how amazing the Saint is, but what about the boy? My little brother got into the special class, and he said that during the entrance exam, the Saint took down most of the monsters. The boy didn't use his sword much. Even when he did, the monsters were weak, so it was hard to gauge his strength." Overhearing this, Fiona turned to Licia. "During the final exam, did Renkun really not fight much?" "Yes." Ren was focused on watching out for the other examinees to make sure they didn't get hurt. Ren's heroics in the Balder Mountains were undeniable, but during the exam, he primarily took a supportive role. The examiners had noted his conduct, which was reflected in his scores. "They say more people from the other Knight houses will enroll next year," one of the students added. In a sense, individuals like Sarah are the kind who bask in the spotlight, earning widespread acclaim. In contrast, the contributions of Ren or Radius might be seen as those of unsung heroes. While the people of Colossal and Ren's home village know of his deeds, when it comes to drawing public attention, the descendants of the 7 heroes, like Vane, clearly take the stage. However, neither Licia nor Fiona seemed to mind. As two people whose lives Ren had saved, they took pride in knowing his strength better than anyone. Upon reaching the staff room, Licia entered alone to inform their homeroom teacher that Ren wasn't at the academy but might attend in the afternoon if possible. "I understand," the teacher replied. With nobles and foreign royalty among the students, it wasn't uncommon for some to take leave without stating a reason. The teacher, accustomed to this, simply nodded without pressing further. Just as Licia was about to leave, she overheard a conversation among the faculty. "His Highness the Third Prince may attend in the afternoon if possible, or he might take the day off. It's likely official duties." Licia muttered, "the Third Prince too," as she left the staff room. In the hallway, she appeared deep in thought but said to Fiona, who was waiting, "Let's go," and began walking toward the rooftop. Fiona, noticing a change in Lycia's demeanor, asked, "Is something wrong?" "I overheard in the staff room that His Highness, the third prince, is also absent today." "The same day as Renkun," Fiona said. Both girls, almost certain of their suspicions, said in unison, "Could it be Lady Lycia? Lady Fiona?" Their voices overlapped again as they flung open the rooftop door. "It can't just be a coincidence that Renkun and His Highness, the third prince, are absent on the same day," Fiona exclaimed. "And after being assigned work by my father, they're definitely up to something in secret," Lycia added. With no other students on the rooftop, they spoke freely, their voices raised. It was obvious, almost predictable, that they shared the same thought. Recalling the Grand Clock Tower incident, it seemed impossible that Ren and Radius's simultaneous absence was unrelated. The two nodded at each other. "It seems they're keeping something from us again," they said, their words perfectly synchronized once more. Given that Lycia and Fiona were able to attend the academy without issue, whatever was happening likely wasn't a major disturbance. Section. At the same time, deep in the mountains far from the imperial capital or Arendelle, a lone boy stood with two knights in a rugged landscape of cliffs and jagged rocks. Their battle against a monster was nearing its end. "It's time to finish this." Ren steeled himself inwardly. Having turned 14 just before Lycia, Ren inherited his mother Myeril's gentle features and his father Roy's rugged handsomeness, giving him an androgynous appearance that often drew the attention of female students. "Lord Ren," one knight called. "It's trying to fly upward," shouted the other. Hearing the knights clad in jet-black armor, Ren sprinted up the rocky cliff. The jagged rocks could easily pierce a person's body if they slipped, but Ren moved fearlessly, chasing the monster soaring above with fluid grace. Lord Ren, could he beat? The monster he pursued was a massive, grotesque bird with two pairs of wings, its feathers and plumage entirely dyed a deep green. The story rewinds briefly to earlier that morning, before Ren parted ways with Lycia. A messenger from the third Prince Radius arrived at the colossal residence, leaving a letter. A powerful monster has appeared in a remote area. The information isn't public yet, but an adventurer was injured last night. Before requesting the military or adventurers to handle it, I want to assess the situation under my command. Since it's soon after the Grand Clock Tower incident, I'd like to resolve this quickly. The letter hinted at possible involvement of the Demon King's cult and requested Ren's assistance. While the threat didn't seem critical, Radius wanted to act swiftly. After breakfast, Lazard called Ren to his study before he could head to the academy. "That's the situation," Lazard explained. "Understood. I'll go check it out, just to be safe," Ren replied. The letter also mentioned meeting in the imperial capital, so Ren walked to school with Lycia as usual but parted ways with her outside the academy. "Work from father?" Lycia had asked. "We talked about it before leaving the house. If it goes well, I'll come to the academy in the afternoon," Ren assured her. Lycia looked curious but nodded in the end. As Ren walked alone through the imperial capital, a knight from the Lion Holy Church approached him. Guided to a secluded alley, Ren found Radius waiting inside a discreetly parked carriage. "Thanks for coming," Radius said. "No problem, what's the details?" "Here's the information," Radius said, handing over a document. The document detailed a monster named Sinringcry, classified as lower C rank by the guild's standards. A powerful creature not typically found in this region. "It's extremely voracious," Radius explained. "As its name suggests, it devours forests entirely." "Yeah, I've heard of it," Ren said. "This monster shouldn't appear so close to the imperial capital. If we can defeat it, I want to analyze it for any suspicious signs. Of course, I'm not expecting you to handle it alone. I'll assign knights from the Lion Holy Church, and other units will be deployed elsewhere. Typically, a D-rank monster requires at least 5 adult knights to defeat. The strength of monsters varies even within the same rank, but that's the minimum number needed, as Ren had learned during the She-Fulfen incident. For a C-rank monster, several times that number is ideal. Of course, skilled knights or adventurers might change the equation. It's a fairly high-ranking monster. Can you handle it? Radius asked. For Ren and the elite knights of the Lion Holy Church, the situation was different. With a handful of elite knights and a master swordsman like Ren, there was little to fear. No problem. I've got this, Ren said, his voice free of hesitation, reflecting the confidence of a swordsman who had grown even stronger since that summer. And now, in the present moment, Ren swung his iron magic sword skyward, unleashing a sword pressure that cleaved the air. Sinringcry faltered mid-flight, its balance disrupted. Ren kicked off the cliffside, rapidly closing the distance. The monster let out a piercing cry, "Gra!" and flapped its wings desperately, sending arcs of violet lightning crackling toward Ren. Ren didn't flinch. With a single swing of his iron magic sword, he unleashed the technique Star Slayer, nullifying the attack entirely. "Sorry, but I can't let a monster that harms people get away," Ren declared. Sinringcry mustered its strength in response. Its follow-up magic had no effect, so it resorted to physical attacks, using its wings, beak, and entire body as weapons. Groo. Its power lived up to its guild ranking. As a wingtip grazed past Ren, the wind pressure alone left a cut on his arm. But Ren saw through its next attack, slicing through most of its wing with his iron magic sword. Sinringcry's final desperate assault was formidable, even for the grown Ren. Unlike the She-Fulfin or the Steel-Eating Gargoyle, its sheer physical strength gave Ren a new sensation. Each flap of its massive wings sent gusts of wind, and its claws aimed for him relentlessly. Realizing it couldn't escape with Ren present, Sinringcry used every attack at its disposal to knock him back, slamming him into the cliffside and gouging the rock. Yet it didn't flee, perhaps it sensed Ren wouldn't let it escape. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr throwing off its balance, cloaking itself in violet lightning and aiming its sharp beak at the cliff where Ren had crashed. But it was futile. A sword flash gleamed far above the knights' heads, and Sinringcry froze midair. Just before gravity pulled it down, a vertical slash tore through its chest, neck, beak, and head. As it fell, the knights saw Ren through the dust cloud, standing on the gouged cliffside, using his iron magic sword for support, a smile on his face. After the battle, Ren and Radius boarded a magic train bound for the academy. "I've told you before, you're too reckless," Radius said in a private noble's compartment. "Huh, what do you mean?" Ren asked in his usual casual tone. Radius's brow twitched. "Why do you think I assign knights to you? Even if it's a C-rank monster, I knew you could handle it. But I sent 2 knights to make sure you didn't get hurt." Sorry. I was focused on making sure it didn't escape, so I got carried away." Radius sighed. "Fine. Since you're unharmed, I'll let it slide." The 2 knights had done significant work keeping Sinringcry grounded until it tried to flee. When it became clear it would lose and took flight, Ren, unwilling to let it escape, had resorted to brute force. "The flame magic sword takes too much out of me." A knock came at the compartment door. Through the glass window, a knight's figure was visible. "I'll step out for a moment," Radius said. "Got it," Ren replied. Left alone, Ren checked the proficiency gained from the battle. He noted that his proficiency growth had slowed since his days as an examinee, largely because he'd spent more time studying and less time hunting monsters compared to his time in Colossal. However, training with the Lion Holy Church had honed his swordsmanship to an incomparable level, and he'd acquired new techniques. Since defeating Asfar, he'd noticed a growing disparity between the proficiency gained by his magic sword summoning and the magic swords themselves, especially compared to when he hunted weaker monsters like little boars. Name: Ren Ashton. Job: heir of the Ashton family, eldest son. Magic sword summoning: LV 10/0. Magic sword summoning art: LV 530/129/5000. Skill: gaining proficiency by using the summoned magic sword. Level 1, able to summon 1 magic sword. Level 2, while the bracelet is summoned, gains a small boost to physical abilities. Level 3, can summon 2 magic swords. Level 4, gain the effect of physical ability up, medium while summoning the bracelet. Level 5, unlock the evolution of the magic sword. Level 6, gain the effect of physical ability up, large while summoning the bracelet. Level 7, unknown, acquired magic swords. Great Tree Magic Sword. LV 313/28/2000. Allows for attacks equivalent to medium natural magic. As the level increases, the attack's effective range expands. Iron Magic Sword. LV 34253/4500. The sharpness increases as the level increases. Plunderer magic sword. LV 10/3. There is a certain chance that an item will be randomly stolen from the target. Shield magic sword. LV 20/5. Deploys a magic barrier. Improves durability and expands the area of effect with level. Flame magic sword. LV.111. The flames are the dragon's rage and the embodiment of its power. Well, that's about it, huh? Ren said with a sigh as Radius returned. Sighing like that? Something wrong? Radius asked. Nah, nothing. What about you? Oh, the knights were coordinating with the guild before we left, and they came to report after compiling the information, Radius replied. Contact with the guild? About what? Ren asked. Radius sat back down across from Ren, holding a few sheets of paper. Crossing his legs, he glanced at the contents of the top sheet. Since the person injured yesterday was an adventurer, we had no choice but to report to the guild. It's a hassle, but I explained how we handled it, among other things. Huh, I thought you'd use your authority to keep it under wraps, Ren said. It's not impossible, but as I said, the injured person was an adventurer. The guild hadn't made it public, but they were already preparing to post a bounty notice. The key point was that Ren had defeated the monster before the notice went up. So, I'll need you to sign a few documents. I'll handle the rest, Radius said. Sign? For what? Ren asked. Since the bounty notice was about to be posted, the guild had already approved the reward and other details. Apart from my thanks, you're entitled to various rewards. Oh, I see, but the knights can't claim rewards since they were on official duty. I'll compensate them adequately, so don't worry about it, Radius interrupted. Wow, you said everything I was thinking, Ren remarked. It's you, Ren. I can predict most of what's on your mind now, Radius said. The documents included details about the reward for completing the request, an estimate of the proceeds from selling Reincarnated materials, and authorization for their payment. The monster's magic stone was excluded from the calculations since Ren had absorbed its power and shattered it. The castle would buy all of Reincarnated materials, as Radius planned to examine the remains for any connection to the Demon King's cult. The guild's appraisal set the value, but the total sum was staggering. I'm getting this much? Ren said, surprised. Use it for tuition. Oh, wait, you've already got that covered, don't you? It might be good to use it for your hometown, Radius suggested. That's true, but lately, my parents have been telling me to spend it on myself. They don't want to accept much of my allowance anymore. Then save it. You'll find a use for it eventually, Radius advised. Ren decided to do just that and sign the papers. Beyond the documents related to the sale, there was another requiring his signature concerning his guild rank. Looks like my guild rank's going up, Ren noted. Probably. You took on several guild jobs before enrolling, didn't you? I believe some were at Ulysses's request, Radius said. Yeah, like escorting a merchant acquaintance of Lord Ulysses, Ren confirmed. The document was a report stating Ren's new guild rank. The following individual is recognized as B rank. Exhausted from the entrance exams, Ren had occasionally taken guild jobs last winter for a change of pace, reaching C rank. This latest subjugation had earned him another promotion. I might make it to afternoon classes if I join partway, Ren thought. A bandage peeked out from the sleeve of his shirt, covering a cut from the battle. He'd treated it lightly with a potion and wrapped it as a precaution, but he wasn't particularly concerned. Gazing at the imperial capital's scenery through the train window, he wondered what the afternoon classes were. Section. That afternoon, the herbology class was held in a dedicated classroom. In herbology, the distillation kiln and the alchemy kiln are crucial. You all know they're essential for potion refining, the professor said. At the Imperial Military Academy, in the herbology classroom located in a corner of the school building, Ren stood at the entrance, hearing the professor's voice from within. Taking a deep breath, he quietly opened the door and entered. In a room lined with shelves of countless test tubes and potted medicinal herbs, the elderly, gentlemanly professor noticed Ren first, followed by the roughly 30 students in the special class. Sorry, I'm late, Ren said. I've been informed. Come, take your seat, the professor replied. Ren walked to his seat next to Licia. As he sat, Licia gave him a look that suggested she had something to say. Discreetly, so others wouldn't notice, She reached for his arm, pulled up his sleeve, and saw the bandage. With an oddly forceful yet adorable smile, she said, "You'll tell me about it later, okay?" "Yes," Ren replied. Her strong resolve to hear the full story after class was palpable. The reason distillation and alchemy kilns are essential for potion refining is, the professor continued, selecting Ren, who had served as the new student representative at the entrance ceremony, from among the attendees. "Ashton, sorry to put you on the spot right after arriving, but I have a question. Do you know why we use a distillation kiln in potion refining?" Ren stood without hesitation. "To separate the moisture in medicinal herbs from their active components." "Excellent. Everyone, his answer covers the basics of potion refining, which you studied for your exams. However, this class aims to teach you more advanced knowledge," the professor said, smiling warmly before looking at Ren again. "Now, Ashton, how can we enhance the efficacy of the separated components?" "It varies depending on the components extracted from the herbs," Ren answered. "And do you know some of the methods?" the professor pressed. "I know a few, for example." As Ren shared knowledge beyond what was typically taught in the first year, the professor stroked his white beard, his face softening with approval. "Well done. It seems Ashton has studied thoroughly," he said. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. "Well then," the professor said, "that's all for today. Don't forget to review and prepare for next time." With that, he left the classroom. Following the other students, Ren and Licia stood from their seats. "Ren, let's go," Licia said. Radius had given permission to share the day's events, so Ren had no intention of hiding anything. As they stood, Licia smiled and said, Hey. Was that from your studies too?" she asked. "There was an herbalist in my village, Granny Rig. I learned a lot from her," Ren said. Hee, I see," Licia replied. Ren brushed it off with a wry smile as they left the classroom. In a secluded, empty classroom, Licia instructed Ren to roll up his sleeve. "Stay still. I'll heal it," she said, placing her hand over his arm and using holy magic to mend the wound. The cut hidden beneath the bandage was enveloped in light, and the slight heat and pain Ren felt vanished instantly. "Lady Licia, your holy magic's gotten a lot stronger, hasn't it?" Ren remarked. "Oh, maybe," Licia said. She noted that her growth had been particularly noticeable since last summer. At this rapid pace, how far would she go? "How's the wound? No more pain?" she asked. "It's fine. Actually, I feel better than this morning," Ren said. "Don't say weird things. Just because I can heal you doesn't mean you can be reckless," Licia scolded. The two laughed together. Before Ren could explain what he'd been up to, they overheard students' voices through the open window. "What are we doing after? Wanna go shopping? I'm in. Let's go." Their peers were discussing after-school plans. Ren and Licia stood near the window, the breeze rustling the curtains as they looked outside. Casually, Licia said, "Hey, don't you think it's kind of funny that you and I are attending this academy together?" Ren immediately understood her meaning. "Yeah, considering I turned down Viscount Given's invitation, and now I'm going to school with you, Lady Licia." "Right, it just hit me how much has happened," Licia said. Reflecting on the past that led to this moment, Ren felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Licia smiled brightly, looking up at his profile. "But we've been together almost all the time since we were kids, so it's only natural all sorts of things have happened, right?" Looking back, so much had occurred, yet it felt like it had passed in the blink of an eye. This wasn't just true for Ren and Licia, Fiona felt the same. When Ren shared the day's events with them later, it was mostly as they'd expected, so they weren't particularly surprised. Still, perhaps it was the fate of those who'd fallen for him. Until they heard it directly from Ren, they couldn't help but be consumed with curiosity. Section. Ren could still vividly recall the first time he visited the Lion Holy Church. That day, he'd met Edgar in the imperial capital and followed him to the church. The awe and curiosity of stepping into a place inaccessible in the legend of the Seven Heroes had been quickly overshadowed by the sheer intensity of the rigid sword techniques, a memory that lingered. Even now, the majestic building overwhelmed him with its grandeur. Early that morning, before heading to the academy, Ren and Licia were training at the Lion Holy Church. Exhausted, Ren lay sprawled on the ground as Licia approached, crouching beside him and handing him a towel cooled with water. Its chill was refreshing. "Can you handle classes okay?" she asked. "Leave it to me, I'm good," Ren replied. "Good." Then let's end morning training. Let's rest a bit more, then do one last round, Ren suggested. No way. If you overdo it, you'll fall asleep in class, Licia countered swiftly, her point undeniable. Yeah, you're right, Ren conceded. Licia touched her index finger to Ren's forehead. Tiny particles of light burst from her fingertip, washing away his fatigue. You know this isn't so you can swing your sword again, right? She said with a resigned smile. As morning sunlight streamed over them, Ren realized how much time had passed since they'd arrived before dawn. Both of you were full of spirit today, a knight from the Lion Holy Church remarked. It reminds me of the Grand Clock Tower incident. The intensity you showed, Lord Ren, surpasses even what you declared that night that you'd become a lion who'd crush all enemies, another knight said. We adults tire out before you too. Your stamina is boundless, a third added. Ren chatted with the knights before leaving the underground training area with Licia. They needed to bathe quickly and prepare for the academy to avoid being late. As they headed to the baths, Licia spoke, her face adorned with a gem-like smile. So, you said you'd become a lion in front of someone who carries the blood of the Lion King, huh? I was pretty fired up back then, Ren admitted. Yet no one had dismissed his words as arrogant then, nor did they now. This was likely due to Ren's rapid growth and his dedication to training. The Lion Holy Church Knights, often called monsters or elite among elites, were so impressed by Ren and Licia's talent that they questioned their own abilities. Licia giggled at Ren's embarrassed response. Is the path to Sword Saint far? Yeah, it's been almost a year since I became a sword master, but I'm hitting the biggest wall yet, Ren said. I thought so. In any school, going from sword master to sword saint is the toughest step, Licia agreed. A sword saint is one rank above a sword master, which is above a swordsman, followed by several lower ranks. Above sword saint, only the 5 sword kings exist worldwide, making sword saint effectively the highest practical rank. If you keep getting stronger, Ren, could you become a sword king someday? Licia mused. Who knows? Sword kings are insane monsters, so I'm not sure it's realistic for me, Ren said. He recalled the overwhelming strength he'd witnessed during the Grand Clock Tower incident. In the past, he might have flat out said it was impossible, but now his perspective had shifted slightly. But, he continued, if the end of honing my sword leads to Sword King, it's okay to think about it like that, right? He'd grown confident enough to say this much, even if it was a bit of bravado. So, Sword Saint first, Licia said. Exactly. There's a ridiculously tall, solid wall in my way, so stay tuned, Lady Licia, Ren teased. Oh, I'll catch up to you in no time, Licia shot back. Ren's playful, mock-threatening tone made Licia laugh. Section. After morning classes, a school-wide assembly was held at the Imperial Military Academy in the Grand Auditorium, the same venue used for the entrance ceremony. The entrances on each level were crowded with students, their chatter filling the air as they awaited the start of the assembly. Thanks to you, Ren, I'm saved. I think I can handle the next assignment now, Vane said. The boy, a descendant of the hero Ruin and the protagonist of the Legend of the 7 Heroes, walked beside Ren, who responded, No problem. But you'll forget it fast if you don't review. I know, but that class is way too hard. Why's it so complicated? Vane complained. All I can say is that's just how it is, Ren replied. Hey, wait, how did you study for it? Tell me, Vane pressed. Having known each other before enrolling, Ren and Vane often talked like this. While not best friends, they got along well. Do about 10 rounds with a reference book and you'll memorize most of it, Ren advised. You're kidding, right? Vane asked. Nope, dead serious. I'm not particularly clever, so I just hammer things in by repetition, Ren said. Ren preferred learning through sheer volume, which had earned him impressive written exam scores. If the student representative says so, it must be true, Vane conceded. I'm the one saying it, but if you can learn more efficiently, that's better, Ren added. Nah, I need to put in more effort too, Vane said. They continued talking as they entered the auditorium, heading toward their first-year seats. As they climbed the stairs, they overheard other first-years. What's this assembly about? With upperclassmen here, it's gotta be that. What's that? Some students seemed to know the assembly's purpose, and Ren muttered to himself, Yeah, it's gotta be that. Vane, clueless, tilted his head. Vane, over here, a female student called. Ren and Vane turned to see Sarah Riohold, a girl from a night house and a friend of Lycia's since they crossed swords as children. Her glossy brown hair and amber-like eyes, paired with her refined features, exuded strength and drew attention. "See ya, Vane. Thanks for earlier," Ren said. "Yeah, thanks," Vane replied. Ren headed a few rows forward to his seat next to Lycia. "Studying?" Lycia asked. "Vane had some questions, so I helped a bit," Ren said. A few minutes after Ren and Lycia chatted casually, the auditorium fell silent. Krenoa Highland, the headmistress with lustrous golden hair, ascended the stage, her witch's hat swaying with each step. Her exquisite beauty, adorned with a smile, captivated the students. First, to the new students, Krenoa began, addressing their adjustment to academy life, then moving on to the second, third, and fourth years. After covering academy matters, she shared a few announcements. 10 minutes into her speech, the students began to fidget with anticipation. "I'll get to what you're all excited about, don't worry," Krenoa said, raising her index finger to her lips with a gentle warning. As the students settled, she continued, "This year is the biennial Lion King Festival, so we need to start preparations soon." A loud woo erupted from every level of the auditorium. Krenoa, smiling without scolding, continued. Ren thought silently, as expected. The Lion King Festival, mentioned by Krenoa, was an event nearly every academy student was involved in. Whether in magic, swordsmanship, or oratory, representatives from various schools in the imperial capital competed fiercely. Held every 2 years, its scale extended beyond students, becoming a national event for Liamel. Venues and stalls will be lined up inside Capital, and nearby Arendelle buzzed with activity. Nobles and wealthy visitors from home and abroad flocked to the city. Even after the assembly, students remained lively. Some lingered in the auditorium, chatting, while others, like Ren, Lycia, and Fiona, stepped outside to talk. Amid the excited students, Krenoa passed by with a smile, but Fiona, Ren, and Lycia noticed her expression briefly stiffen, tilting their heads in curiosity. "Something up?" Fiona wondered. "Maybe she's worried about something with the Lion King Festival. Ren, have you heard anything?" Lycia asked. "No, nothing," Ren replied, shaking his head. "It's a bit concerning," Fiona said with a shy, wry smile, to which Ren and Lycia nodded in agreement. Chapter 2, Head of the Lion Holy Office. That evening, a letter from Ulysses Ignat arrived at the colossal residence. Yun, the attendant who had moved with Ren and the others to Arendelle, received several letters from a messenger of the Ignat family. One was addressed to Ren, so she headed to his room. Ku. Spotting Yun, Kyukuru, floating fluffily in the hallway, showed interest in the envelope. Kyukuru was a monster hatched from Sarakia's azure pearl, using a fragment of Isfar's horn as an offering, after the incident in the Balder Mountains. About the size of an adult cat, it was covered in soft fur and had become a mascot-like presence, freely roaming the colossal residence. According to Ren's knowledge from the legend of the 7 heroes, Kyukuru's kind harbored immense power, capable of troubling even the Demon King. "Good evening, Kyukuru. Have you already eaten?" Yun asked. Cuckoo. "That's good to hear. I'm off to deliver this to Lord Ren's room then." Ku. Fresh from a meal and in high spirits, Kyukuru floated off somewhere. Seeing it off, Yun knocked on Ren's door and handed him the letter as he appeared. "From Marquis Ignat," she said. "Thank you, but from Lord Ulysses. What could it be?" Ren wondered. After checking the letter's contents, he immediately headed to Lazard's study. Section. Lycia was in Lazard's study, which was convenient given what Ren was about to discuss. "Ren, what's the matter?" Lazard asked. "It's about a letter from Lord Ulysses that arrived just now. I wanted to talk it over," Ren said. The letter read, "During the Lion King Festival, I'd like to borrow some of your time. That said, if you're participating in the competitions, feel free to prioritize those." "No reason mentioned?" Lazard asked. "It says he'll explain once it's finalized, but that's about it," Ren replied. "I see. And what do you think, Ren?" "I'd like to prioritize Lord Ulysses's request. I wasn't particularly set on joining the competitions anyway," Ren said. For different reasons, Lycia felt the same. "So, like me, you're not participating in the competitions." "Wait, Lady Lycia, you're not joining either?" Ren asked. "No, since Father became a Viscount, we've been getting a lot of invitations." With so many guests during the Lion King festival, I thought I'd help with greetings, Licia explained. I told her she didn't need to worry about that, Lazard interjected. No way, father. This is an important time for solidifying the colossal family's standing, Licia insisted. In that case, even without Ulysses's letter, Ren likely wouldn't have joined the competitions, staying by Lazard and Licia's side as their guard felt more important. Are you sure? It's the Lion King festival. You should enjoy yourself, Lady Licia, Ren said. Licia shook her head. No, her expression showed no particular attachment to competing in the festival. The Lion King festival lasts a whole week, right? So, if I can explore it with you when we have time, that's enough for me. Got it. In that case, please let me join you, Ren said. But are you okay with it, Ren? Don't you want to show off the sword skills you've honed? Licia asked. Not really. I didn't sharpen my sword to show it off, Ren replied. Besides, Ulysses, who had helped Ren numerous times, had gone out of his way to send a letter. Prioritizing their friendship over the festival was surely the right choice. The next day, during lunch break, Ren and Licia were summoned to the headmistress's office. And that's the deal, Krenoa declared, puffing out her chest and crossing her arms proudly. Ren and Licia, who had come to the headmistress's office together, exchanged troubled glances and wry smiles. Krenoa-san, what do you mean by that's the deal? Licia asked. I'll explain everything properly. So come on, Renkun, Licia-chan, let's sit over there and talk, Krenoa urged. At her insistence, the two sat on the sofa in the headmistress's office. Have you gotten used to the academy? Krenoa asked. Ren glanced at Licia, who answered first. I'm starting to settle in. Same here, Ren added. Hearing their honest responses, Krenoa beamed. That's great. Now to the main topic. I have something to discuss with you too, she said. Oh, Ren muttered. Renkun, don't make that this sounds like trouble face, Krenoa pouted. Sorry, when someone called by one of the world's greatest mages has a discussion, I can't help but wonder what kind of challenge it'll be, Ren said. And no need to worry, I'm the headmistress. I'd never burden my adorable students with impossible tasks. Krenoa protested, pulling a single sheet of paper from the inner pocket of her robe. Licia-chan, take a look too, she said. Licia joined Ren in reading the document without hesitation. This is about the Lion King festival, right? Ren said. The paper detailed the festival's schedule, along with information about which competitions the Academy's students would participate in. However, no one had been assigned to specific events yet. Since some competitions had participant limits, the Academy would hold events in the coming days to select its representatives. The Imperial Military Academy is a prestigious institution, so thankfully, our students usually participate in at least one competition. Some schools have students who only enjoy the festival's festivities, but I'm lucky not to have that problem, Krenoa explained. I'd expect as much, but Lady Licia and I were planning not to participate, Ren said. Really? You weren't going to join? Krenoa exclaimed. Normally, saying you'd compete would be the more welcome response. Yet Krenoa leaned forward over the table, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Yup. We allow complete freedom to participate, and forcing anyone wouldn't be fun, right? I want you two to enjoy the festival, but I'm not gonna be all high and mighty and tell you to join, so don't worry, Krenoa said. Thank you, but why were you so happy about it? Licia asked. Krenoa let out a sigh, her expression shifting to one that betrayed her usual weariness, a stark contrast to moments before. That's related to what I wanted to discuss with you too, she said. Ren and Licia, waiting curiously for her to continue, couldn't look away as Krenoa spoke in an uncharacteristically heavy, somber tone. Every time, we can barely find anyone who wants to join the organizing committee. It seemed Krenoa was hoping for their help. She pulled another sheet of paper from her pocket and handed it to them. It was titled, Regarding the Lion King Festival Preparation and Organizing Committee. So the organizing committee in short, Ren said. Exactly, as Renkun says, Krenoa confirmed. In The Legend of the Seven Heroes, this was a role players couldn't choose. The organizing committee didn't oversee the entire Lion King festival, but handled coordination for the Imperial Military Academy's involvement. This included negotiations within the school and managing information alongside faculty. On the festival days, there would be some tasks, but they wouldn't be too demanding, so it likely wouldn't disrupt Ren and Licia's schedules. Don't you usually recruit volunteers for this? Ren asked. Of course we do. Starting tomorrow, I'll ask the teachers to spend a few days gathering candidates, but this year's looking pretty hopeless. That's why I wanted to ask you two to consider it, Krenoa said with a wry smile. Ren hadn't fully grasped what Krenoa was getting at, and Licia seemed puzzled too as they listened. The answer came a few days later, after school, in the same headmistress's office. As Krenoa had predicted, a period for recruiting committee volunteers was held, but not a single student stepped forward. With such a large student body, Ren wondered why. Krenoa explained 2 days after their initial discussion. Everyone here prefers to compete, and the committee involves a lot of clerical work, which isn't popular, she said. The scene was unchanged. Ren and Licia sat on the sofa, with Krenoa across from them. But serving in such a role at this academy could benefit your future career, couldn't it? Ren suggested. Exactly. I used to think the same thing, Renkun, Krenoa said enthusiastically, though her expression remained clouded. But at our academy, just graduating comes with enough advantages. So a lot of students think, I'd rather score high in the competitions, she added. Even if they don't make it as a representative for their specialty, they'd rather join an unrestricted competition, Ren noted. That's right, Krenoa said, slumping. During the Lion King Festival, there were plenty of chances to network with Knight Order leaders and nobles, a valuable opportunity for both nobles and commoners. This was especially true for the special class, making the committee role seem almost pointless. Students who enrolled in this academy had little reason to bother with it when they could prove their worth elsewhere. They were too focused on other pursuits to spare time for the committee. Given the nature of the Imperial Military Academy, it was only natural for students to aim for high scores in competitions. So that's why Krenoa-san consulted us, Ren thought. It must be. That expression after the assembly was probably about this. Licia added silently. Ren and Licia exchanged a glance, sharing their thoughts with a wry smile before turning to Krenoa. After reviewing the documents, Licia, like Ren, concluded that it wouldn't conflict with the colossal family's obligations around the festival. She nodded, leaving the response to Ren. How many people are usually on the committee? Ren asked. Krenoa's body moved slowly, as if creaking gears powered her. Standing, she walked to the window, where a spring breeze flowed in. As her hair swayed, a sweet floral scent filled the room. About 10 or so, she murmured. Ren and Licia's faces twitched. Sensing their reaction without looking, Krenoa hurriedly turned to them. But it's okay. The committee's job is to coordinate among students. Things like distributing materials or finalizing schedules are handled by us, she assured. Still, with just me and Lady Licia, that's 8 short, Ren pointed out, not sharply but matter-of-factly. Licia added, and Lady Krenoa, with more guests from home and abroad this year. Yeah, last time we didn't invite guests and only held student competitions, Krenoa said. Huh, Ren and Licia said in unison, puzzled. Was the last Lion King festival different from usual? Ren asked. The Lion King festival Ren knew was a grand affair. The previous one was held just before he first visited the imperial capital. Even for students like Vane and Sarah, it was an event that inspired them to strive harder. Because of the Baldur Mountains incident, Krenoa explained. It affected other schools too, so that year, for safety, it was a student-only event. Oh, that's why Lord Lazard didn't mention the Lion King festival back then, Ren realized. Exactly. So for many, this feels like the first real Lion King festival in 4 years, Krenoa said. 4 years ago, during the previous full-scale festival, Lazard had just been entrusted with Erendil and lacked the time to manage it. With Erendil's inns fully booked due to the festival's bustle, it was too much for a newly appointed lord. Imperial officials and other nobles had split the necessary duties. This is just my guess, but since it's the first lively Lion King festival in a while, I think a lot of students want to go all out and enjoy it, Krenoa added. Coupled with the academy's competitive nature, this explained the lack of volunteers. I was prepared for fewer candidates this year, but 0, I didn't see that coming, Krenoa admitted. Everyone at the academy had lofty goals, which made sense given the rigorous entrance exams. For Lord Lazard, this is almost his first time handling the Lion King festival duties. Ren had no intention of holding back his support. By serving on the committee, even as a student, he could contribute in some way. But it's fine. If push comes to shove, I'll work for 10 people, Krenoa declared. It wasn't realistic, but Krenoa had a plan. She and the faculty could pitch in, as they did when the committee was short-staffed. The committee's role was mainly to coordinate and represent students. Ideally, faculty involvement was minimal, but in dire cases, it couldn't be helped. Failing to prepare for the Lion King festival would be a greater disgrace. Krenoa-san seemed busy during the festival too, Ren recalled from the Legend of the Seven Heroes. He didn't like the idea of overworking Krenoa, who was already swamped. "What do you think, Lady Licia?" Ren asked. "I'm helping with colossal family duties, and you've helped with paperwork sometimes, so we're probably better at it than most our age," Licia said. Still, they'd need more people. As first years representing the students, they alone wouldn't suffice. Ren looked up at the ceiling, then brought up another matter. "Lady Licia and I are willing to join," he said. "Really?" Krenoa exclaimed. "But we have something to discuss," Ren added. He openly shared Ulysses's request and the colossal family's circumstances with Krenoa. She waved her hands frantically, saying, Sorry, then don't push yourselves." "No, it's fine. We can manage if we're given some time during the festival," Ren said. "Ren and I want to help if we're allowed to step away occasionally," Licia added. It wasn't a bad deal for them. Beyond fulfilling Ulysses's request and colossal family duties, contributing to the Lion King festival would benefit their futures, aiding in building connections and reputation. Being busy was unavoidable, but with scheduling flexibility, it was manageable. "Honestly, I kind of think working behind the scenes sounds fun," Ren said. "Me too. It's a special festival, so I'd be happy to be involved like this," Licia agreed. "The preparation period is usually the most fun, right?" Ren added. Hearing their responses, Krenoa beamed and bowed deeply in gratitude. However, 2 people alone wouldn't cut it, so they needed more help. With no volunteers in recent days, expecting anyone to step forward now seemed unlikely. Section, "So that's the deal, can you recommend anyone?" Ren asked. "Why not ask me directly?" Radius replied. Ren had approached Radius in the Academy's rooftop garden where they spoke under a crimson sky. "Is it okay to ask you?" Ren said. "Why is that even a question?" "I don't get it," Radius said. "Well, you're the 3rd prince. It feels kind of wrong to ask you to join the committee," Ren explained. "It's not a big deal," Radius said. "Really? But I thought you might be competing in something like oratory," Ren said. "I won't lie and say I'm not interested, but during the Lion King festival, I have other duties. I'll be meeting with foreign dignitaries or guiding some of them," Radius said. Those duties were why Radius hadn't volunteered for the committee or competitions. But Ren's invitation was a different matter. "You sure it's okay? You've got imperial duties," Ren pressed. "Don't worry, I'm not working all the time, so I can handle those tasks too," Radius assured. Ren figured Radius could probably manage flawlessly despite a packed schedule. Not wanting to seem overly cautious, he switched to his usual tone. "Then, I'd like to ask for your help," Ren said. "Leave it to me. That makes 3 for the committee, right?" Radius said. "I heard they usually have about 10, so we're still short," Ren noted. "Maybe, but I'm confident we can handle it," Radius said. He's got a point, Ren thought. With Radius, they'd surely manage. Still, more help would be better. Since Ren and Licia had times they couldn't assist, leaving everything to Radius felt irresponsible. Even if Radius could handle it all, as a friend, Ren didn't want to dump the work on him after inviting him. Tomorrow at noon is the deadline for volunteers. With 0 so far, we can't expect any. We'll need to recruit people ourselves, Radius said. "You think so too?" Ren asked. "Of course. But you're asking Fiona Ignat too, right?" Radius said. "I looked for her before coming here, but she'd already gone back to the dorms," Ren said. Fiona, trained under Ulysses, would surely be a great help. But she might have Ignat family duties, possibly leaving no time for the committee. Ren voiced his concern. "Fiona-sama's probably busy too, right?" he said. "What are you talking about? There's no way she'd refuse you," Radius said. No, how can you be so sure?" Ren protested. This guy," Radius said, letting out an exaggeratedly long sigh. "What was that?" Ren asked. Don't mind it. That was a sigh and muttering meant for you to hear, Radius said. Telling me not to mind it is pretty impossible, Ren shot back. Radius, avoiding anything too tactless, swallowed further words. Bathed in the evening breeze, he smiled warmly at Ren's response. Heth, even that Sword King was moved to act. If you ask, who wouldn't listen? Radius teased. That just makes me say I don't get the Sword King either, Ren replied. Last summer, during the Grand Clock Tower incident, the Sword King who lent her strength remained an enigma. Neither Radius nor the Emperor could get more than, I was curious, out of her. According to the Emperor, she'd never give a different answer no matter how many times they asked. I'll ask someone too, Radius added. Ren sat on a nearby bench, leaning back, while Radius rested against the rooftop fence facing him. A friend, Ren asked. I'm not sure friend is the right word, but a childhood acquaintance who served me for years. She's a fourth-year student this year, Radius said. Ren racked his brain, trying to recall such a person. Having lived in this world for 14 years, his memories from the legend of the 7 heroes were fading, making it harder to dig up details. Despite his efforts, he couldn't place who Radius meant. Since Radius's character died in the first game, information about him was limited. The young lady of the Arcaes family, never heard of her, Radius asked. Sorry, maybe not, Ren admitted. The Arcaes family was part of the hero faction until a few years before I was born, but due to internal disagreements, they joined the Imperial faction, Radius explained. Wow, what kind of family are they? Ren asked. They've produced chancellors in the past, a prestigious line of civil officials. The current head serves as His Majesty's aide, which is why their daughter is close to me, Radius said. They sounded like an exceptionally capable family of officials, which explained why they remained close to the Imperial family even after switching factions. Ren's interest was piqued. Sounds like a super impressive person, he said. Impressive? Well, she's impressive. She did excellent work during last year's Grand Clock Tower incident and assisted me when you took down the Demon King cult's hideout, Radius said. Wow, she sounds even more amazing than I imagined, Ren said. When it comes to competence, there's no faulting her. She was student council president last year, so she'll definitely be an asset. Though that's strictly about her competence, Radius added. Radius's words carried an odd emphasis. While he praised her highly, which was rare for him, his peculiar qualifiers left a strange impression on Ren. Just what kind of woman was she? Ren could imagine she was someone Radius felt at ease with, but why stress competence so much? Ren asked. She's just distinctive, but her skills are real. That's all, Radius said. Oh, got it, Ren replied. The cryptic words intrigued him, but if Radius vouched for her so strongly, her ability was beyond question. With this being practically the first Lion King festival in 4 years, students won't be thinking about the committee. The academic credit isn't much either. By tomorrow noon, it'll likely be just the 5 of us, Radius said. Ren nodded. Maybe so. They'd have half the usual number, but Ren wasn't worried. If Fiona-sama and the others agree, that is. But that concern would surely prove unfounded. The committee will be made up of the neutral and Imperial factions, then, Radius noted. Won't the hero faction have something to say about that? Ren asked. Let them. The committee isn't as valuable as you think. It's visible, sure, but it pales compared to competing, Radius said. Good work on the committee might earn praise, but excelling in competitions or academy exams was far more rewarding. The committee's clerical nature made it less appealing. Speaking of, there's someone from a night house over there, Radius said. Huh, where? Ren asked. Look at that tree in the corner of the courtyard, Radius directed. Ren stood from the bench and looked where Radius indicated. There, in a corner of the courtyard, were 2 students. Your classmate, Vane, was it? The boy with him is from a night house, Radius said. Sure enough, Ren saw Vane, who was in his special class, alongside an upperclassman who'd just become a second year. His name was Kai Leonard. Tall and muscular, Kai wore the academy's uniform casually, a t-shirt over slacks, permitted by the school's lenient dress code. The event where Kai and Vane meet for the first time, Ren thought. In the academy, Vane would gradually befriend members of the night houses, starting with Kai, who was a year older. Kai was a cheerful, easygoing guy who seemed to laugh off anything. In the Lion King Festival's martial tournament, Vayne would face him in a scripted loss in the finals, after which Kai joined the protagonist's party. Kai's role as a tank stemmed from his Leonard ancestor, one of the 7 heroes who protected the others with a great shield. The Academy's honor is in their hands. The Night Houses will surely shine in practical competitions, Radius said nonchalantly. Won't that affect faction rivalries? Ren asked. It's not zero impact, but the Imperial faction won't fall behind. We have the edge in fields like oratory, so it's not worth making a fuss over, Radius said. Different strengths, huh? Ren noted. Exactly. The person I mentioned earlier won the oratory competition last time, Radius added. The third prince continued. Anyway, it's absurd for nobles to drag their politics into a stage meant for students to shine. I know that's idealistic, though. Radius's self-deprecating tone betrayed his idealism. Realizing more time had passed than he thought, Ren said, I should get going. Wait, Radius stopped him. About the Sinrencry incident, I used my abilities and magic tools to investigate. It doesn't seem related to the Demon King's cult. So just a coincidence then? Ren asked. Seems so. It's not uncommon for a monster to cross the sea after losing a territorial dispute. Probably something like that, Radius said. Ren nodded, relieved that the incident wouldn't escalate. Let me know if you find out more. Sure, Radius replied. Ren left the rooftop, heading to the corridor leading to the Academy's entrance. Licia, waiting there, smiled when she saw him. Did it go well? She asked. As a result, Radius agreed to help, Ren said. Is that okay, getting the third prince to pitch in? Licia asked. He said not to worry, so I think it's fine, Ren assured her. Hearing Radius was enthusiastic, Licia saw no reason to object. Section. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Vayne and Kai Leonard were still there, joined by Sarah, who'd come to fetch Vayne. They were engrossed in a lively discussion. I'm telling you, he's really strong, Sarah insisted. No way, you saw him at the entrance ceremony, right, Kai? I'm talking about Ren Ashton. He took down those Demon King cultists in a flash, she added. Haha. Sarah, are you nuts? Kai, heir to the Leonard Night House, laughed heartily. A first year, not even my age, being some crazy rigid sword master? No way, you mocking me because I keep failing written exams? Kai said. I'm serious, wait, you fail every written exam? How'd you even make it to second year? Sarah asked. I make up for it in other subjects. My folks get mad every exam though, Kai admitted. I bet, Sarah said. Sarah and Kai already knew each other, as the heirs of the 7 Night Houses were familiar enough to use first names. Being only a year apart, they spoke freely. Let's get back on track. Your claim's ridiculous. A rigid sword technique. That insanely specialized style, used by someone our age, Kai said. I'll say it as many times as I need to. He's that strong, Sarah insisted. Maybe I'd believe it if it was the Colossal Saint, but not him. Sounds fishy, Kai said. Ugh, forget it. Let's go, Vayne, Sarah said, turning away with a sigh. Sarah, what about Kai-senpai? Vayne asked. I'm done with that musclehead. He won't believe it till he sees it, Sarah said, fed up with Kai's refusal to listen. As she walked off, Kai called after them in his usual laid-back tone, Dunno about that. Seeing it probably won't change my mind. Oh, really? Typical Leonard, claiming their shield can block anything, Sarah shot back. She stopped walking, and Vayne followed suit. No one has ever broken a great shield wielded by a Leonard, Sarah said, her tone carrying a hint of warning. That's your family's pride, and the Rioholds, including me, respect it, she continued, turning to face Kai with a sigh. No, wait. The Demon King's sword did break it, didn't it? Or was it repaired? Ouch, hitting where it hurts, Kai said. I'm not mocking you. The Leonard's strength protected the hero, letting him defeat the Demon King. I'm just saying something similar could happen again, Sarah clarified. What? You saying Ren Ashton's the Demon King? Kai asked. The absurd leap nearly made Vayne burst out laughing. Sarah was stunned too. No way Ren, a knight's descendant serving the Colossals, could be the Demon King. That's not what I mean. I'm saying if you underestimate Ren Ashton, even your great shield might get shattered, Sarah explained. So, he is the Demon King, Kai exclaimed. Sarah let out a short sigh. Why can't you imagine strength like the Lion King's? Come on, our ancestors didn't fight the Lion King, and it's not like a rigid sword user broke our shield, Kai said. That's why I'm saying, what if it does get broken? Sarah snapped. Sarah, calm down, take a deep breath, Vane urged. Looking skyward, Sarah followed his advice, breathing deeply. In, out, thanks, I'm a bit calmer now, she said. Her shoulders, trembling with excitement, steadied as she continued. Ren Ashton might just be the first rigid sword user to break a Leonard shield. All Sarah wanted was to convey the strength she'd witnessed in Ren. Sorry, I got a bit carried away teasing you, Kai said. I figured, you're not the type to carelessly dismiss someone, Sarah replied. Still, I'm shocked. You're saying Ren Ashton's way stronger than the saint you lost to. That's a wild claim, Kai said. Kai yawned loudly and started walking away. Section. Not long ago, morning frost hinted at winter's remnants, but now only a slight chill lingered in the early hours, signaling that summer uniforms were near. Arriving at school earlier than usual, Ren parted with Licia in the classroom, borrowed a book from the library, and stepped outside. He paused, turning toward a certain direction where the magic training grounds should be. What was that? Sensing something, Ren headed toward the magic training grounds. A few minutes' walk brought him to the facility, located at the edge of the academy's grounds. The cylindrical training grounds, a massive structure resembling white porcelain, stood imposingly. As Ren opened the large door and entered, a sharp chill filled the air. Cutting through the white mist pooling at his feet, he saw countless ice formations within the training grounds. Ice magic. Highly refined, exceptional ice magic. Cobalt blue ice pillars created a scene like a frozen forest. At the center of this fantastical icy world stood Fiona. Looking weary, she murmured, I need to try harder. Encouraging herself, she summoned more cold air to cast another ice spell. Fiona's innate power as the Priestess of Black granted her exceptional magical aptitude, but its overwhelming magic had once ravaged her young body. Her involvement in Asfar's revival was a testament to that. Yet her ability to wield such powerful magic was solely due to her relentless effort. Sensing a presence in what she thought was an empty training ground, she startled. Spotting Ren, she was surprised for a moment before breaking into a smile. Her magic gradually dissipated, the icy world reverting to the cobblestone training ground. Fiona approached Ren with light, quick steps. Good morning. When did you get here? She asked. Just now. I thought it might be your magic, Fiona-sama, Ren said. Her voice, slightly tired compared to usual, carried a bounce of joy at seeing Ren so early. Training, right? He asked. Yes, exactly, Fiona replied, explaining she came to the training grounds whenever possible to hone her magic. I didn't want to just be protected, like back then. She was referring to the battle against Asfar in the Balder Mountains. The memory remained vivid, and her gentle tone revealed her resilience and strength. Ren smiled. You weren't just protected back then, he said. In truth, during the fight with Asfar, Fiona's assistance had enabled him to wield a special power. By the way, Fiona said, recalling his earlier comment, you said you thought it was my magic. Yeah, I don't always recognize other people's magic, but I can tell yours right away, Ren said. Why's that? She asked. Maybe it's the quality of your magic. It's clear and beautiful, like, well, Ren trailed off. As a rigid sword user skilled in handling magic, he'd grown more sensitive to it. Still, putting it into words was tough. To him, his description felt like it captured everything. Fiona blinked, her expression blank. She felt, yes, definitely felt, he'd indirectly called her beautiful. Realizing this, she was so shocked that she turned away, pressing her hands to her chest. Fiona-sama? Ren asked, concerned. Nothing, don't worry about it, she said, glancing back to reassure him and avoid worrying him. But that caught me off guard, she added. What caught her off guard and its effect, she didn't elaborate on. As they left the training grounds and headed to the school building, Ren brought up the committee. More students were arriving, but they walked through a quiet part of the campus, allowing them to discuss the committee freely. So that's the situation. I'd like you to join us, Fiona-sama, Ren said. I'd be happy to if I'm okay with you, Fiona said, her smile radiant and graceful as she agreed. I'm the one asking, but are you sure? If you're planning to compete in something, you should prioritize that, Ren said. It's fine. My homeroom teacher encouraged me to join, but I'm not that interested, Fiona said. So, Ignat family duties then? Ren asked. No, not really, she replied. Surprised by her casual response but delighted by her agreement, Ren smiled. Thank you. It's rare, isn't it? I heard most people compete, Ren said. Haha, maybe, but I was thinking of enjoying the festival with you. Ren-kun. Fiona glanced at Ren's profile repeatedly, trying not to be noticed. When their eyes met, her cheeks flushed slightly and she quickly looked away. Nothing, I just wasn't in the mood this year. You don't have to sound so detached, but I'm glad you're helping. With you, we're in good hands, Ren said. I'll do my best to meet expectations. So, it's just you, Lady Licia, and His Highness the Third Prince? Fiona asked. No, Radius is asking one more person. I think it's the young lady from the Arcaes family, Ren said. I know of her. You've invited someone incredible, Fiona said, sharing information Ren didn't know. The more he heard, the more this person sounded as impressive as Radius. She even took the preliminary entrance exam just to test herself and passed every stage with perfect scores. They say she's never scored anything less than perfect on any test since enrolling. And after stepping down as student council president, several teachers have been begging her to take the role again, Fiona explained. However, she no longer held the position. Last year, when Radius enrolled, she handled everything flawlessly, but wanting to spend more time by his side, the student council president role became an obstacle. So she stepped down before the year ended. She's even more impressive than I thought, Ren said. Right. Also, I hear she usually works at the Imperial Castle, Fiona added. Fiona had crossed paths with her a few times at the academy, but had never spoken to her. Apparently, when the Arcaes heiress was at Radius's side, she focused entirely on supporting him and rarely spoke up herself. Maybe she was keeping her distance when I was with Radius, Ren thought. According to Radius, she had performed admirably during incidents like the Grand Clock Tower. She likely stayed away when the two boys were hanging out of consideration. Ren let out a yawn, his guard down. Fiona, who had been training early that morning, understood his fatigue. Ren had been swinging his sword at the Lion Holy Church since dawn, and relaxing brought on drowsiness. Whoops, sorry, Ren said. No, it's fine. You've been working hard too, Fiona replied. His moment of vulnerability was proof he'd grown more comfortable around her, which secretly delighted Fiona. Haha, Lady Licia used her holy magic on me, so I'm actually doing better than I would be, Ren said. Without that, he'd likely seem even more exhausted. Perhaps because the topic touched on health, Ren looked at Fiona and asked, By the way, since that incident, your health's been okay, right? You mean since the Asfar incident? Fiona asked. Yeah. I heard from Lord Ulysses that you're fine, so I wasn't too worried, but I was wondering how you've been recently, Ren said. I'm okay. Since then, the overwhelming magic of the Priestess of Black has settled down, Fiona assured. Fiona looked up at Ren's profile, relieved. His concern warmed her heart and her cheeks flushed slightly. You were worried about me, huh? She said. Of course I was, Ren replied instantly. Fiona giggled. Hee, thank you. Then she quickly added, if there's any progress with the committee, let me know. I'm usually at the girls' dorm, so you can come by any time. Entering the school building, they parted ways at the stairs. As Ren moved forward, Licia and Sarah appeared. Licia jogged over to Ren, starting a conversation. Seeing them, Sarah, trailing slightly behind, shrugged and said, You two are as close as ever. Oh, come on, what's that out of nowhere? Licia said, slightly embarrassed but clearly pleased to be called close. So Ren, have you seen Vane? Sarah asked. I saw him heading to the second floor earlier, Ren replied. Thanks, I'll head there, don't be late for class, you two, Sarah said, pausing as she passed them and turning back. In May, they'll hold the selection for the Lion King Festival competitors, right? Yes, what about it? Licia asked. You two are competing, aren't you? Sarah said. No, Ren and I aren't participating, Licia replied. What? Why? I was looking forward to facing you both, Sarah exclaimed. When they explained their reasons, Sarah nodded. I see. Hearing they'd be on the Imperial Military Academy's organizing committee, competitors like Sarah were immediately grateful. Bowing with appreciation, she said, Still, swordsmanship class starts soon, so that'll be fun. The special class at the academy had greater freedom in choosing courses compared to regular classes, with more subjects available and flexibility in scheduling. As long as required credits were met, students could focus on their preferred fields. Swordsmanship class, one such course, was Sarah's favorite. At noon, the deadline for committee volunteers closed. As expected, Ren and the other 4 were confirmed as the committee members. Section. After classes, Licia said she was going shopping with Sarah before heading home. The Imperial Military Academy didn't prohibit detours or snacking, though actions tarnishing the school's reputation would face consequences. With Licia and Sarah, there was no such worry. In the evening, Ren visited Welrich's workshop in the blacksmith district alone. "Next, I'll make armor tailored to your growing body," Welrich said. Welrich, a rare dwarf who was both a blacksmith and a magic airship engineer, had met Ren in the Imperial capital. Through Ulysses's introduction, he'd been handling repairs for the Colossal family's airship. The first piece of armor made from Asfar's horn, the Flame King's gauntlet, was already complete. "Sorry for putting your armor on the back burner," Welrich said. "No worries, I asked you to prioritize the airship repairs. Plus, you mentioned you're looking for materials for the next piece, right?" Ren said. "Yeah, I talked to Ulysses and we're about to get them," Welrich replied. "So, you'll start once the materials arrive?" Ren asked. "You bet. I'll make up for the wait with something amazing. Expect great things from my craftsmanship. Now, let's head to the aerial garden to fix Lemuria," Welrich said, smacking his bicep, as big as a child's head, and grinning broadly. "It's already dusk," Ren pointed out. "New parts are coming in. A man's heart wants to see new stuff ASAP," Welrich said. Ren followed Welrich out of the workshop. Locking the door, Welrich yawned and strode forward with long steps, Ren trailing behind. "How's the academy?" Welrich asked. "Normal, just attending classes like usual," Ren said. "Come on, no student-like stories," Welrich pressed. "What kind were you expecting?" Ren countered. "Like how swordsmanship class," Welrich said. "That's about to start soon," Ren replied. Some classes, including swordsmanship, hadn't begun yet due to the busy schedules of new students. Maybe you don't need it. With your special class, good exam scores are enough, so skipping for self-study in another subject might be better," Welrich said, implying that swordsmanship class wouldn't teach Ren anything new, given his daily training at the Lion Holy Church. The same applied to Licia. "You might as well be the one teaching," Welrich added. "Nah, teaching's tough in its own way. If the kingdom asked you to teach your skills to youngsters, what would you do?" Ren asked. "Gahaha, impossible and pointless. I ain't cut out for teaching," Welrich laughed. "No idea how it'd turn out, but I'm kinda in the same boat," Ren said. "Oh, I get it," Welrich said, changing the subject as he looked up. "By the way, heard about the army coming back from Martel." "Nope, first I'm hearing of it. Didn't even know Liamel sent troops there," Ren said. Martel, east of Elfin, was smaller, with many small, conflict-ridden nations. In the game, players couldn't visit it, so information was limited to such details. Since arriving in this world, Ren had learned more through studies, like language and demographic distributions. "Why did Liamel send troops?" Ren asked. "A humanitarian aid group from the Holy Land got caught in a conflict at their base in Martel. The Holy Land asked Liamel for help, so we sent troops to gain favor with them and the Silver Sanctuary," Welrich explained. "Sounds like a long deployment," Ren said. "Since just before you moved here, so about 2 years, it was a small unit, maybe a platoon," Welrich said. "That's fewer than I expected," Ren said. Given the conflict zone, such a small force seemed odd, but Welrich's next words made Ren nod in understanding. "Every one of them's an elite from the Lion Holy Church. Probably a bit of a show of force too," Welrich said. "Plenty strong then," Ren said. "And they were led by the Lion Holy Church's director. With the boss lady there, a petty conflict between small nations might have been handled by her alone," Welrich added. At the mention of director, Ren's eyes flickered briefly. Even with reasons, someone that important was away for nearly 2 years. "Now that you mention it, yeah," Welrich said. "A major war might justify it, but it didn't seem like that. There could be hidden reasons for the long deployment, but Ren, just hearing this, couldn't speculate. It was an intriguing topic, though. "You seem to know a lot about the boss lady," Welrich said. "Well, just her name and rumors of her strength," Ren said. His knowledge came from the game, faded memories he strained to recall. What was clear was that the director was an extraordinary figure. Walking with Welrich, Ren recalled her. Esther Oslo's Drake, director of the Lion Holy Church, nicknamed Death Eater. As sword kings weren't knights, she was effectively the kingdom's top knight. Her first appearance was in the legend of the Seven Heroes' Eye, after the main story, during the winter of the protagonist's first year. Next winter, in Ren's current timeline. All 7 heroes' descendants appeared in the first game, but younger ones didn't join the party. The protagonists and older students formed the party then. The event triggered after completing all sub-stories in the first game. Visiting the headmistress's office after school, players heard Esther's voice. "I'm heading out. His Majesty summoned me. See you later, Esther." Esther appeared, glanced at the protagonists, and left without conversation. The event granted the Hero's Heir achievement, marking true completion of the first game. Her next appearance was in the legend of the Seven Heroes' Eye. After the Ren Ashton incident, she pursued the Demon King cult and Ren separately from the protagonists, leading to occasional interactions. Neither ally nor enemy, her true strength remained largely undisclosed. "Ren, why so deep in thought?" Welrich asked. "Sorry, just wondering what kind of person she is," Ren said. "Right, makes sense. Wanna meet her?" Welrich asked. "Tough call. She doesn't seem like someone you can just meet." "Wait, you've called her boss lady a few times, haven't you?" Ren said. "She's my client. She'll probably come straight to my workshop when she's back, or you could meet her at the Lion Holy Church," Welrich said. Ren blinked then nodded. "I see." Welrich's skill was undeniable. That even the Sword King and the Lion Holy Church director were clients wasn't surprising. "Make sure to greet her properly if you meet her," Welrich said. "I will," Ren replied. After a brief silence, Welrich yawned, eyeing the blacksmith district. "This place'll get lively again. It always does during the Lion King Festival." "Don't the festival organizers provide weapons and armor for students?" Ren asked. "For them, yeah, but I'm talking about visitors. The capital's got famous blacksmiths," Welrich said, pointing to a street lined with renowned shops. Students weren't absent, but nobles and wealthy visitors, including some from abroad, were already present. "They're stocking up for festival guests," Welrich said. "It's a busy time, huh? But you don't take those jobs, do you?" Ren said. "Gahaha, you're getting to know me, Ren. All right, I'll give you that kitchen knife I made last time. I don't cook, so it's useless to me." Welrich laughed. The head chef would surely be thrilled. Section. A magic airship glided through the midnight sky toward Liamel, pausing to connect with other airships via dedicated gangways for personnel exchanges. "Your Excellency. From here, we enter Liamel airspace." A rigid sword user called out. A tall woman with long, voluminous scarlet hair reaching her waist stood out. Her refined features exuded strength and the unique intensity of a rigid sword master. She was Esther Oslow's Drake, director of the Lion Holy Church. The knights, seeing her after so long, were awed by her presence. The heroine spoke. "You're the ones heading to Martel next," Esther said. Wearing a long black military uniform that nearly touched the floor, she stood in the night breeze, her coat fluttering like wings. A knight responded, "Yes, sir, we're heading as reinforcements." That was why they'd rendezvoused midair. Others exchanged information diligently. "How was the Lion Holy Church in my absence? Did everyone train diligently?" Esther asked. A burly knight who'd sparred with Ren at the church answered on behalf of the group. Even he tensed before her. "Of course. Recently, we've had even more reason to train harder." "Don't tell me you've disgraced yourselves before the imperial family," Esther said, her aura shifting. The knights were fiercely loyal to the crown, but Esther's loyalty was unmatched. Fearing her subordinate's failure, her voice carried authority. The knight, swallowing hard, clarified, "We've simply realized our shortcomings before new talent." "New talent?" Esther asked. The knight spoke of Ren Ashton and Lycia Colossal, introduced to the church by Ulysses Ignat. Esther seemed intrigued by both, especially Ren. "You'll understand once you see him, Your Excellency," the knight said. Another added, "Lord Ren is already at sword master level. Last summer, he fought beside His Highness the Third Prince during the Grand Clock Tower incident, showing remarkable prowess. He may reach Sword Saint soon." "The boy who befriended His Highness Radius? I've heard rumors," Esther said, turning toward Liamel. But she exhaled, deciding to judge him herself. Placing a hand on her subordinate's shoulder, she said, "Interesting information. I leave the rest to you." "Yes, sir," the knight replied. With a rallying call, Esther set off for her homeland. The next day, returning after so long, she felt a surge of emotions. The evening view of Liamel from the airship's window stirred her heart. The military airship landed at a military airship dock on the capital's outskirts, and she took a magic train to a station near the Lion Holy Church, then headed to the Imperial Castle. By the time the sky hovered between evening and night, Esther arrived and was granted an audience with the Emperor. After receiving his praise, she asked about last summer's Irendel incident. The Emperor suggested she ask Radius, adding that it suited the true reason for her long mission. Leaving the audience chamber, Esther found Radius leaning against a wall in the corridor, which resembled the church's black marble interior. "Your Highness Radius, it's been a while," Esther called. Hearing her, Radius stepped away from the wall and approached. Esther started to kneel, but Radius said, "At ease." "I said at ease," he repeated as she stood rigidly. "This is my ease, Your Highness. Please forgive me," Esther said. "Honestly, as stubborn as ever," Radius said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "For someone who loves Liamel, such a long mission must have been trying." "Not at all. There's no greater honor than receiving a secret mission from His Majesty and Your Highness," Esther replied. "Sorry about that, but I hear it bore fruit," Radius said. "Yes. I've already reported to His Majesty and wished to share with you," Esther said. They began walking, the crimson light from the windows fading. "Your Highness consulted me 2 years ago in spring, was it?" Esther asked. "Yes. After the Baldur Mountains incident, I thought deeply. The key question was whether the Demon King cult targeted only our nation," Radius said. "And conveniently, a reinforcement request came from the Holy Land," Esther added. Radius nodded, recalling that time. "It let us gain their favor and make a slight show of force. But the true purpose was different," Esther said, her words cutting to the heart of why someone of her stature was away for nearly 2 years. "His Majesty and Your Highness gave me a secret mission. Leaving Liamel, I investigated many things as ordered," Esther said. Officially, she led Lion Holy Church Knights as reinforcements, aiding humanitarian efforts in the conflict zone. But that wasn't the sole reason for her absence. Her mission was to investigate any Demon King cult involvement in the conflict and gather all possible information about them. She'd even traveled Martel alone at times, the primary reason for her long absence. Liamel needed strong defenders, and Esther had initial reservations about the mission. But with a Sword King present, even she might not make a difference in an unmanageable crisis. The Emperor and Radius had hesitated too, reluctant to send someone of her caliber away for so long. Yet her importance made her the perfect choice. "I gathered information on suspected cult leaders during my investigations in Martel," Esther said. Her deployment proved Liamel's seriousness about the cult, validating the secret mission's worth. "I received periodic reports, but I've longed to hear it directly," Radius said. Information from Leonidas during last summer's Grand Clock Tower incident revealed the cult attacked a temple, stealing the holy relic Elfin's tear. Led by a figure called the leader, this was shared with Esther despite her distance. She pulled a paper from her uniform, which Radius reviewed as she continued. "How did you find this man's name?" Radius asked. "It's a conclusion drawn from cult information," Esther replied. "You fought them?" Radius asked. "Yes. They were active in the conflict zone, and I encountered them several times during my investigations. But I didn't fight the man listed there," Esther said. She'd clashed with cultists multiple times without injury, gathering bits of information from interrogations and their belongings over 2 years, leading her to this figure. "He's likely the leader," Esther said. "According to legend, he was one of the Demon King's lieutenants," Radius said. "There's no definitive record of his death, only that he vanished when the Demon King fell," Esther added. Radius, walking, murmured, "Indeed," staring at the parchment. Esther, half a step behind, watched him. "Do you recall the temple they attacked?" Esther asked. "Where Elfin's tear was stolen?" "Yes, what about it?" Radius said. "I met an adventurer who was there. Apparently, the leader was accompanied by 2 lieutenants," Esther said. "That's new, even from that man. Any details on their appearance?" Radius asked. "None. Those at the Holy Land and the adventurers present said the leader and his lieutenants were robed and masked," Esther said. Ren had once tried sharing cult information, but with their appearances in the game no longer reliable, he had little to offer. Most of what he knew was shared with Ulysses during the Baldur Mountains incident. We need to share this with Ren and Ulysses once it's compiled, Radius said. Ren knew of the leader's existence from the end of the legend of the 7 heroes II, where he appeared. During last summer's incident, the term leader made him frown. Like Esther's report, the leader was concealed, so his name, race, and 2 top lieutenants would be new to Ren. I'd like to hear more. Is that all right? Radius asked. Of course, I can't return to my estate without reporting, Esther said. Sorry, I've arranged for specialties from your hometown, Drake, and the Oslo's mountains. Let's talk over a meal, Radius said, then murmured, it's going to get busy. After their talk, Radius headed to his room to read reports. Meanwhile, Esther, walking through the castle, was summoned by a royal guard back to the audience chamber. There, the emperor gave her a new, strictly confidential mission, not to be shared with anyone, not even Radius or the empress. Though puzzled, Esther replied, "Leave it to me." What an unusual mission, she thought. As night deepened, Esther left the castle, gazing at the starry sky before heading to her estate for the first time in a while. Chapter 3. Sword Skills. Good morning, said a knight of the Lion Holy Church. It was a greeting offered in the dim twilight, before the dawn had fully broken. Is the saintess not with you? Lady Licia has duties at the colossal residence. She'll make it to class on time, but it seems she can't join morning training. Ren gave a slight bow to the knight and moved forward. At the training grounds, as always, Ren trained, sweating profusely. For hours, he honed his swordsmanship alongside the black-armored knights of the Lion Holy Church. After enduring consecutive bouts, Ren, breathing heavily, continued to swing his sword. At this point, even grown men began to falter. Several knights stepped away from the center of the training stage, collapsing onto the ground. Yet, no one could call them weaklings defeated by a boy. Ren was growing at an almost inhuman pace, day by day. Even the talented knights of the Lion Holy Church were outstripped by this demon sword-wielding youth. The knights spoke among themselves. Ren Dono's intensity has grown even fiercer lately. I heard it's partly due to the Lion King festival. Since he'll have fewer days to train after school, he's making an effort to come early in the morning. At the center of their gazes, Ren remained wholly dedicated to swinging his sword. More. He was absorbed in his practice, unleashing his surging strength while scattering sweat. Then, could that be? When did she return? The knights gasped in shock, and those seated scrambled to their feet. From the training grounds, which stretched beneath an open atrium, they looked up. Noticing the figure that had appeared above, they straightened their backs one by one. All fell silent. Even the knights sparring with Ren paused, gazing upward. Ren, assuming his opponent had signaled defeat with a "I yield," said cheerfully, "Please, let's continue." He awaited his next challenger, tirelessly swinging his sword to refine his technique. With unwavering focus on becoming a sword saint, Ren's ears caught a voice. According to elfin teachings, perseverance is one of the greatest virtues of the spirit. When paired with immense strength, they say it is hailed as valor. A woman's voice, resonant with authority, reached him from high above. Instinctively, Ren looked up at the atrium. There she stood. To think my Lion Holy Church harbors such a spirited boy. From the atrium, gazing down upon them, was the embodiment of ferocity itself. Why is she here? Ren hadn't anticipated her sudden appearance without any warning. The figure who had appeared seemed to mock his stunned expression, addressing the gathered knights with commanding presence. Continue your training, all of you. If you feel shame at being outdone by a mere boy, prove yourselves. Her leather boots echoed with a sharp clack as she descended toward the center of the training grounds. Radiating an unmatched presence, she spoke to Ren. State your name. At the heart of the training grounds, her overwhelming aura seemed to pulse through her voice. Combined with an intensity that prickled his skin, Ren nearly swallowed hard but quickly regained his composure, surprising her. As she let out a faint HMPH and a slight smile, he introduced himself. I am Ren Ashton. As I thought. Her piercing gaze met his, yet Ren did not flinch. I am Esther, the commander of this Lion Holy Church. Her name was exactly as Ren had expected. Facing Esther, Ren felt a tension he hadn't experienced in a long time. There wasn't any talk of a parade to welcome the returning army, though I suppose they don't hold one every time. But then, glancing at a clock, Ren let out a small ah. The time to prepare for the academy was drawing near. Realizing he'd been too engrossed in sword practice, he nearly clutched his head in frustration. Still, with someone as significant as Esther before him, Ren couldn't help but wonder if leaving now, even for the academy, was appropriate. "Commander, Rendono has academy duties to attend to," one of the knights interjected, offering support. Esther's demeanor shifted abruptly. "Ren, you're attending the academy properly, aren't you?" "Why, yes, but I thought it only right to offer my greetings, and I hesitated to speak." Admirable resolve. But classes are important too, especially at this time of year. To Ren's surprise, Esther dismissed him with unexpected ease. Bowing in response, Ren hurriedly left the training grounds. As Esther watched him go, she murmured, "Not bad, a man with backbone." Then, with a chuckle, she added, "Though not quite on par with my husband." Section. "And that's what happened," Ren recounted to Licia in the classroom. The two stood chatting near their adjacent desks. Sarah, approaching, gave a strained smile. "The commander has returned. I've never met her myself, but do you have some bad memory of her, Sarah?" "Not me, exactly, my father. Though it's not exactly a bad memory." Before Ren and Licia arrived in Erendil, Sarah's father, the current Lord Riohold, had crossed swords with Esther. It wasn't a clash born of conflict but a test of skill, a duel to measure each other's prowess. "A complete rout," Sarah said. "Really, even though your father is sword saint level?" "Yes, from where I stood, I could barely follow what happened. Even father said he lost before he could understand how." Sarah continued, recalling the event. "You know, Licia, rigid sword technique sword saints are far stronger than those of other schools. And among sword saints, the gap in skill can be vast. This was because sword saint was the rank just below sword king. With only sword kings above them, comparisons were difficult, and disparities in strength among sword saints were not uncommon. This was especially true for sword saints of rigid sword techniques, given their unique nature." "Oh, that reminds me, I had something to ask you, Licia." "What's that all of a sudden?" "Rigid sword techniques, how are you doing with them? I heard you've been training at the Lion Holy Church too. Just how strong have you gotten?" As a rival and someone who saw Licia's strength as a benchmark, Sarah couldn't help but be curious about her progress. "By the end of last year, I became able to use swordsman-level techniques, and now I'm aiming for sword master," Licia replied casually. Sarah's smile froze at her friend's nonchalant response. "I shouldn't have asked. That would be sword master level in other schools of swordsmanship." The fact that Licia had reached this level by the end of last year left Sarah in awe. Collapsing onto Licia's desk, Sarah flailed her legs beneath it. It was clear, without a doubt, that she had realized the growing gap in their abilities and was grappling with the implications. "Lady Licia," Ren muttered. "Don't mind her," Licia said. "Sarah may look delicate, but she's tougher than she seems." "What do you mean delicate? Are you saying I look frail?" "Well, your waist is awfully slim." "That just sounds like sarcasm. I don't want to hear that from someone slimmer than me." The two exchanged playful banter before sharing a smile. As Licia propped her cheek on her hand with a resigned air, Ren tilted his head and said, "Oh, by the way, Vane isn't here, is he?" His words sent a ripple of tension through the trio. Sarah's demeanor shifted noticeably, leaving Ren dumbfounded. "Who's that? I don't know anyone by that name," Sarah said, her voice tinged with coldness. "Huh." As Ren blinked in confusion, Sarah turned her gaze to the window, her attitude sharp and aloof. Licia leaned in to whisper to Ren, her sweet fragrance briefly brushing past him. "He's been called away by an upperclassman. Someone from the second year, a noble from a knight house, apparently, a stunningly beautiful girl." "Oh, I've heard rumors about her," Ren replied. "That's why Sarah's in a bad mood," Licia explained. "I see. Looks like I touched on something I shouldn't have," Ren said with a wry smile. Licia chuckled softly. "I don't think you need to worry about it." "Ren, do you want to meet that upperclassman too?" "No, not really." Licia was taken aback by his immediate response. Meanwhile, Ren thought to himself, "I feel like there was an event like this." Early in his academy days, Vane had grown closer to members of knight houses, including a second-year girl positioned as a sub-heroine. As Licia had said, she was a beautiful girl. I think Riohold-sama got upset like this back then too. Ren's current situation might be the underside of that event, so to speak. Though he had often reminded himself that conflating the game with reality was foolish, The similarities couldn't help but make him wonder. "That's right," Sarah exclaimed, forcibly changing the subject to lift her mood. "It starts this afternoon, doesn't it? The class we're all taking." It was the swordsmanship class she had been eagerly anticipating. Unlike special classes, general classes like swordsmanship often mix students from both the special and regular tracks. The three were scheduled to attend the same class that afternoon. "But Sarah," Licia said, "I've told you before we could always train together outside the academy." "I know, but I wanted to wait for the day we could cross swords here at the academy." "Is there some special meaning to that?" "It's about the feeling. I want to show you how much stronger I've gotten since you thoroughly beat me at the Knights' Barracks." If Sarah had her own reasons, Ren and Licia were inclined to respect them. When Vane returned to the classroom, Sarah greeted him with a pointed expression. Ren, watching Vane's bewildered back, gave a silent smile and mouthed, "Good luck." Section. Before heading to the training grounds after lunch, Sarah was in the changing room, even more upbeat than she had been that morning. "I've got to prepare thoroughly. Don't wear yourself out with warm-ups," Licia cautioned. I know. The Imperial Military Academy didn't mandate specific athletic uniforms, so students wore whatever was comfortable and inspiring. After changing, the two left the changing room and headed to the training grounds for the swordsmanship class. The training grounds, resembling a small arena, seemed almost excessively grand for a single academy's facility, complete with spectator seats. About 10 students were already gathered there. Vane was among them, but Ren was nowhere to be seen. "Ren's not here yet," Sarah noted. Licia replied, "He'll be late. He's got work with the Lion King Festival Organizing Committee, so he'll only join the second half of the afternoon class." "Huh? Don't you have to go too?" "Normally, yes." "What do you mean, normally?" "Don't worry about it, it's my business." Ren's task was minor, just some light paperwork. He had decided it wasn't worth dragging Licia along, especially since it would mean making Sarah, who had been looking forward to this class, wait even longer. Licia brushed off the details and began her warm-up exercises. As she stretched, Vane approached and called out to her and Sarah. "Ren's going to be late, huh?" "It's for the organizing committee, so it can't be helped. We should be grateful for his work," Sarah said. "Yeah. So, today you're with Colossal-san." "Obviously." As they chatted and warmed up, the time arrived. The male instructor in charge of the class entered the training grounds, addressing the roughly 20 students gathered. "Welcome to the Imperial Swordsmanship class. At the academy, students could also choose classes like Holy Sword Techniques. Taking the foundational Imperial Swordsmanship course was enough to earn swordsmanship credits, leaving the rest to the students' discretion. I want to gauge your skill levels first," the instructor said. "Pair up as you like and start sparring." As the students began forming pairs to practice, Licia and Sarah's drew particular attention. Not only were they strikingly beautiful, but their reputations as skilled swordswomen preceded them. Even the instructor was curious about their abilities. The two headed to the center of the training grounds, ignoring the onlookers and readying their training swords. Licia, accustomed to sparring with Ren or the Knights of the Lion Holy Church, stood relaxed and composed. This was part of the class, a time for the instructor to assess the students' levels. However, perhaps sensing potential in the pair or harboring other intentions, the instructor didn't stop them from sparring freely. Though it was a class exercise, Sarah swung her sword as if oblivious to that fact. Her footwork and strikes were anything but those of an ordinary girl. Ha! Her attacks sent waves of pressure rippling through the training grounds. Her movements, the sharpness of her blade, everything was so exceptional that it sapped the confidence of the other students. Yet the attention on Sarah, who had been showcasing her dazzling swordplay, began to shift. Licia, parrying every strike, started to stand out with her own brilliance. "That's weird," Sarah exclaimed. "You've got even stronger, Licia. But what's with you, sizing me up like that?" "Is that bad?" "Not bad, but you're not holding back on me, are you?" "No way, I'm just testing you." As if to prove it, Licia's movements shifted in an instant. Sarah's swift, wind-like sword slid past Licia's blade. Caught off guard and thrown off balance, Sarah hastily regained her stance. "What?" Licia's sword closed in, far faster than Sarah's own swift strikes. Sarah managed to block, but the weight of the blow nearly made her stumble. Even so, Licia hadn't used the aura unique to rigid sword techniques. Whether that counted as a technique was debatable, but she refrained, deeming it outside the class's scope. You can go even faster, right? Show me your true sword speed, Licia. You got it. Licia's strikes grew faster, eventually reaching the speed she used when sparring with Ren. Had she added the strength of rigid sword techniques, it would have been on another level entirely. Her sword's weight and speed would have transformed into something otherworldly, showcasing an even greater caliber. Yet, even without that power, Licia overwhelmed Sarah. Sarah's footing wavered under the impact of the first blocked strike. The second strike came before she could fully recover, leaving her arms extended and vulnerable. The third strike was unstoppable, knocking Sarah's sword from her hands. Finally, Licia's blade was pointed at Sarah, who knelt on the ground. Though defeated, Sarah wore a smile. The frustration of the widened gap in their skills was indescribable, but facing her goal, the strength of this girl also ignited her passion. Come on, Sarah. Licia offered her hand. Thanks, and you can use rigid sword techniques too. What's going to happen when you do? But you have holy sword techniques, don't you, Sarah? If you're saying that, you're the one who'll master holy magic too. Sarah's retort wasn't out of spite. Her cheeks bore a smile, and she was genuinely fulfilled by their bout. In truth, she was grateful to Licia. The swordplay Licia had shown was the fastest she could manage without using aura. Anything beyond that would have turned into a real battle. That was the fullest extent of what Licia could display here. One more time, we've still got time, right? Sarah urged. Fine by me, but what about Vane-kun? It's fine. I told him I'd be with you today. Sticking out her tongue playfully, Sarah brimmed with enthusiasm, continuing to spar with Licia without losing heart. During the class, a few male students approached Licia, drawn by her beauty in the past. They seemed confident in their skills, but, sorry, I've decided to stick with Sarah today, Licia declined. The boys didn't back down immediately. Then how about next class? I've heard Ashton's skilled, but I'd love to spar with you too. I think I'd be a better training partner than some night's kid. They likely didn't mean to disparage Ren. Their words stemmed from a desperate desire to get closer to Licia. Sarah, overhearing, gave a wry smile. While she thought they were clueless, she understood they didn't know Ren's true strength and glanced at Licia. Licia, unfazed, responded with a graceful smile. Thanks for your concern, but I'm fine. Sorry. Turning to Sarah, she added, let's continue. All right. The two boys, unable to interject, could only watch their swordplay. When the instructor barked, get back to it, they reluctantly returned to their spots. Licia, meanwhile, continued as if nothing had happened. By the way, weren't those guys from the Imperial faction and Hero faction nobles? They've been showing up more lately. Ever since the Baldur Mountains incident, there's been more interaction across factions. Some places still have faction disputes, but others don't. So that's how it is. For the first half of the afternoon class, Licia and Sarah drew the most attention. Vane also garnered notice, showcasing his skills to his peers. Though his swordsmanship wasn't yet on par with Sarah's, his strength and other attributes might have matched or even slightly surpassed hers. Ren arrived just before the class ended. The bell signaling the end of the session rang, and the swordsmanship instructor called it to a close. Sweaty students began leaving the training grounds. Some stayed to rest or chat, while others watched Ren, curious if he'd take up a sword. Including the two who had approached Licia, about half the students remained. Sorry, I should have helped with the work too, Licia said to Ren. No, it wouldn't be fair to keep Ryohold-sama waiting any longer, Ren replied. Licia's voice brightened with gratitude. Thanks. As they spoke, the instructor called out, Ashton Klossel. I want to see Ashton's skills too. Klossel be his opponent. When the class began, the instructor had let Licia and Sarah spar freely for a reason, and Ren was part of that plan. The remaining students noticed Ren and Licia. The two boys who had approached Licia whispered, Is that guy really that strong? He was quiet during the final exam, so who knows? Sarah, overhearing from a corner of the spectator seats, leaned her elbow on the back of a chair and propped her cheek on her hand. Vane, sitting beside her, looked resigned. I heard Ren didn't show his full strength during the final exam, focusing only on support, Sarah said. Yeah, I heard he took down monsters effortlessly, so no one could gauge his true strength, Vane replied. Exactly, so I'm excited to see how strong he really is again." Unaware of their hushed conversation, Ren and Licia faced each other, standing calmly as usual, as if preparing for a session at the Lion Holy Church. "Warm-ups?" Licia asked. "I'll be fine warming up by swinging my sword like always," Ren replied. "All right." To think he'd warm up in a practical spar against Licia, who had just displayed such formidable swordplay. Wasn't that underestimating her? The onlookers were shocked. Yet, as Licia's strikes, nearly identical in speed and precision to her bout with Sarah, came at him, Ren didn't falter as expected. Every assumption was shattered. "No way. What just happened?" Female students gasped in disbelief. When had he blocked her sword? They hadn't seen a thing. Their expressions screamed that question. What the students witnessed was Licia's sword being effortlessly parried. Ren's hands didn't waver, nor did his core falter. Even Sarah and Vane, both skilled, were stunned. "He's on a whole different level compared to last summer," Sarah murmured. "Yeah," Vane agreed. Recalling that summer, the two who had seen Ren's strength were in awe. The other students, overwhelmed, held their breath, forgetting to blink. The two boys who had approached Licia were speechless. As Licia's sword speed increased, the clashing of blades pierced everyone's ears. Gripping her sword tighter, Licia took a deep breath, and focused. The boy before her, Ren Ashton, shifted from merely blocking her strikes. A thunderous clash of swords echoed in an instant. The impact from Ren's adjusted parry reverberated through Licia's hands. The pressure of their clashing blades transformed in a flash. Though Licia's sword grew fiercer, Ren handled it with ease. Despite her attack, it was Licia who was forced to retreat. Unyielding, she gripped her sword tighter, dodging Ren's counter with fluid grace and unleashing even sharper strikes. How could anyone block or parry those? The onlookers couldn't fathom it. Her speed and strength were astonishing, yet Ren deflected them head-on with ease, then pointed his sword at Licia, whose stance had crumbled. The fleeting exchange stole the breath of everyone watching. Licia broke the silence filling the space. "I was pretty confident in that one." As she released her sword, it clattered to the floor. Ren, having not just blocked but easily claimed victory, gave a wry smile and lowered his blade. No words like "beyond a student" could capture it. The two, honing their skills at the Lion Holy Church, demonstrated otherworldly prowess without using aura or techniques. No one in the training grounds doubted Ren's strength any longer. The swordsmanship instructor approached them with a solemn expression. He, too, had been speechless, grappling with the implications of their strength. "We need to talk. Come with me." With that, he led the two away from the training grounds. The stunned students watched in silence, but after a dozen seconds, they erupted into chatter. The instructor took Ren and Licia to a preparation room near the training grounds. Seated before them, he joined them at the table. He had heard both were rigid sword users. Many knew they frequented the Lion Holy Church, though some assumed Ren was there as Licia's escort or something similar. Rigid sword users were exceedingly rare compared to other schools. The Lion Holy Church was their sacred ground, but outside, such practitioners were scarce. The instructor hadn't seen rigid sword users spar in ages. "We need to discuss what comes next," he began, his expression serious. Section. After school, in the faculty room, the instructor spoke with professors from other subjects. "Are you familiar with the two top freshmen?" "Of course. They're both diligently attending my monster biology class as well," a female professor replied. Another male professor, listening, chimed in, "Speaking of Ren Ashton, just the other day he helped clean up after class. Oh, and on another day, he assisted with preparations too." "What's this all of a sudden? Did something happen with him in the swordsmanship class?" the instructor asked. "Yes, a little," the swordsmanship instructor replied. During the latter half of the earlier class, the instructor had guided the students in imperial swordsmanship, but Licia was certain she had nothing to gain from it. The sparring session after class made it clear that Ren felt the same. While the two might find value in reviewing techniques, the adults couldn't afford to be so dismissive. The faculty members listened to the instructor's account. Every year, a few skilled students join the upperclassmen in swordsmanship classes. Why not let them participate in second-year, third-year, or even fourth-year classes? One suggested. The instructor shook his head. That wouldn't make a difference. With a shrug, he continued in a tone that brooked no argument. Swordsmanship is a mandatory subject, so they must take the exams. Fortunately, it's a subject without attendance points, so that's not an issue. As you all know, this isn't a special measure. There have always been students who only take the exams. Welrich had once told Ren something similar. Without a certain degree of flexibility, the Academy's unique nature would create numerous obstacles. Thus, several subjects prioritized exams over class attendance. However, the exams were far more rigorous than those at other institutions. Poor performance could lead to failure, regardless of whether one was a noble or foreign royalty, so skipping classes required a valid reason. As they discussed Ren and Licia, Krenoa entered the faculty room. Hearing the conversation, she smiled charmingly. They'll take the exams properly, but the question is how they'll spend their swordsmanship class time. There were plenty of precedents for students like them who only took exams. Many such students were prodigies, boasting knowledge equal to or surpassing that of graduates in certain subjects. They often studied in the library or took on assignments from professors of other subjects. This was common among special class students, who enjoyed greater flexibility. Krenoa, believing Ren and Licia should follow suit, asked, "I'd like you to consult with the other teachers and propose something within the rules. How many swordsmanship classes is Renkun taking per week?" "Just the mandatory imperial swordsmanship, so 2 afternoon classes a week," the instructor replied. Section. The crimson glow of the setting sun bathed the school rooftop, where 3 students chatted. "I was the same," Fiona said, her silhouette framed against the sunset. "When I was a first year, my herbology teacher suggested I take assignments from other subjects." Leaning against the rooftop fence beside Ren, Fiona recalled her first year. Her frail health in the past had led her to dedicate much of her time to herbology. The knowledge she had amassed was said to rival that of special class graduates and even professional experts. "What did you do, Fiona-sama?" Ren asked. "I took assignments from other teachers. The Ignat family's duties often came up, so I found it better to do that than join other classes." "That makes sense. It's a good way to use time outside of studying." "Exactly. The assignments are very educational, and the teachers are kind enough to guide you during their free time." Ren glanced at Licia, who was seated on a nearby bench. Looking up at him, she said, "Maybe we should do the same." "Yeah. The question is whether the teachers will give us assignments." "No need to worry about that," Fiona reassured. "There have been others like you recently. And long ago, I think there was a male student who, right after enrolling, had knowledge in 4 subjects equal to or surpassing that of graduates." "What kind of person was he?" Ren asked. Fiona gave a wry smile, her words convincing both Ren and Licia. "My father." No surprise was needed. The realization was instantaneous. "If it's Marquis Ignat, that makes sense," Licia said. "It fits perfectly," Ren added. In any case, Ren and Licia wanted to make effective use of their time. They would decide later which subjects professors to approach for assignments, but another decision was where to study. Realistically, taking assignments is the best option, but if the organizing committee work gets busy, I could focus on that instead. On the 2 afternoons a week when they skipped swordsmanship classes, Fiona, for the reasons she mentioned, also had no classes. She spent those afternoons studying in the library or in a corner of the Academy's garden. When Licia heard this, she asked, "Mind if I join you?" Fiona replied, "If you're fine with me, I'd love that." Ren could tell that since the Grand Clock Tower incident, the two had grown even closer. "We'll need to talk to the teachers later, Ren," Licia said. "Yeah, we'll have to decide which subjects." As Ren and Licia spoke, a voice called out, "Ren, so you're here." Radius appeared, opening the rooftop door. "Huh. Is it time already?" "Not yet. I had some time to kill before our meeting, so I came up here and happened to spot you 3. Ren had promised to discuss the swordsmanship class with Radius, but they were about 20 minutes early. Since he had already informed Licia and Fiona, he excused himself with, "It's a bit early, but," and left their side. "Radius doesn't have classes sometimes either, right?" Ren asked. "For example, this afternoon." "I often have official duties, so I avoid scheduling classes on those days." "Huh, so we're the same in that regard." As the two left the rooftop, Licia and Fiona, watching them go, simultaneously thought the same thing and exchanged glances. "What do you think, Lady Licia?" Of course I'm quite displeased. Right? Compared to His Highness the Third Prince, a marquis's daughter shouldn't be a big deal. If we're talking about that, I'm just a viscount's daughter, so it's even worse. Both had their grievances. It stemmed from Ren casually addressing Radius by name and treating him as a friend with the same easygoing attitude as before. Comparing that to how he treated them. Isai, though they had both asked Ren for a more casual demeanor, he had politely declined. As romantic rivals, they figured sharing this much was fine and sighed in unison. Section. As Ren left the two and headed toward the Academy's garden with Radius, he sneezed. Achoo! What's wrong all of a sudden? No idea, it just came out. Even with spring's warmth, don't catch a cold. I'm not exactly letting my guard down. That's good to hear, but if you do get sick, I'll visit you. I'll even tell you some old stories I heard from my parents. I'm not a kid anymore, and I can't let the third prince do that, Ren thought. By the way, what kind of stories? Ren scratched his hair, looking slightly embarrassed, while Radius flashed a cool smile on his refined features. Curious? Well, yeah, I'm curious about what kind of tales royalty used to soothe young princes. Then I'll tell you a bit. As they walked across neatly trimmed grass, Radius's hair swayed in the spring evening breeze. Long ago, in a certain kingdom, a girl was born. Oh, sounds like a pretty standard start. By the way, the tale's title is The Devouring Princess. And it got ominous in an instant. Radius laughed at Ren's shift in reaction. The Devouring Princess, as the girl was called, possessed a magic that corroded everything. Even her parents couldn't touch her. A gentle evening breeze rustled the surrounding grass. The voices of students lingering at the academy occasionally reached their ears. Like vessel corrosion? Ren asked, thinking it resembled the illness Fiona had suffered as a child, but Radius shook his head. Vessel corrosion harms one's own body, but the Devouring Princess's magic corroded both herself and others. Unable to control it, her father had no choice but to confine her in a tower. Radius recounted the tale as he had heard it, summarizing its essence. Ren felt a pang of sadness for the princess's plight and wondered why such a story was told to young royalty. But as the tale continued, it concluded in a manner befitting a proper story. Eventually, a man appeared who was unaffected by the princess's power. So he's the hero of the story. Indeed, the man gathered 3 treasures needed to suppress her power and proposed to her. The story only mentioned collecting the 3 treasures as a task, without delving into specifics. Radius didn't seem to mind, treating it as just a folktale. And then what happened? The Devouring Princess, fearing her power might resurface, hesitated, but the man forcibly took her from the tower. And then, when those guarding the tower sensed something amiss and pursued them, the princess said, "My power might flare up again someday, or those trying to take me back might come for you with swords." But the man brushed it off, laughing. "I don't care about that." He asked, "Is it so bad that I'm by your side?" The Devouring Princess didn't answer directly. "Being with me won't bring happiness. We might be attacked by new pursuers someday," she said. But the man responded with words that drew out her true feelings, words for a princess who had always feared making others unhappy because of her. "If that happens, I'll protect you with my life." They were simple words, perhaps, but exactly what the Devouring Princess needed to hear. She said, "Then I'll give you my everything. Show me the world you've seen." And so, she chose to live by his side. They fled to some far-off place and lived happily ever after, or so it said. "How's that?" Radius asked, smiling at Ren. "It's a good story. But I've got a couple of questions, if that's okay." "Go ahead." Since she's called a princess, was she of high status? It's just a folktale, so the details are vague. In rural villages, even a knight's daughter might be called a princess, so it's hard to say. And no clue about which kingdom it's from. No information on that either. It's a folktale, meant to be a heroic bedtime story for kids. As long as children enjoy it, that's enough. So it's like a legend. Exactly, that's why I don't sweat the details. The two continued their casual chat as they walked. Apparently, royal girls who heard the Devouring Princess's tale often developed a longing for a similar partner to appear in their lives. Their steps came to a halt in a quiet corner of the garden. "This spot good." They sat at a terrace table, their figures concealed by the surrounding hedges. "Enough about folktales. How was the swordsmanship class? Tell me more." Ren didn't have much to share. He had arrived late due to organizing committee work, sparred with Licia, and was then taken by the instructor to a separate room to discuss future plans. Hearing this, Radius laughed. After about 30 minutes of talking, the sky began to darken at its edges. Ren sensed someone approaching and murmured, "Ahem." A female voice came from beyond the hedges. "Your Highness, it's me, Naya." A cute girl, a mix of Ketsi and human, appeared. Ren realized from her addressing Radius as Your Highness that she was connected to him. "I was told it was time for your return, but I couldn't find you, so I came looking Naya." "I'm sorry for interrupting your conversation, Naya." "My apologies." "Oh, sorry, Ren, let me introduce her," Radius said, beckoning the girl. Ren sensed her refinement and assumed she was a noble, which proved correct. "This is Mayuri Arcais, the daughter of the Arcais Earl family. She served as student council president last year." "Oh, you mentioned inviting her to the organizing committee?" Ren exclaimed. "Nice to meet you, Naya. His Highness asked me to help with the organizing committee, and I'll do my best, Naya," Mayuri said. During her introduction, she explained that, as evident, she had mixed heritage. Though her parents were pure humans, she was an atavism, her cat-like ears evoking her Ketsi ancestry. "Nice to meet you." "Thank you for agreeing to help," Ren said. Mayuri laughed, "Nayahaha," her cat ears twitching Payakin. "Please call me Mayuri Naya." "No way, I can't address an earl's daughter so casually." Ren suggested using a honorific like Sama, but Mayuri firmly declined. "Then maybe San would work, Naya. I'd rather not be called Sama by His Highness's friend Naya." Ren glanced at Radius, who nodded, "Just do it," and he relented. Mayuri preferred to keep her unique speech pattern, including the Naya. "I already know about you, Ren Dono, so I feel a bit familiar, Naya. From watching me around Radius. Sometimes Naya. Like after last year's special mission Naya. When I was talking with Radius in Arendel's back alleys, right?" "Exactly, Naya." Her approachable demeanor was a relief to Ren, who was glad to exchange greetings so easily. "Mayuri, did you secure the empty room I asked about?" Radius inquired. "No problem, Naya. It's been used as a storage room, so we'll need to move things to another warehouse and tidy up, Naya." "That's fine. If we split the work, it'll be quick." Ren tilted his head, hesitant to interject, wondering if it was a conversation he should join. Radius noticed and clarified, "It's about the organizing committee. The academy provides a classroom, but I wanted a quieter place to work." I asked Mayuri to look into it, given her experience as student council president. Ren nodded understanding and asked, "Where's the room?" "It's a small room at the back of the library, Naya. It's been a storage space for years, so we'll need to clean it, but it's usable, Naya. Even if dusty, a cleanup would make it functional. They could use it as long as no one else claimed it after the committee's work ended." As Ren processed this, Radius added, "It'll be convenient for you, Ren. If you're using swordsmanship class time for other studies, it's a perfect spot. I can use it outside of committee work." "No issue," Radius confirmed. Ren recalled his rooftop conversation with Licia and Fiona, smiling. "Oh." His expression suddenly froze. "What's wrong?" "Sorry, it's sudden, but I remembered something from this morning." "This morning?" "I met the Lion Holy Church's commander this morning, but it was right before the academy started, so I couldn't greet her properly. And I rushed off to school afterward." Radius, listening, raised an eyebrow briefly at the abrupt topic before smiling faintly. "You met Esther, fresh from her return, just like that?" "Yeah, something like that." Radius continued. "Knowing Esther, she probably told you to get to the academy on time, didn't she?" Ren recalled their exchange and said, "You nailed it." Chapter 4. Prepare for the Executive Committee. Students spent their lunch break in their own ways. Some ate lunch, prepared for afternoon classes, or studied independently, while others chatted with close friends, their lively voices echoing here and there. Fiona, however, had a specific purpose as she made her way to the corridor lined with first-year classrooms. "Excuse me," she called out to a group of students from the first-year special class. The mix of boys and girls turned, startled by her sudden approach. "Does anyone know where Ren Ashton is?" Fiona asked. One of the girls started to respond, "Ashton's probably," but a boy cut in eagerly. "He's in the courtyard, I think. I saw him heading there with some of our friends." "Oh, I see, thank you," Fiona replied, offering a graceful yet charming curtsy before turning to leave. As she walked away, the boy watched her retreating figure and muttered, "How's Ashton so close with Lady Ignat? Who knows, I heard he even talks with the third prince sometimes. Maybe the Colossal family's leaning toward the Imperial faction?" Another boy speculated. Hold on. If that's the case, you can't ignore how close Colossal is with Riohold. Weren't they said to be more aligned with our hero faction? A third boy countered, his family belonging to the hero faction. "Oh, come on," a girl sighed, interrupting. Like the boy, she hailed from a noble family tied to the hero faction. Even as someone from the hero faction, that sounds ridiculous. "Huh, why's that?" the boy asked, frowning. "Don't you remember the incident with Viscount Given? No matter how close they are with Riohold, there's no way they'd join the hero faction after something like that," she said without pausing. "Plus, my brother was shocked at the entrance ceremony. You know about the commotion during the final exam a few years ago, right?" "What about it?" "My brother was in that year's exam group. When they escaped to the fortress in the Balder Mountains, Ashton was among the group that came to their rescue." "No way, Ashton would have been, 11 at most back then," the boy said skeptically. "My brother's cert. Ashton was probably with the Colossal family's knights in the Balder Mountains. That's likely when the connection between the Colossal and Ignat families started." The girl's brother was the boy who had acted tough in front of adventurers on a suspension bridge during the Balder Mountains incident. He'd spoken to an adventurer who helped him and later made that adventurer his knight. Viscount Colossal has always maintained neutrality, but if they were to shift factions, it'd clearly be toward the Imperial faction, she concluded. The boy slumped, unable to argue against her airtight logic. Unaware of the conversation behind her, Fiona quickened her pace, though she tried to keep it composed, and headed toward the courtyard behind the school building. As she stepped outside, her gaze fell on the large tree where she'd reunited with Ren, and she smiled softly. Over a year had passed since then. Now, with him by her side, she felt a quiet happiness, her steps turning into a near run. Soon, she heard Ren's voice mingled with other boys. Not wanting to interrupt, Fiona paused, leaning against a nearby tree to wait for their conversation to end. One by one, 4 boys emerged from the courtyard, each startled by Fiona's presence. They offered quick bows before hurrying off. "Is it safe now?" Fiona murmured, stepping forward. Ren had shed his uniform jacket, rolling up his shirt sleeves and unbuttoning a few extra buttons for a casual look. "Oh, Lady Fiona. Sorry, I must look improper," he said, flustered. "And no, don't worry, I'm the one who showed up unannounced." Fiona replied, momentarily surprised by his rare appearance but quickly regaining her composure as she approached. "Were you training?" "Something like that. Ever since I sparred with Lady Licia in swordsmanship class, some guys have been asking me to teach them imperial sword techniques." With the Lion King Festival's representative selection approaching, several boys had sought Ren's guidance. He had no reason to refuse and occasionally agreed to help during his free time. Unconsciously, he also saw the benefit of building connections with nobles among them. "That explains why so many were here," Fiona said, her voice warm with pride as if Ren's popularity were her own achievement. Smiling, she sat beside him on the grass, hugging her knees. "By the way, Lady Fiona, why are you here?" "Oh right, actually." Fiona's explanation turned to the matter of the vacant room Radius and Myri had mentioned. Ren, Licia, and Fiona had visited the academy on a holiday to clean it. Though Radius and Myri had planned to help, their schedules didn't align. Even if they had, Licia and Fiona, mindful of their positions, would likely have declined their assistance. The room they were cleaning had a door leading to the back of the library. Ren, carrying out dusty books and wooden crates, wiped sweat from his brow and gazed at the cloudless blue sky, exhaling deeply. Turning to Licia inside the room, he called out, "Lady Licia, got a moment?" "Yes, what's up?" Licia, diligently sweeping with a broom, poked her head out. "About us no longer attending swordsmanship class. Did Lady Riohold say anything?" "Oh that," she was yelling. "Why, oh why ye?" Licia mimicked Sarah's dramatic outburst but added, she understood the situation though. After that she just nodded and said, "Well, it can't be helped." "I can picture that perfectly. Oh, Krenoa," Ren said, noticing Krenoa approaching in casual clothes. Her simple outfit, a long skirt paired with a knit sweater, radiated an effortless elegance. Licia, curious, asked, "Lady Krenoa, What brings you here? I thought I'd lend a hand, Krenoa replied cheerfully. And no, please don't trouble yourself. We can handle the cleaning, Licia protested. It's fine, really. I'm the one who asked you to help as part of the organizing committee, after all. Krenoa drew the wand tucked into her skirt's belt and gave it a light wave. The dust clinging to Ren and Licia's clothes vanished instantly. That's a neat spell, Ren remarked. The trick's simple, it's just wind magic. I'm just controlling it very precisely, Krenoa explained. That just was no small feat, but her casual mastery was quintessentially Krenoa. As they spoke, Fiona emerged from the room, noticing Krenoa. Oh! Setting down a dusty wooden crate, she watched as Krenoa waved her wand again, clearing the dust. Thank you, Fiona said, stepping forward. I came to help, Krenoa said with a grin. My goodness, is it really okay for the academy head to help with cleaning? Fiona asked. Why not? Besides, it's my first full day off in 2 months. I want to enjoy it, Krenoa replied. Ren tilted his head. If it's a rare day off, wouldn't you rather rest at home? Ren, you only say that because you don't know how I spend my days off. Krenoa's eyes grew distant, a faint self-mocking smile on her lips. The light seemed to fade from her gaze. You've never planned to relax on a rare day off, only to find yourself still in bed when the day's over, or come back from shopping so drained you lose all motivation, have you? Ren averted his gaze, but Krenoa stepped into his line of sight, her fairy-like smile gleaming. Have you? She pressed, an odd pressure in her words. With 4 of us will finish in no time, right? Ren said quickly, earning a delighted yay from Krenoa. Licia and Fiona chuckled, while Ren cleared his throat dramatically. Actually, this might be perfect timing. Huh, because I'm here? Krenoa asked. Exactly. We've found a lot of items we're not sure how to handle. It'd be great if you could check them for us. Leave it to me. I'm the academy head, so I know what can be tossed and what can't, Krenoa declared confidently. It was an obvious expectation, but no one pointed it out. She seemed genuinely excited to spend her rare day off with them, and no one wanted to dim her enthusiasm or risk draining the light from her eyes again. Absolutely not. For example, this, Ren said, holding up an item. Oh, that's still here. It's a magic tool used for the Academy Festival about 5 years ago. It creates a misty haze, I think, Krenoa said. And this one? Ren asked, showing another. That's nostalgic. A student custom ordered it years ago. When you infuse it with magic, it floats and glows faintly for a bit, Krenoa explained. Ren, Licia, and Fiona exchanged wry smiles. What were these 2 tools used for? Ren asked. For something called the Undead House. It was a haunted attraction to scare guests. It was so popular, some people even cried, Krenoa said proudly. Learning the bizarre purpose of the tools, the 3 nodded with unreadable expressions. Ren began sorting items to discard, packing them into crates or tying them with hemp rope for easier transport to the Academy's designated dump site. Carrying as much as he could, he said, I'll be right back, and headed off. A few minutes later, as Ren dumped the trash, the sharp clang of metal clashing rang in his ears, accompanied by a palpable intensity. Boys' voices followed, familiar ones. Pausing, Ren turned toward the sound. In a nearby clearing, 2 boys sparred, one with a sword, the other with a shield. Vane and Kai. Ren thought, mentally correcting himself for dropping Kai's honorific, but excusing it as an internal slip. Vane noticed Ren and paused, lowering his sword to wave. Kai, who'd been matching him with a great shield, lowered it as well. Ren, what are you doing at the academy on a day off? Vane called. Ren couldn't ignore them and approached. Just had some things to take care of. What about you, Vane? Why are you training here? Well, Vane began, then remembered Kai. Let me introduce you. This is Kai Leonard, my senior. Hey, I've heard about you, Ashton. Nice to meet ya, Kai said, extending a hand. Ren shook it, feeling Kai's firm grip. So, about me and Vane, Kai started. He explained that he'd invited Vane to spar, wanting to cross swords with him. They'd planned this for the Academy's day off. Kai-senpai's way too strong. I can't even touch him, Vane admitted. Well, he's from a night house. It's no surprise you can't keep up, Ren said. I know, but I don't want to lose, Vane protested. I get the feeling, but Ren trailed off. Kai was a year older and renowned for his strength. In the legend of the 7 heroes, he was the man who protected his party with unmatched endurance, strength, and a great shield. Hey, Ashton, Kai said, grinning. Kai's attention shifted to Ren. I heard about your swordsmanship class performance. Even among us second years, plenty of guys are curious about how strong you really are. Sarah herself said you're impressive, and you're supposedly stronger than the Colossal family saintess, right? I wouldn't know. I haven't thought about it much, Ren replied modestly. Is that so? Kai said, his curiosity piqued. Well, since we've crossed paths like this, how about joining us for a spar? Let's break a sweat together. As he spoke, Kai swung one arm in a wide circle, the great shield strapped to his other arm gleaming. But Ren declined firmly. I'll pass. Kai staggered dramatically, as if straight out of a comedic play. What? Why not? I'm actually at the academy because I have things to do. Things you here to spar with someone else? Kai asked, misunderstanding. Not at all, Ren said with a wry smile. He recalled Kai's reputation as a bit of a musclehead, yet his exceptional combat sense was undeniable, a trait befitting someone from a night house. Keeping his expression polite, Ren explained, I'm part of the Lion King Festival's organizing committee. I came to clean a room we'll be using for activities. Kai's jaw dropped, clearly not expecting that answer, but within seconds he bowed deeply. Thanks for that. If you're helping with the committee, I owe you one. But wait, does that mean you're not entering the representative selection? That's right, I've got other responsibilities besides the committee. Man, that's a shame. I was looking forward to facing a strong guy like you. Kai groaned. Kai-senpai, thanks to him, we get a shot at the martial tournament selection, Vane pointed out. I know, like I said, I'm grateful for the committee's work, Kai said hurriedly, trying to recover. Fine, I'll let it go for now. But after the Lion King Festival, you better spar with me. Ren nodded, mentioning he was heading back to the library's vacant room. Just before he left, Kai called out, sorry for keeping you when you're busy. Catch you later. With a wide grin, Kai waved vigorously as Ren turned to leave. Ren glanced back, returning a small wave before heading to the small room near the library. Outside the room, he saw the three girls still hard at work cleaning. Joining them, Ren resumed the task. By the time the sun began to dip, they were nearly done. The end was in sight. Krenoa, what should we do with these old books? Ren asked, pointing to a crate stuffed with dusty tomes. Hold on, I'll check, Krenoa replied, hurrying over. She picked up a book, waving her wand to clear the dust. This is an old bestiary. These get replaced once any information becomes outdated. But isn't it a waste to just store them away? Ren asked. I think so too. But with things like bestiaries, new editions come out, and we have to swap them immediately to avoid teaching students outdated info. That's why I've been stashing them in storage, Krenoa explained. So, they're not completely obsolete then. Exactly. These cover older monsters, so the info rarely changes. Finding errors would be harder than using the data. Then we could leave them in this room, right? Yup. The shelves are clean now, so let's line them up. You guys can read them in your spare time? Krenoa said, sending a gust of wind through the crate to clear more dust. Ren carried the cleaned books inside, arranging them on the shelves. As he placed the final one, his eyes caught the title, reading it silently. Monsters of the Demon King's Army. Intrigued, he decided to read it later. After another 30 minutes, they finally finished cleaning. Great job, you three. Let me treat you to a meal sometime, Krenoa said cheerfully. The trio stretched, savoring the moment of rest. Though Krenoa's magic made dusting easy, they'd still worked up a sweat. Licia and Fiona mentioned wanting to shower, and Ren decided to do the same. They headed to the school's shower rooms. On the way, Licia spoke up. By the way, Krenoa, there's no extracurricular training this year, right? Not just this year. We haven't had it since the Baldur Mountains incident, Krenoa replied. She explained that the extracurricular training involved first-year special class students heading to a forest, similar to the final exam before enrollment. But for the reasons she mentioned, it hadn't been held recently. Even if it had, it likely wouldn't have played out as Ren might imagine. And Yelkwuk's gone, too, Ren muttered, referring to the beast tamer who attacked the Ashton family's village. That attack was supposed to coincide with the extracurricular training. Yelkwuk, why bring him up suddenly? Licia asked, tilting her head at Ren's murmur. Ren waved his hands hastily. And no, nothing. Hearing about the forest just reminded me of the past. We were always trekking through forests back then, weren't we? Licia giggled. Yet, things had diverged significantly. Ren quietly smiled, realizing how much he'd altered the course of events from the legend of the 7 heroes. After showering, on the way home, Licia walked beside Ren. Hey, still got energy. Of course. Why? Want to stop by the Lion Holy Church? Ren nodded without hesitation. I've got enough stamina to swing a sword for a couple more hours. Instead of taking the magic train to Arendelle, they boarded one heading to the government district. At this hour, the trains were crowded. Licia felt a quiet joy as Ren stood protectively close without a word, her lips curving into a soft smile. Swaying with the train, she glanced up at him. He looked back, puzzled. Something wrong with me? Nope, just the usual Ren, she said with a playful laugh, turning to the window. By the time they reached the government district, the sky had darkened further. So, what's the High Commander like? Licia asked. It's hard to describe. She's like the embodiment of rigid sword techniques, fierce yet upright, Ren said. Esther wasn't just strong, she carried the dignity befitting a high commander. I should probably greet her formally, right? Licia mused. I think so, but she seems incredibly busy. True, but she has free days like today, a voice interjected. No way, the Lion Holy Church's high commander can't possibly, Ren started, but stopped. Licia froze too. They exchanged glances, tilting their heads in disbelief before turning toward the voice. Commendable intent. Greetings are fundamental, said Esther Oslo's Drake, standing with her military uniform fluttering in the night breeze. But save the formalities for nobles. Oh, the saintess is a noble, isn't she? No matter. I dislike stiffness. Treat me as you would anyone else, and only my subordinates call me High Commander. Use the grand name my parents gave me. As if her presence were perfectly natural, Esther spoke with authority. Another voice followed. Commander. You vanished so suddenly. Oh, it's you too. A female knight from the Lion Holy Church appeared, someone Licia often sparred with and Ren frequently spoke to. She carried 2 large paper bags, steam rising faintly from their openings. Deliver those to the others. I'll take our share, Esther ordered. Understood, and you, Commander. I want to talk with these two. I'm tired of paperwork, no more for today. Yes, I'll handle the clerks, the knight said, exasperated before leaving. Esther took 3 round, paper-wrapped items from the bags, their sweet aroma wafting stronger. Here, she said, handing one each to Ren and Licia, keeping the last for herself. She began walking, leading them into the Lion Holy Church's grounds, not to the grand temple-like building they usually visited, but to a garden with fountains. Esther sat on the fountain's edge, her hair and cloak swaying in the breeze, exuding an air of command. My favorite treat, it soothes a weary body. She explained it was a gift for her subordinates. I often buy these for the church's knights and clerks. Some don't like sweets, so I don't force it but leave them in the corridor, and they're gone quick. Good stuff. Ren and Licia, not wanting to seem rude, unwrapped theirs. A soft, fluffy bun appeared. Esther chuckled. A grown woman leading the Lion Holy Church buying sweets for her people. She bit into hers. Ren and Licia followed, warm cream spilling out. Licia exhaled, delicious, then realized, is this from that shop on the main street? You know it, Esther asked. Sarah mentioned it. I was curious, so I thought it might be. Oh, makes sense, Esther said. Finishing her bun, Licia straightened. The sudden encounter and Esther's commanding presence had delayed introductions. My apologies for the delay. I'm Licia Classel. I know, and as you likely know, I'm Esther Oslo's Drake. His Majesty entrusted me with several territories, and I hold the rank of Countess, Esther said, continuing. You're without an escort, Licia. Yes. The imperial capital is safe, and I have Ren with me. Right, Ren's already at sword master level at his age. I recall him overwhelming my beloved subordinates recently. My apologies for that, Ren said. Apologies. I interrupted your morning training, and if my knights couldn't handle you, that's their weakness, Esther said bluntly. Indeed, upon returning, Esther had been shocked. Not only had she not expected the knights guarding the church in her absence to be so lax, but she was even more surprised by how much they'd been spurred to improve, thanks to 2 young talents. Keep sparring with them. They'll appreciate it, she added. The 3 continued talking, with Esther particularly curious about Radius during her absence, probing Ren about their first meeting. They also discussed Ren and Licia's swordsmanship. You two train with Edgar sometimes, don't you? Esther asked. Yes, but Edgarson's been busy lately, so I haven't seen him much. You know him, don't you? Ren said. As fellow rigid sword users, we've met a few times at the church, Esther confirmed. However, she had little direct interaction with Edgar's master, Ulysses. Though Ulysses once handled military duties, they were never in the same department. Their paths crossed only briefly in meetings, both too busy for more. Though Ren and Licia had come to train, they became engrossed in conversation with Esther. After an hour and some minutes, she finally said, "It's time you headed home." "Thank you for today, Lady Esther," Ren said. Licia echoed, bowing, "Yes, thank you." "Get home safely," Esther replied, remaining seated as she watched them go. Even as their figures grew smaller, she kept her gaze fixed, narrowing her eyes. "Now what to do?" she murmured to the night breeze, her voice soft yet resolute, directed at Ren's retreating back. Chapter 5, Early Summer School Life. As the organizing committee's work ramped up, the tasks included coordinating representative students for each event and collaborating with faculty to prepare for the selection process for competitive events. Days passed steadily with these responsibilities. Within the academy, as the Lion King Festival's representative selection in early July approached, a mix of tension and excitement began to ripple among the students. "Hey, how many representatives are there for the martial tournament again?" "4, right? Up to 4 per school, regardless of year, if I remember correctly." As Ren walked through the corridor during lunch break, snippets of such conversations reached his ears from all directions. Didn't the school that won last time get 1 extra slot, making it 3 normally? Leaning against a window frame, Ren mulled this over silently. The martial tournament at the Lion King Festival had been dominated by the Imperial Military Academy for decades, a natural outcome for a prestigious institution renowned even beyond the Empire's borders. Losing was unthinkable, it was almost a duty to win. While Ren gazed out the window, savoring the calm moment, a voice called out beside him. "Yo, Ashton." Turning, Ren saw Kai Leonard in a casual outfit. Though slightly startled by the sudden greeting, Ren kept his composure. "Leonard-senpai." "Yup, spotted you and thought I'd say hi. What are you doing in a place like this?" "Just soaking up some sun after lunch, recharging a bit," Ren replied leisurely. Hearing this, Kai glanced out the window, letting out a yawn as if drawn by the sunlight. "Selection's starting soon, but since you and the Saintess aren't competing, I'm stuck looking forward to facing Vane or some other school's students in the main event." "Isn't the academy's selection process exciting enough?" Ren asked. "Well, I am the heir of a night house, after all," Kai said, hesitating before giving a wry smile. He hadn't meant to downplay his peers, but as a member of the Leonard family, one of the 7 great night houses, he carried a sense of pride and duty. Losing to peers his age was simply unacceptable. "By the way," Kai continued, "you know there's another night house member in our second-year special class, right?" Ren nodded, assuming he meant the second-year special class. "The girl, right? The one who's really fond of Vane." "Yup, she's strong, really strong. Give her a bow and even I'd struggle to get close. But still, I'd rather clash with sword and shield," Kai said, his tone wistful. The representative selection process varied by event, but generally involved multiple stages, culminating in a round-robin point system where the top scorers became representatives. Ren could easily imagine Vane, Sarah, and Kai securing spots, and he was certain they would. "Selection and the main event give you plenty of chances to fight, don't they?" Ren said. "Don't be so cold," Kai groaned. "Huh. I'm always itching to fight strong opponents. Oh crap, I gotta prep for my next class. Can't afford another failing grade. Catch you later." Ren watched Kai slump off, then noticed 2 familiar figures outside the window. Vane and Sarah, heading energetically toward the training grounds, likely for swordsmanship class since Ren and Licia weren't participating. They were clearly fired up for the selection. Ren lifted his elbows from the window frame, stretched lightly, and started walking. Licia had said she'd join him later, so he headed to the library alone. "Renkun." Fiona's voice stopped him as she descended from the upper floor. They met on the landing. "Heading to the library too, Lady Fiona." "Yes, that's right." Before moving, Ren added, "I'm going there myself. Want to walk together?" "Why, yes. I'd love to." Fiona's voice bubbled with excitement, thrilled by his invitation. As they walked, some students cast glances their way. Fiona, already a standout before Ren's enrollment, seemed even more radiant beside a specific boy, drawing attention from both boys and girls. Neither Ren nor Fiona noticed the stares, though Ren picked up on her light, cheerful steps. "You seem happy. Something good happen?" he asked. "Oh, yes, it's still happening," she replied. "Still happening?" "Yes, it's ongoing." Her boldness caught her off guard, but Ren's reaction was underwhelming. He tilted his head, not realizing he was part of her good thing. Fiona, undeterred, looked up at him with a delighted smile. "And now it's gotten even better," she said, her voice light and melodic. After school, in the recently cleaned room, Radius addressed the group. "These are for you, from the academy." He gestured to a small wooden box on the table containing armbands. He instructed each person to take one. Though the armbands didn't boldly proclaim organizing committee, they were meant for committee members to wear. The four began attaching the armbands to their uniforms as Radius continued. "During committee activities, we're required to wear these. They weren't needed until now, but with the selection process starting, they're mandatory." Ren murmured, "Got it," as he fastened his armband. Catching his reflection in the window, he noted how it changed his vibe. "It really makes me feel like part of the committee," he said. "I agree," Radius replied. "You've helped with preparations before, but today marks the real start. Let's divide the work." Radius had already assigned tasks. "Mayuri and I will handle the selection process, working with the academy on paperwork and organizing updates. You three, please sort information needed for upcoming event selections and review documents for when we return." "What about the committee room the academy set up?" Licia asked, referring to a different room from the one in the library's back. "I've entrusted that to Mayuri. Any other questions?" With none raised, Radius and Mayuri left. The large table in the room was piled with documents. As the three began dividing the work, the lively sounds of the selection process drifted in from outside. Section, amid increasingly hectic after-school days, Ren and Radius were assigned to patrol together one evening. "What do we do on patrol?" Ren asked. "Sometimes students get too heated," Radius explained. "In those cases, we may need to intervene." As they walked the academy grounds at dusk, Radius spoke again. "By the way, whenever I leave the capital for official duties, a rigid sword user is always by my side. Now, as a student, I find it curious to have one beside me. What do you think?" Ren shrugged. "Not much to think, it's just a coincidence I'm a rigid sword user. I'm counting on you. If any students get too carried away, I'll need you to step in." "And how exactly do I stop them?" "The academy says, if necessary, you can use force to quiet them," Radius replied. Some students vying for martial tournament spots could get into fights. If words failed and they wouldn't calm down, a degree of force was permitted. Ren gave a wry smile. "That's more heavy-handed than I expected." "You thought it'd be all muscle, didn't you?" Radius teased, reading Ren's mind. "Yeah, pretty much." Radius chuckled. "I feel the same, but if students go too far, we have no choice." "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," Ren said. "Agreed." Their patrol led them to the schoolyard, where Ren noticed something. Oh. A crowd had gathered at one corner, where the martial tournament's representative selection was underway. The onlookers' cheers filled the air. "Want to get a closer look?" Radius asked. "Nah, I can see fine from here," Ren replied. From a distance, they saw Vane defeat an upperclassman with his sword, earning a victory. Nearby, Sarah and Kai watched, smiling and clapping for Vane. Ren sat on a bench, and Radius joined him. When does Vane awaken, anyway? The thought tied to Ren's many divergences from the legend of the 7 heroes. With Fiona alive, Marquis Ignat's rampage was nearly impossible. As far as remnants were reduced to the horn Ren had brought, making revival unlikely. The Baldur Mountains incident, where Vane's awakening might have occurred, clearly wouldn't happen. The Lion King festival's another chance, I guess. He'll awaken somewhere. Ren hadn't intentionally stolen Vane's moment, so he didn't dwell on it. Watching the selection, Radius glanced at him. "You don't seem like you're itching to join them." "Huh, what do you mean?" "You look like you're enjoying yourself, but not like you want to compete. It's curious." "Oh," Ren said, leaning back on the bench, one elbow propped casually. "Isn't this just fun?" Being on the sidelines, patrolling as part of the festival committee. Watching everyone else give their all while knowing we've got paperwork waiting, it's kinda nice. Radius, contrastingly serious, crossed his arms, glancing at Ren as if piecing together his thoughts. No fitting words came to mind. Look, Ren continued, under this crimson sky, everyone's buzzing with energy. Even the teachers are watching from the school windows. True, but we're not directly part of the festival, Radius pointed out. That's what makes it great. Staying late to work, doing things no one else can, we're in a unique spot. Radius surveyed the scene. The vibrant students under the crimson sky, the lively atmosphere spilling from the school windows. This is my first time doing behind-the-scenes work, he admitted. And, what do you think? Radius leaned back, uncharacteristically relaxed, crossing his legs. His refined air and striking features exuded a masculine charm. Not bad, he said, flashing a boyish grin. Ren mirrored his smile, sharing the moment. As Ren and Radius took a brief break, a frantic voice interrupted them. Excuse me. A female student rushed toward them, her urgency prompting Ren and Radius to immediately ask what was wrong. Still catching her breath, she explained, there's a fight breaking out at the training grounds. I was going to get the teachers, but I saw you two on the way. The training grounds are where students are preparing for the martial tournament selection, Radius noted. As they rose from the bench, Mayuri appeared, seemingly on an errand of her own. Your Highness, I needed to consult you about Naya. What's going on? Ren, sensing there wasn't time for lengthy explanations, turned to Radius. I'll handle it. Can you take care of things here? Will you be all right alone? Radius asked. Probably. A teacher should show up soon anyway. Ren dashed off, the academy's atmosphere tinged with an unusual tension. The training grounds, typically used for swordsmanship classes, were now a preparation area for martial tournament candidates, their large doors left wide open. What did you say? Yeah, you've got some nerve telling us to apologize. What? You're the ones who started it. Ren sighed as he peered inside, spotting a group of students arguing heatedly in one corner. Approaching the commotion, he drew the attention of onlookers, not just for his role as a committee member, but for being Ren himself. What's going on? He asked calmly. The arguing students initially seemed unwilling to respond, only glancing at him when they noticed the armband on his sleeve. They're picking a fight with us for no reason, one student claimed. Yeah, they're saying we bumped into them on purpose, another added. I see, and you folks, Ren prompted the other side. Their tossed gear hit my bag, a student retorted. It's got my selection equipment inside, so of course I'd complain. My friend here saw it too. He's right, they clearly threw it at us, the friend confirmed. Both groups grew increasingly agitated, their anger teetering on the verge of physical confrontation. As upperclassmen, their passion for the Lion King festival likely burned stronger than that of first years. You bumped into us from behind first, one student accused, pointing at the gear throwers. We said sorry, the accused shot back. Look around, the training grounds are packed with people and stuff. Someone pushed me, and I bumped into you. Ren, listening to the escalating argument, internally dismissed it as petty, but stayed focused on his duty. The tension snapped as one side crossed a line. You're just sore because you lost in the prelims, so you're picking a fight. What, if you're gonna go that far? Both sides grabbed training weapons, blunted for safety, but their composure was gone. Ren loosened his tie slightly, his expression calm yet resolute. Spotting a training sword at a nearby student's waist, he said, I'll borrow this, and drew it without waiting for a reply. He moved the instant, both sides began to raise their swords, intervening before they could swing. Just as their blades lifted past their waists. What was that? Clang, two swords clattered to the ground. Ren's strike had been so swift that no one could discern when he'd moved. Spectators knew he'd done something, but that was all. The fact remained. A first-year prodigy had effortlessly subdued upperclassmen without revealing his full strength. Going further won't make anyone happy, Ren said evenly, standing between them. He returned the borrowed sword to its owner. The silenced students fell quiet, and Ren exhaled, the faint pressure he'd exuded vanishing as if it had never been. I think this was just a series of unfortunate accidents. Please, calm down, he continued. Why, yeah. Maybe you're right. The representatives from both sides mumbled apologies to each other in hushed tones. Ren wondered if his approach had been too forceful. Perhaps Radius could have resolved it with words alone. He gave a self-deprecating smile. Deciding to stay until the instructors arrived, Ren glanced toward the entrance. At that moment, a gentle bell chime echoed through the training grounds. That sound. Ren recognized the bell, suspecting its source. The chime further diffused the students' anger. As instructors arrived and approached Ren, one noticed the swords on the ground. What kind of fight was this? I stopped it before it escalated, Ren replied. Even if they'd raised their swords, they might have just been posturing. It was mostly a verbal dispute. HMPH, being considerate of upperclassmen because of the biennial festival. Ren tilted his head, feigning ignorance. The instructor, understanding his intent, didn't press further. I'm heading out. Contact me if anything comes up, Ren said. Got it. Good work, committee member. As Ren turned to leave, one of the previously heated students approached, looking sheepish and about to thank him for intervening. I get that the festival gets everyone fired up, Ren preempted with a wry smile. Just be careful, all right. His tone carried an unspoken warning. There won't be a next time. The second-year student, feeling a chilling pressure despite Ren's lack of a weapon, muttered, sorry, and watched him go without another word. Outside, Ren let the cool evening air wash over him, the chill soothing the lingering heat from the confrontation. As he relaxed, a voice called out behind him. Wow, I come because a friend called and I'm shocked. A girl's voice, laced with excitement, reached him. The rumored first-year stopping upperclassmen and not even affected by my magic tool. What's the deal? Just a coincidence, maybe? Ren replied without turning. So you doubt the power of my magic tool, huh, Ashton-kun? Not at all. I'd never question the quality of a tool made by the Altia family's young lady. That bell sound, it calms people, right? Big win, as expected of the top student, Ashton-kun. Ren turned to face the voice's owner. Standing near the training grounds entrance was a petite girl with a curvy figure. She wore a large hooded jacket over her uniform, her belt adorned with test tubes and tools. Lively and adorable, she resembled a small animal. By the way, this is our first time talking, right? Ren said. Yup. But Nem knows all about you, Ashton-kun. You're the top student, always chatting with Licia-chan and Sarah-chan, and Vane-kun too. Her name was Nem Altia, from the Altia family, descendants of one of the 7 heroes, known for designing Erendel's grand clock tower and managing guild card data. Nem, as a hero's heir, was a highly skilled magic tool artisan, serving as a support member in Vane's party. How'd you do it? Not being affected by my magic tool is so weird. You said it yourself, Ren replied. Meh. The bell calms people, right? I said it was a coincidence, but thinking about it, I was calm from the start. So, you didn't need calming, so it didn't work. Exactly. That's the only explanation. Nem tilted her head, murmuring, I guess. Ren didn't elaborate further, keeping the conversation brief. While he was mindful of her status as a Night House member, his main concern was the unfinished committee work awaiting him. Well, I'll be going, he said, stepping past Nem. Weird. Even if it didn't affect him, he was giving off some intense vibes, Nem muttered, watching him leave. Section. As the committee work continued, selections for events like the oratory competition wrapped up. The hectic lunch breaks spent working began to ease. The martial tournament selections were ongoing but progressing smoothly. Nearly 2 weeks after selections started taking place after school, Ren, skipping swordsmanship class, used his free time productively by heading to the committee's small room. His bag was stuffed with assignments from various subjects. Fiona was alone in the room, working on her own assignments. Radius and Myri were absent, having taken leave for official duties. However, Radius and Myri were expected to join them after school for committee work. Mind if I study here too? Ren asked. As if I'd ever say no, Fiona replied with a playful tone. Ren took the seat across from her. The table was already covered with Fiona's textbooks, alongside committee documents they regularly used. Oh, where's Lady Licia? Fiona asked. Lady Licia is attending to official duties in Arendelle, so she's absent today. By the way, Radius is also away for duties. I heard he's taking a magic airship for a day trip somewhere far, Ren explained. So, Myri-san too, then? Yes, that's right. Ren nodded calmly, but Fiona fell silent, blinking rapidly. As Ren reached for his assignments, she stared at him, her cheeks flushing. To hide her face, she abruptly stood. "I'll open the window," she said, turning away. At the window, she whispered to herself, "Just me and Ren-kun?" Her heart raced, the realization hitting her. At the same time, she rallied herself. She was 2 years older, a marquis's daughter, and couldn't afford to be a flustered girl. "I'm fine now," she said, her face cooling as she turned back. Ren had risen and was brewing tea using the room's equipment. "Would you like some, Lady Fiona?" "Please, I'm really looking forward to the tea you make, Ren-kun," she said eagerly. Fiona offered to help, but Ren had nearly finished preparations, leaving little for her to do. Minutes later, he set a teacup before her, its aroma delightful and its taste impeccable, free of any unwanted bitterness, surpassing even her improved brewing skills from their Baldur Mountains days. Ren began back in his seat. Fiona, savoring the tea happily, looked up. "What's wrong?" "I'm stuck on an assignment. Could you help me with it?" Her face lit up with joy at being relied upon. "Yes, I'd be happy to," she said, nodding with a radiant smile. Her necklace swayed, catching Ren's eye, not the anti-demon charm from the Baldur Mountains, but one with a star agate charm he'd given her. Embarrassed, he said, "I'm glad you're cherishing it, but was it okay not to have it polished?" The star agate, nearly unrefined, seemed rustic for a marquis's daughter. But Fiona smiled warmly. "I love it just like this." Her sincerity silenced any further comment from Ren, and her eagerness to help shifted the topic back. "Where are you stuck?" She leaned slightly over the table, closing the distance. "It's an alchemy assignment. I don't get why this reagent is used." "Let's see, it's tricky because of the calculations with other materials. This formula shows why it's needed," Fiona explained, her pen gliding across a notebook in neat, rounded handwriting. "How's that?" Ren's strained smile showed he hadn't fully grasped it. Fiona laughed softly, not mocking him but feeling apologetic. She stood, moving to the seat beside him. "Let's go over this calculation first." She wrote again, explaining more carefully from a different angle. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she stole a glance at Ren's focused profile, her cheeks threatening to flush again. "And that's how it works," she finished. Ren turned, their proximity making her hair's floral scent waft gently. "Thank you, I finally get it." "Good," she said, relieved, before returning to her seat, leaving the sweet fragrance behind. Staying beside him any longer risked another blush. She was at her limit. Yet her racing heart was beyond her control. Hours passed as they tackled assignments. Needing a break, Ren stood and approached the open window, where a breeze reminded him of cleaning the room. His thoughts drifted to a book on the shelf. He walked to the bookcase, retrieving the volume he'd shelved days ago. Sitting back down, he opened Monsters of the Demon King's Army. All unfamiliar monsters. The vivid illustrations depicted creatures he'd never seen, most extinct in modern times, felled by Hero Ruin's party and various nations' resistance. Some entries described monsters from the Demon Continent, home to the Demon King's castle. Ren's fingers paused on a page, captivated by an image of a monster stalking a desolate battlefield. Fiona peeked over his shoulder. "A bestiary. I've been curious about it since we cleaned." This monster was apparently a general in the Demon King's army. The illustration showed a 5-meter-tall suit of black armor, adorned with gold, exuding menace. 4 arms, each wielding a massive sword, draped with a tattered blue cloth over one shoulder. No flesh filled the armor, only dense magical energy, with a magic stone floating within. "There's too little info to rank it," Ren noted. Fiona read aloud. "It grew stronger after pledging loyalty to the Demon King. Before that, it was called the Sword Demon." Ren continued, "It's classified as a dragon species. It doesn't look draconic, but an organ near the magic stone resembles those of dragons. Classification was arbitrary, especially for rare monsters, likely based on physical traits. Its vitality was highlighted, and multiple such creatures reportedly existed, underscoring the Demon King's army's terror. The 7 heroes had defeated one on the Demon Continent." Ren closed the book and returned it to the shelf. Fiona spoke up. "What are you doing during the next holiday, Ren-kun?" With the Lion King Festival's selections keeping them busy, the Academy would close for a routine holiday the following week. "No plans yet. Lady Licia seems tied up with colossal family duties almost daily, though. What about you, Lady Fiona?" Haha, I'm in the same boat as Lady Licia. She'd hoped to invite Ren shopping, but duties made it impossible. Her voice dipped briefly before brightening. Oh, right, Father asked me to give you this letter. She handed Ren an envelope from her bag. Seeing it was from Ulysses, he opened it immediately. The letter invited him to visit the blacksmith district the following week. Maybe about new armor? Ren thought. Ulysses had specified meeting in the capital that evening. Section. On the holiday evening, Ren walked through the capital with Ulysses. No escorts needed? Ren asked. With you here, half joking, but they're probably hiding somewhere, Ulysses replied. Thought so. By the way, my comment meant I'd be fine without hidden escorts with you around. Did that come through? Give me a break, Ren said, exasperated. Ulysses chuckled triumphantly. How's committee work? It's fun. I wasn't planning to get involved, but I'm glad to be part of the festival this way. Ulysses listened with interest, smiling. Your stories remind me of when I was on the committee. What? Why the surprise? I'm just shocked you were a committee member, Ulysses Sama. Didn't you compete in the oratory contest or something? Once, but the committee was more enjoyable. How so? Oh, watching my noble peers, seeing how they acted when fired up. It sparked a thrill akin to pleasure. Wow, Ren said, pulling back slightly. Ulysses, amused by Ren's candid reaction, grinned wider. Now, your reactions are the most fun. Does this guy ever lose his cool? Ren wondered silently. By the way, do you know why I called you today? Ulysses asked. I figured it's about armor made from Asfar's horn. Correct, it's nearly finished, so I reached out last week. Ren's face lit up with anticipation, a rare boyish expression. Ulysses, catching this glimpse of Ren's youth, wore a gentle smile, devoid of the sharpness that had once brought nobles to tears. The capital's festive buzz, heightened by the approaching Lion King festival, filled the air. Arriving at Welrich's workshop, they were greeted by the blacksmith. Been waiting for ya, Welrich said, emerging with a grin, though he looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes and a sluggish gait. Stepping into the cluttered workshop, Ren's eyes landed on a round wooden table at the center, where an item, presumably Welrich's creation, rested. That the finished product? Ulysses asked. Yup, went with boots this time. Ren's feet won't grow much more, so they'll last. If there are any adjustments, it would be no problem to fix, Welrich boasted. Ulysses had supplied materials like thread, and Welrich had worked tirelessly since their arrival. The boots incorporated processed Asfar horn, reinforcing the heels, toes, and insteps with durable material, yet styled like leather shoes to match the academy uniform. Welrich, puffing out his chest, assured Ren they prioritized mobility. Trying them on, Ren confirmed, no pinching and they're super light. See, ain't I something, Welrich bragged. I've never doubted your skill, Ren replied. Oh, that's so, use 'em however you like. They won't stand out under your uniform. I made 'em adjustable, so grow all you want, kid. Thanks, Ren said, unsure how to respond to comments about his growth. When Welrich asked, wanna wear 'em home? Ren nodded, swapping his old shoes into a sack Welrich provided. Unlike the Flame King's gauntlet, these ain't got a name. That one's more special overall. So we good, Welrich said, swaying from exhaustion. I'm so damn tired from not sleepin', I'm about to pass out. Mid-thanks, Welrich collapsed onto the sooty floor, not a bed, snoring instantly. Looks like he was really worn out, Ulysses remarked. Yup, here we go, Ren said, preparing to handle the situation. Ren lifted Welrich and carried him to bed. Borrowing the key left on the round table, he locked the workshop door as they left. I locked it without thinking. What now? Ren asked. There's a cracked window pane over there, Ulysses said, pointing. Toss the key through. Though, with a broken window, security's already pointless. Ren had no retort. Didn't you need armor for your chest or such? Ulysses asked. My body's still growing, so I figured I'd wait until I'm more settled in size before getting major pieces, Ren explained. The same applied to the boots, but Welrich had deemed them less adjustment-heavy. The remaining materials would likely be used later. Maybe this'll make the Flame Demon sword easier to wield, Ren thought, recalling his early struggles with the Flame King's gauntlet. Deciding to test the boots during the holiday, he planned his next few days. The following morning, with no recent hunting trips, Ren saw a chance to try the boots. Oh, Ren-sama. As he headed to the entrance hall, Yun, an early-rising maid, called out. It's still before dawn. Where are you off to at this hour? I haven't left town lately, so I thought I'd get some fresh air. Also, there's a fruit only harvestable now that I want to pick. A fruit only available at this time. Yun tilted her head but, seeing Ren's haste, didn't press further and saw him off. Ren headed to the estate's stables, where Io, a horse once belonging to Yelkwek, stood among the knight's steeds. Now grown alongside Ren, Io's glossy chestnut coat shimmered. Spotting Ren, Io neighed softly, nuzzling him affectionately as Ren stroked its mane. Wanna go for a long ride? With Ren aboard, Io trotted happily, leaving the estate with the clatter of hooves. At the town's outer gate, a knight greeted him. Well, well, where to at this hour? Just the forest, need a change of pace, Ren replied. Sounds good, be careful. The knight waved him off without suspicion. An hour later, the sky's edge began to lighten. After another 10 minutes, Ren entered the forest, navigating a beast trail carefully to slow Io's pace. Soon, they reached a clearing the size of a modest house, not too vast, not too cramped. Dismounting, Ren let Io roam, gazing at the dawn sky before inspecting a nearby tree's fruit. The green berries turned vivid red as the sunrise spread. Timing it perfectly, Ren harvested them, stowing them in a sack. The fruit was a bonus, though a gift for the estate's residents. His true goal lay elsewhere. Already wearing the new boots, Ren fitted the Flame King's gauntlet and tied its straps. Come on, he said aloud, psyching himself up. A brass-colored sword adorned with intricate patterns materialized, the flame magic sword. Without the gauntlet, its summoning recoil had been overwhelming. Hoping the Svarhorn boots would further ease its use, Ren had left early to test them. As expected, no recoil at all, he confirmed. Io neighed indifferently, nibbling grass and flicking its tail once, uninterested. The sword summoned more smoothly than before. Pleased, Ren swung it lightly. Unlike the golden flames he'd conjured at the Grand Clock Tower, a faint red flame rippled briefly before vanishing. Swinging again while suppressing the flames, only the sword's afterimage remained. If I could master this sword and become a sword saint, I'd have no complaints, Ren mused. Even with his talent and effort, reaching sword saint status was daunting. Daily training was crucial, but Ren felt he needed more. He recalled his duel with Edgar, proving his sword master prowess during the secretive Grand Clock Tower incident involving Ulysses and Radius. Let me show you. The rigid sword of a magic wielder? Edgar had declared, wielding dual swords while unleashing ice blades, each as potent as a master's strike. Had Ren taken a hit, he'd have buckled instantly. A sword to show a sword saint. I won't hold back, Ren had replied, standing his ground. He'd countered Edgar's ice blades with clad sword strikes, but their number and speed overwhelmed him. Enduring several attacks was a feat in itself. Just when all thought he'd falter, Ren's resolve surged, his training sword wavering under his aura. Driven by instinct, he swung, stepping into a new realm. Panting, he'd triumphed, not just enduring but overpowering. His sword extinguished the ice blades before they reached him, nullifying their magic with Star Slayer, reducing them to mere water. To reach Sword Master so soon? Edgar had exclaimed. How's that? I held my own, Ren had gasped. That sensation lingered vividly, an exhilarating leap in power he couldn't forget. Staring at his empty palm, Ren fell silent. Though a single clash, Edgar's strength was undeniable. Star Slayer didn't negate all magic guaranteed. Had Edgar fought all out, the outcome might have differed, but Ren's focus lay elsewhere. I need to. He had to reach that realm, to grow stronger, as he'd sworn. To become a sword saint and open the doors barring his path, he'd try everything, beyond mere training. Yet he wondered if he was rushing. Perhaps he should focus on steady training, not chasing Edgar's prowess prematurely. Still, Edgar's words, the rigid sword of a magic wielder, haunted him. He yearned to feel that growth again. Gazing at the flame magic sword, Ren heard monster cries through the trees, likely drawn by the fruit's sweet scent in his sack. But their interest shifted to softer prey. If you don't attack, I won't either, Ren warned. Ignoring him, the lizard-like E-rank monsters, covered in brown scales, charged. Despite their low intelligence and strength, they used magic, raising earth to ease their path and encircling Ren with clods to hinder him. Ren sighed, swinging the flame demon sword, releasing flames to intimidate. He considered using Star Slayer to nullify their magic for added effect. Whether influenced by that thought, one monster stumbled as its raised earth path collapsed under a mere spark of Ren's flame, reverting to plain soil. It was minor, only one monster's footing faltered, the rest of the path intact. Blinking, Ren hadn't used a strong flame, yet the magic clearly lost effect. That flame. Startled, the monsters fled. Ren stared at his sword, replaying the moment. It wasn't a mistake. The faint flame had undeniably disrupted their magic, akin to Star Slayer. Like Edgar's ice blades, Ren's flame carried rigid sword strength. Recalling the fact, a faint shock coursed through Ren, the strain of heavy magic use. Despite the small effect's impracticality, blending Star Slayer with the Flame Demon Sword's power was taxing. Though far from a personal technique and currently useless, the discovery thrilled him. "Io, did you see that?" Io neighed lazily, grazing without glancing at him. Had it been like that the whole fight? "As fearless as ever," Ren muttered. He tried replicating the technique against new monsters, but failed each time, mentally noting the need for practice. The magic drain was intense, a dizziness he hadn't felt in ages. Despite his physical stamina, magic was another matter, consuming more than clad training at the Lion Holy Church. "Let's head back," he said, mounting Io. Exhausted but fixated on future training, Ren stopped by the Adventurers Guild to have hunted monsters appraised. As he waited, a familiar voice called out, "Ren, is that you?" After the appraisal, Ren left the counter and headed to the guild's dining area, spotting Esther's jovial expression as she downed drinks with a lavish breakfast, and Krenoa's wry smile beside her. "You were in Arendelle?" Ren asked. "Picked up Krenoa on my way back from work," Esther said. "I was discussing business with Viscount Colossal," Krenoa added. "Then Esther nabbed me on the main street. So Krenoa was the victim here. Want something to eat, Ren?" "My treat," Esther offered. "I'll take you up on that," Ren said, sitting. Krenoa, dressed elegantly as before, contrasted with Esther's cool style, shirt, black pants, and her coat draped over the chair. Her bold gulps from a massive mug were striking. "What are you doing out so early on a holiday, Ren?" Esther asked. "Had some things to do in the forest," he replied. "Hunting, eh? And thinking about what it takes to become a sword saint." Esther swigged her drink and tore into a large steak with gusto, her movements somehow retaining elegance, especially as she sliced the meat. "Ha! Struggle, young man. That's the only way to sword saint," she said. Krenoa chimed in, "Hey, Esther, when did you become a sword saint?" "Long ago, why?" Sharing that feeling might help Renkun. Suddenly sounding like a proper educator, Esther teased. "Not like I am one," Krenoa muttered. Esther ate another bite of steak as Ren's light meal arrived. "I became a sword saint as a mere general. During a mission with the Lion Holy Church, she'd nearly died. Leading a few subordinates, I fought desperately to ensure they survived. Her resolve paid off, completing the mission without losing anyone. That life-or-death struggle opened the door, the one before sword saint status. For me, it took that brink-of-death urgency. A thirst for life awakened something deep within." She continued, "You face life or death, Ren. Your trigger might be different. So what I need is a different catalyst. You're stronger than I was then. Training's vital, but try everything." "Wow, Esther's saying something sensible for once," Krenoa quipped. "Don't mock me." "You're the one who nudged me to guide him," Esther retorted. As the sword saint talk subsided, Ren noticed their camaraderie. "You two are close, huh?" "We've worked together a few times," Krenoa said. Nodding, Ren enjoyed their conversation. Esther ordered countless drinks but showed no signs of drunkenness, even grumbling she hadn't had enough. "I'll stop here. My husband says I drink too much," she said. "Krenoa-san," Ren muttered. "Haha, don't overthink it," Krenoa advised, knowing Esther's limits. Section. After a morning bath to shake off sleepiness, Licia roamed the estate. She hadn't seen Ren yet. Thinking a bath would freshen her up for a greeting, she dried her hair, but he was still nowhere in sight. "Hey, do you know where Ren is?" she asked Yun, passing by. "Ren-sama left before dawn," Yun replied. "What's he up to?" "The Lion Holy Church." "No, something about a fruit only available at that hour." "Fruit?" Neither fully understood, tilting their heads. Just then the entrance hall door opened. "Welcome back, Ren Dono." "Oh, is that the item?" Hearing Ren's voice with a knight, Licia and Yun turned as he appeared in the corridor, holding a small sack with something red peeking out. "Oh, Lady Licia," Ren said. Licia, her hair still faintly damp, hurried to his side. "Welcome back, where were you?" "The forest outside town. I remembered this fruit and couldn't resist picking some, so I left before dawn." Ren grinned proudly, showing the sack. Licia gasped at the contents. "Sunrise berries." "Yup. As you know, they only turn red for a few minutes at dawn. Any other time, they're not tasty. Sunrise berries, uncultivated by humans, were often fought over in the wild." Licia smiled warmly at Ren's smug grin. Yun had slipped away to work, leaving them alone. "You must be tired," Licia said. "Not really, since I rode Io, though fighting monsters took a bit out of me." "Hee, then take a nice bath to relax." As they parted, Licia remembered something. Fighting monsters, did he use that strange sword? She knew of Ren's unique sword, having seen it countless times during their escape from Yelkwuk. "Lady Licia, I'm dropping these berries in the kitchen." "Oh, right. Go ahead." Realizing she'd zoned out, Licia replied hastily. Ren paused, puzzled by her demeanor, but seeing her return to normal, he left. Alone in the corridor, Licia murmured, "What kind of power is it, really?" Her curiosity stemmed less from the power itself, and more from it being Ren's. Gazing out the window at the rising sun, she pondered. Chapter 6, He is Insensitive. The day before the final holiday, Licia had departed Irendel via magic airship. As usual, Ren returned home at night after completing his training with a new technique and drills at the Lion Holy Church. No sooner had he finished bathing than he heard Licia's voice calling from outside his room's window. When Ren made his way to the entrance hall, he found Licia, who had just returned. Spotting him, she hurried over with light steps. "I'm back. I brought you a souvenir, so enjoy it later, okay?" "Thank you. And good work handling that sudden business." "No, it's fine. So what's Ren been up to?" "The usual, hunting, swinging my sword." At that, Licia smiled. "That's so you, Ren." Hey, her voice bubbled with excitement. "Tomorrow, want to go into town? It's been a while. Father said I'm free to do as I like tomorrow." "I'm up for it. Come to think of it, I haven't had a chance to stroll through Arendelle lately." "Exactly. I heard there are tons of new shops, so let's go relax together." Beaming with a radiant smile, Licia exclaimed, "I'm so excited," before leaving Ren's side. In her place, Lazard approached, with Weiss trailing slightly behind. "I received a report on the magic airship ride back," Lazard said. "It's about the recent state of the Ashton family's village." He pulled a letter from his jacket and handed it to Ren. Sensing it was fine to open it then and there, Ren broke the seal in Lazard's presence. Inside was a detailed illustration of the village, likely commissioned from a painter. A new facility for merchants had been built, and the roads were being improved, bringing more life to the village and its surroundings. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, Ren and Licia met in the same entrance hall. No escorts accompanied them. Licia, now a skilled rigid sword user at the level of a sword master, stood confidently beside Ren, who was more than capable of protecting her. "Ready to go?" Licia asked, dressed in casual attire. Her white blouse accentuated her refined charm, and a platinum feather hairpiece adorned her glossy hair. Her skirt swayed lightly with each step. "I'm so ready I could leave now," Ren replied. "Ren, you're just hungry, aren't you?" "You caught me." "Well then, shall we get going?" As they prepared to leave the mansion, Lazard happened to pass by. "Be careful." "Ren, I'm counting on you to look after Licia." Ren could only offer a wry smile, unable to respond with a simple, "Leave it to me." Licia, meanwhile, pouted with a soft HMPH, but quickly grabbed Ren's hand and pulled him outside. The mid-June sunlight dazzled as they stepped out. Licia let go of Ren's hand almost immediately, though she couldn't help but imagine how nice it would be to keep holding it as they ventured into town. For now, that was still too much to hope for. Even in casual clothes, Licia carried her signature sword, White Flame, at her waist, a symbol of her identity. Ren, too, bore his iron magic sword, sheathed in a custom scabbard crafted by Welrich. The sword had been adjusted to match Ren's growth, and the scabbard was a recent addition. Licia noticed Ren's gaze. "Curious about my sword?" "I was just thinking how striking you look, carrying a sword even in casual clothes, Lady Licia." "What's that?" "Flattering me out of nowhere." No, no, it's not like that. They laughed and stepped through the gate onto the main street. Unlike the colossal estate, this mansion stood prominently along the bustling thoroughfare. Since Ren and Licia often walked to the academy together, the sight of them side by side was familiar to Erendel's residence. They headed to a cafe along the main street, settling at a white round table backed by a hedge. After browsing the menu for a few minutes, they ordered their preferred sets. While waiting for their food, Ren spoke up. Just to confirm. What's up? If it comes to it, you'll draw your sword right. Of course, that's why I carry it. Same for you, isn't it? You're armed even in casual clothes. Well, in my case, I'm also acting as your escort. They chatted idly and enjoyed their meal. Afterward, as they lingered, Licia remarked, Erendel's changed quite a bit, hasn't it? With the Lion King festival coming up, I heard most inns are already fully booked. Preparations for the Lion King festival were in full swing across Erendel. As a city close to the imperial capital, it was teeming with visitors arriving by magic airship. Among the passers-by were not only locals, but also early arrivals from abroad, including beast-like figures, reptilian humanoids, and winged folk. Sipping from her teacup, Licia glanced at the lively scene. Wanna hit the bookstore next? You mentioned there was a book you were curious about, right? But I'm fine starting with wherever you want to go, Lady Licia. Hee, it's okay. Without missing a beat, she continued, if everywhere I want to go is the same as where you want to go, it doesn't matter where we start. Ren chuckled at her characteristic logic. That'd be awfully convenient if true. Right. Licia grinned, resting her elbows on the table and tilting her head playfully. It's settled then. Let's rest a bit, then head to the bookstore first. Her voice sparkled with excitement. After leaving the cafe, they strolled through the bustling streets, savoring their holiday. Suddenly, Ren spoke up. Oh. What's up? I just spotted a rare classmate. A rare classmate. Following Ren's gaze, Licia realized who it was. Nem, the young lady of the Altia family, one of the 7 great noble houses, was walking along Erendel's main street with adults in work clothes. Noticing them, Nem jogged over. Hey. Morning, you two. Ren had only recently spoken with Nem for the first time, but Licia, having chatted with her since their academy enrollment, was far closer to her. It's my first time running into you in Erendel, Nem, Licia said. Yup, I'm headed to the Grand Clock Tower. You two out shopping. The Grand Clock Tower, nestled in a nature park on the outskirts of town, was a place Ren had visited with Radius before. According to Nem, she'd been checking on it occasionally since last year's incident. Previously, Altia family retainers and technicians had handled the task, but this time, Nem was taking charge. When Ren and Licia bowed in thanks, Nem waved it off with a grin. No biggie, our ancestors built it, so we've gotta keep it in shape. You really are amazing, Nem, Licia said. Huh. What's that? Managing such a massive facility, and magic tool already. Haha, I've been tinkering with magic tools since I was 1. My goal's to outdo our ancestors' inventions, so leave it to me. As the girls talked, Ren noticed a knight by the roadside and stepped away. Lazard asked me to deliver a message, so I'll be right back. He moved about 10 meters from Licia and Nem, close enough to rush back in an instant if needed. Once Ren was out of earshot, Nem leaned closer to Licia. Hey, can I ask something I'm super curious about? What is it? So Nem grinned. Is this a date? The blunt, unladylike word from the refined Altia heiress caught Licia off guard. A date. If Nem was asking, the partner could only be the person who'd been by her side moments ago. Processing the question took a good 10 seconds. When the obvious answer hit, Licia froze. Her cheeks, earlobes, and neck flushed red in an instant, and she blinked rapidly. Taking half a step back, she crossed her arms and looked away, trying to play it cool. Brushing her silky hair aside, she muttered, "Don't ask such strange things." Her attempt at bravado was easily seen through by the Altia heiress. Oops, my bad. Guess I got it wrong, Nem said, sounding genuinely disappointed. Though she was wrong, the clear pity in her tone stirred something in Licia. Her composure crumbled. What's wrong with being wrong? And what's with that oops? Is there a problem, Nem? Nope, no problem. It's just you two look so close hanging out on a holiday, and your vibe screams that, you know? Plus, Ren's pretty tight with the Ignatz heiress too, right? So I was curious about the situation. Hey. Sorry. Don't glare at me with that adorable face. Lycia's eyes shimmered with faint tears, her face crimson as she glowered at Nem. On the verge of bursting from embarrassment, she looked ready to pinch Nem's cheeks at any moment. As an apology, let me give you some love advice. So, stop glaring maybe. Lycia, calming slightly, recalled something and struck at Nem's weak spot. Love advice from someone who's never been in love and only treats the opposite sex like friends. You said so yourself. Ouch, you went there. You really went there, calling out a girl our age like that. Exactly, reflect on your own words. Fine, but hear me out. You might find it useful, Lycia. With a cheerful tone, Nem began spouting knowledge from who knows where. Though she'd be a fountain of expertise on magic tools, her words on this topic were surprisingly relatable. Listen up. First, it's about how you talk. Talk like how Ren and I talk now. Yup, your closeness is super important, but with just you two, you could be way more casual. Like get Ren to drop the formal speech or change how he calls you. I've brought up speech before, but he said he can't because he's a knight's son, and he already calls me by name. But he still tacks on lady, right? So, you mean get him to call me just Lycia? Exactly. Like how Vane and Sarah talk. Nem thrust out a thumbs up in affirmation. Imagining Ren calling her Lycia made Lycia cover her cheeks and squirm. A whirlwind of emotions swirled inside her, all rooted in joy. But like getting him to drop the title or the formal talk, which is harder, it's also confusing, Nem mused. Exactly, both are tough, Lycia agreed. Then, she added, where'd you even hear all this, Nem? Romance novels, of course. I figured. But it's good advice, right? Unable to deny it, Lycia nodded shyly. Yeah. The problem was that Ren agreeing to either seemed nearly impossible. Still, Lycia racked her brain for ways to make it happen. Nem glanced at her watch and said it was time to go. As she did, Ren returned, having timed his approach perfectly. Seeing Lycia's flushed cheeks, he tilted his head. Lycia said nothing. Nem only grinned, keeping the exchange to herself. Fever or no, right? Ren asked. Lady Lycia. Idence. Though she muttered it, Lycia knew her own lack of boldness was partly why her feelings hadn't gotten through. With a hint of frustration, she gave a small, charming smile. Chapter 7, like a foreign princess. On the academy's rooftop after classes, Sarah was being tended to, her minor bruises bathed in the white glow of Lycia's holy magic. Not just your swordsmanship, but your holy magic is incredible too, Sarah remarked, her tone not envious but brimming with determination to push herself harder. Lycia, perhaps not catching the words clearly, glanced at Sarah. Did you say something? Nothing, just talking to myself. Lycia muttered, weird Sarah, and let the holy magic's light fade. Her thoughts drifted to the representative selection for the martial tournament that had just concluded. Among all the events for the Lion King Festival, this one drew the largest crowd and the most excitement. Hiya, Kai had been the first to secure a spot. All right, I'm in, Vane followed, claiming his place. That should do it, Sarah had said, securing her position as expected. Besides those three, a second-year noblewoman from one of the great houses had also been chosen, but she left the academy immediately for family business. As Lycia wished Sarah luck for the main tournament, she stepped away, noticing Vane and the others approaching the rooftop. I'm heading out, Lycia said. Just because you made the team doesn't mean you can get careless and hurt yourself. I know, Sarah replied, her silver hair, shimmering with amethyst-like hues, swaying as she turned from Lycia. As Lycia walked away, Sarah called out, Hey, what do you think would have happened if you had entered the selection? Lycia paused at her friend's voice. Gazing at the sunset's edge giving way to night, she turned with a mischievous smile. Silly. What's the point of what-ifs here? With that, she left, and this time, Sarah watched her go without another word. Section. On the way to the organizing committee's room, Ren spoke to Radius walking beside him. Those four will definitely dominate the main tournament. Indeed, especially Kai Leonard, his offense and defense are remarkable. The Leonard family, unlike those who followed schools like holy swordsmanship, passed down a fighting style centered on massive shields. While their swordplay might not match others' finesse, their combat techniques boasted exceptional attack and defense. Though the representative selection had calmed down, Ren and the others still had work to do. We're nearing the final stretch. Let's keep at it, Ren said. About that, Radius replied, Myri and I will take the remaining paperwork to the castle. You all should rest up for tomorrow's tasks. Wouldn't it be better if we all pitched in? No need for you and Myri to do it alone. It's a trade-off. I have a favor to ask, sorry for the short notice. When Radius made sudden requests, they usually involved something significant. Ren sensed as much, and Radius placed a hand on his shoulder, leaning in. Let's invite Ulysses and have dinner together at Arn. Dinner at the Arnevelde Trading Company's Prized Inn, Ren asked. What do you say? It was clear this was no ordinary meal, but a discussion requiring a formal setting. At the top-floor restaurant of Arn, reserved exclusively for them, Ren, Radius, and Ulysses gathered. The exquisite dishes, crafted by Arn's renowned chefs, impressed even Ulysses, a connoisseur of fine cuisine. The three filled their stomachs with satisfaction. Eventually, Radius spoke. I have something to show you. He handed them a few pages of documents. First, my apologies. He expressed regret for the delay in sharing what Esther, the Lion Holy Church's High Commander, had been tasked with on the Martel continent, and the intelligence she'd brought back. The sensitive nature of her covert mission had required careful preparation. This should have been shared sooner, Radius admitted, but given the gravity of the matter and Esther's involvement, I needed time to arrange things. So you've been giving her secret orders, Ulysses said. You knew, Radius asked. Of course, Ulysses replied with theatrical flair, clearly enjoying himself. This Ulysses knows your Highness Radius quite well. He turned to Ren with a grin. You had an inkling too, didn't you? I figured something was up, but that's about it, Ren said. With the preamble over, they reviewed the documents. The papers detailed Esther's report to Radius about the demon cult's leader and the two high-ranking lieutenants under him. First, the leader. A man named Medario, a vampire progenitor entrusted by the Demon King to oversee the Sarakia region, the most perilous part of the demon continent. No family name was recorded. While many legends mentioned him, his appearance remained unclear. Though no records showed him fighting the Seven Heroes, his devastating rampages were documented across various nations' histories. There's mention of such a man as the Demon King's confidant, but are we certain he's still alive? Ulysses asked. Indeed, we must act with this information in mind going forward, Radius replied. Even if we capture demon cult members, they might end up like Bishop Leonidas, dying in captivity, Ren mused. Like him, they're likely to waste away. But we can't do nothing, Radius said. Bishop Leonidas, who had attacked the Grand Clock Tower, hadn't survived the summer. Despite being given sustenance and kept in decent conditions, he withered as if a hole had been punctured in his vitality, reportedly due to the demon cult's mark sapping his strength. Back to the point, Radius continued. The leader is likely Medario, if that's incorrect. He's claiming to be Medario? Ren interjected. Possibly, but it's unlikely the head of a group plotting the Demon King's revival would impersonate his confidant. Indeed, Ulysses agreed. With no record of that confidant's death, impersonating him would be the height of folly. Exactly. We proceed assuming the demon cult's leader is the vampire progenitor Medario. It's the safest course for us. Ren raised a question. Even with his knowledge of the Seven Heroes era, Medario's name was new to him. Is there much recorded about Medario? Not much, Radius replied. Ulysses glanced at Ren. Why do you think there's so little? There's a reason. Beyond not fighting the Seven Heroes. Correct, there's a decisive reason. Like almost everyone who saw him died, Ren ventured. Exactly, Ulysses said. Medario was apparently extraordinarily powerful. His Demon King's army destroyed countless nations, leaving few records behind. I'm sharing this with you two before the other nobles, Radius added. From now on, keep the demon cult's leader, Medario, and his two lieutenants in mind. Ren was permitted to take the documents, tucking them away. It was decided he'd inform Lazard, who couldn't attend, later. I wanted to invite Lazard today, but he's been busier than me lately. I couldn't pull him away for my convenience, Radius explained. He's been getting a lot of attention since becoming a Viscount, Ren noted. My merchants in Yuppieheim are eager to connect with Viscount Colossal too. His name comes up often, Radius said. On another note, Ulysses interjected, is that all for today, Radius? That's it from me. Ulysses, anything to add? Then, I'll take this chance to address Ren Ashton. The atmosphere softened, returning to normal. Ren recalled a message from Ulysses earlier that spring. "It's about the Lion King Festival," Ulysses said. "You mentioned wanting my time during it," Ren replied. "Exactly. You know, dignitaries from abroad visit during the festival, right? Nobles and royals from other nations often attended. But this year, with descendants of the 7 heroes competing, an unprecedented turnout was expected, including guests from the Sky Continent and beyond." Ulysses explained why he needed Ren's time. "Our family's involved in a venture that's drawn interest from foreign trading companies looking to invest more. That venture happens to be led by Viscount Colossal." "Then shouldn't you speak to Viscount Lazard first?" Ren asked. "Normally, yes, but there's a complication. I'd like to discuss the details with him too. I'll be in Arendelle soon, perhaps we can talk then." A few days later after classes, Ren walked through Arendelle's streets with Licia and Fiona. Ulysses was visiting, and Fiona had been asked to join them. At the Colossal estate, Yun greeted them, with Kukru fluttering nearby, proudly chirping "coo" at Fiona. "Good evening, Kukru," Fiona said, petting the creature as Licia watched with a smile. "Marquis Ignat will arrive shortly," Yun announced. As they entered, Yun added, "The ladies will be shown to another room." Assuming the main discussion would come later, the 3 parted without question. Ren headed alone to the guest parlor. Soon, Lazard arrived with Ulysses, having greeted him earlier. "Viscount Colossal, Ren Ashton, sorry for the sudden summons," Ulysses began. Lazard spoke first. "This concerns our family's business." "And Ren Ashton too," Ulysses said, turning to Ren. "The head of a certain trading company wants to meet and talk with you. They're considering further investment." "Me," Ren blinked. "The venture is led by Viscount Colossal," Ulysses continued. "The companies involved, and their chairman's subordinate has visited Colossal before." "I can guess," Ren said. "They heard about me there. The chairman was intrigued by your exploits, but that's not all." Ulysses referenced a job Ren took before enrolling, escorting a merchant during the winter as an examinee. "You escorted the chairman's subordinate, branch manager Liamel, I believe, partway via magic airship to Colossal. What about me caught the chairman's interest? Your escape during the Viscount-given incident." Many in Colossal had witnessed Ren and Licia's return, spreading tales of their heroism, which moved the chairman. "He's a rare merchant who rose from knighthood," Ulysses explained. "He's eager to meet you after hearing of your deeds." The chairman didn't know about Asfar's revival in the Balder Mountains, a closely guarded secret. However, Fiona's rescue by Ren was known to some, impossible to fully conceal. "I'd like Viscount Colossal to join if his schedule allows," Ulysses said. "I'd be glad to," Lazard replied. "Thanks. Sorry for keeping this under wraps until now. We had to make arrangements." The company was a prominent one from the Sky Continent, known for trading monster materials. A connection with such a firm would benefit the Colossal family. "Also, there's a gift," Ulysses added. "A gift?" Ren asked. "From the chairman, as a gesture of goodwill, some items from their inventory, even though they haven't decided on the investment. More accurately, additional investment. The gift likely considered the Colossal and Ignat families' ties, including presents for Ren, Licia, and Fiona." The discussion Ren was needed for wrapped up quickly, but Ulysses and Lazard had more business to address, so they decided to take a tea break. "Viscount Colossal seems busy," Ulysses noted. "That extra airship route must be demanding." Lazard chuckled, "It should settle soon." Realizing he hadn't shared something with Ren, Lazard handed him a stack of papers from the table. "Take a look later. You can share it with Licia and the others." "Got it," Ren said, leaving the room. As he walked through the estate, wondering about Licia and Fiona, Yun called out, "This way, please." Without fully understanding, Ren followed. Licia and Fiona had been led to a different guest parlor. Yun knocked, and upon receiving a response, Ren stepped inside. The small parlor was different from usual. Several open wooden crates littered the floor, and a full-length mirror stood near the window. Through the large terrace window, 2 girls stood against the twilight sky. They turned, smiling softly at Ren's surprised expression, and approached him. "What do you think? Does it suit me?" Fiona asked. "Do I look okay?" Licia added. Their outfits were unfamiliar, evoking the style of a desert nation. Vibrant, passionate dresses adorned with elegant, tasteful jewelry, like princesses from a foreign land. The room felt like a chamber in another country's palace. Ren, speechless, stared. The girls, flustered, pressed him. "Ren, why aren't you saying anything?" "It's just..." They were so stunning, he couldn't find words. But staying silent wouldn't do for a man. Though he faltered, the two quickly grasped his thoughts and smiled happily. "Both of you look amazing," he finally blurted. A simple compliment, but his earnest effort warmed them. Licia and Fiona, cheeks slightly flushed, thanked him. Licia stepped lightly, while Fiona twisted shyly. "These are traditional garments from southern Martel," Fiona explained. "The company that sent them makes these dresses too. We couldn't resist trying them on," Licia added. As they sat on the sofa, Ren took the opposite side. The exotic outfits were a fresh sight, and their sparkling smiles were infectious. "So the gifts were these?" Ren asked. "Yes, we were shocked when we opened the boxes," Fiona said. Ren had wondered why a Sky Continent company sent Martel-style items, but Fiona's explanation, that they produced such dresses, cleared it up. The three chatted about the outfits and more, the girls admitting they'd felt nervous changing into such revealing clothing. "It shows more skin than usual," Fiona said with a laugh. Their joy stemmed not just from the novel attire, but from Ren's sincere reaction. After a pause, Ren shared what he'd discussed with Ulysses, noting he might need to step away during the Lion King festival for a task. "We'll need to plan the schedule," Licia said. "I should check with Father too," Fiona added. The priestess of black and white saintess sipped tea, their graceful movements enhanced by the desert princess attire. Ren, still in his uniform since his gift wasn't clothing, seemed their knight, though their feelings hadn't fully reached him yet. For now, this was their dynamic. The girls' attention turned to the papers Ren carried. "From Father?" Licia asked, noticing Fiona's curiosity. "Want to look together?" Ren suggested, turning the papers sideways for them to read as he voiced the contents. "During the Lion King festival, many guests, including devout elfin followers, will visit. Some from abroad will make pilgrimages to elfin temples. The Imperial Grand Temple and Arendel's ancient shrines, where the Lion King once prayed before battles, would be packed with pilgrims. There'll be extra airship routes," Ren noted. "Father mentioned that, but where to?" Licia wondered. Ren read on. The second page detailed the temporary routes, with a map marked in red showing the airship's path, including distances and times. "About 30 minutes from Arendelle," Ren said. "Near the ancient sanctuary. Wait, could it be?" Licia exclaimed. Fiona and Ren realized it too. The red dot on the map, the destination was Rose's Kaitas, a place from ancient times, its origins unknown. A vast plaza carved into a mountain, lined with colossal statues, once drew countless elfin devotees daily. Now, its entrance was sealed due to the Demon King's influence. In the Seven Heroes legend, it was a place you couldn't visit, Ren thought, recalling a game icon indicating its location, though players could only hear about it at the Imperial Grand Temple. Section. Heading through the main street to the city center, one would find the Imperial Library, a pride of the capital. Each floor of the Imperial Library, open to a soaring atrium, was lined with countless bookshelves along the walls. The majestic interior, with its layered floors, stood as one of the oldest structures in the historic capital, drawing tourists from near and far year-round. The library housed critical collections, and access for the general public was restricted to specific areas. Among these, the underground Forbidden Archive was exceptional. Guarded by an unparalleled security system, rare even in the capital, it was protected by numerous magical devices and rigid sword-wielding knights. This sanctuary had never permitted an intruder to breach its defenses. Now, after closing hours, only staff and knights remained within the darkened library. In the director's office, deep within the building, the young male director was preparing to leave. But an unexpected situation forced him to pause. "Director?" A knight burst into the room without knocking, one of the seasoned, skilled guards tasked with protecting the library. The knight's unusual panic furrowed the director's brow. "Calm yourself, what's happened?" "Just now, a visitor arrived," the knight stammered, catching his breath. "A visitor? I have no appointments at this hour." "I know, sir. But this person insisted on coming after regular hours to examine something in peace." The director, struggling to process the knight's words, sighed and tilted his head. Once more calmly, Despite the reprimand, the knight remained agitated, his breathing ragged, sweat beading on his forehead, and eyes wide with tension. Something was clearly amiss. The director's expression hardened as he stared at the knight. Finally regaining some composure, the knight swallowed hard, his throat parched, struggling to speak clearly. "Who is this visitor? Explain properly," the director pressed. Before the knight could answer, the sound of approaching footsteps reached the director's ears. The visitor was evidently heading toward the office. Given the knight's state, the director could easily infer the guest's high status, but just how eminent were they? Squinting at a silhouette emerging from the dim hallway, the director gasped. The Sword King. Reflected in his eyes was the figure of a radiant woman, Litrpg, the White Dragon Princess, fifth in the Sword King hierarchy. Liamel's mightiest warrior. Her silver hair evoked untarnished platinum, her eyes outshone any gem, and her serene, mystical beauty exuded sanctity. Clad in white attire, she appeared every bit a noble princess. As her glossy, silk-like hair swayed, she approached. "My apologies for the unannounced visit," she said, her voice as melodious as a finely crafted instrument. "I'd like to search for a book." The director's throat, like the knight's, went dry, but he knew better than to be discourteous before Litrpg. Instinctively, he spoke. "What kind of book are you seeking?" "My apologies, but I'm not certain. I only ask that you open the areas where I might search." The director blinked, puzzled. Her words weren't a riddle, yet they were cryptic. Litrpg clearly had a purpose and was convinced the book she needed was in the Imperial Library. Still bewildered, the director asked again, his voice tense. "The areas with rare collections." "Yes, I have His Majesty's permission." She produced a parchment, illuminated by the room's light, bearing the Emperor's handwritten decree allowing her to search any collection except the Forbidden Archive. Using a glasses-shaped magical device, the director confirmed the ink was the exclusive kind used for such documents. It was undeniably authentic. "You understood. Which collection would you like to start with?" "I have a few areas in mind. I'd appreciate your guidance." Litrpg stepped out of the director's office, and he followed, glancing at the stunned knight and ordering him to stay put. Hurrying after her, the director descended several staircases to the lower floors. As they traversed a long corridor, they neared the library's innermost sanctum, where rooms housing rare books stood. Beyond this lay only the underground Forbidden Archive, accessible only with special permission, which Litrpg possessed. "This decree from His Majesty allows me to enter alone, correct?" she asked. "Yes. The ink is special and retains its key-like potency for several days. Then I'll search for a while. Thank you for accommodating my sudden visit." She bowed lightly, the gesture almost audible in its grace. The director, nearly fainting from being bowed to by a Sword King, pleaded, "Please raise your head." Litrpg complied, saying, "Very well," before unlocking the room and stepping inside. "What is happening?" the director muttered, standing dazed for a moment. Inside the room of rare books, Litrpg began her search under the faint moonlight streaming through the windows. Over the next few hours, she moved through several rooms until dawn broke. Leaning against a window frame, book in hand, she sighed and closed it. The rising sun alerted her to the passage of time. "They've thoroughly erased it, haven't they?" she murmured, silhouetted against the morning light. Given served as an assistant to the Minister of Justice. If he took an interest in Ashton, I thought he might have learned something here. She pressed a finger to her lips, deep in thought. By the window, she resembled a secluded noblewoman lost in contemplation. The Forbidden Archive, then. The Emperor's permission extended only to the rare book rooms, not the Forbidden Archive. Though she hadn't found the information she sought, Litrpg was certain it lay within that restricted vault. Her exact motives remained unclear, but as she touched the window pane, she whispered, "Mother, what should I do?" Her voice tinged with loneliness. She fell silent, gazing out at the increasingly brilliant sunrise. Chapter 8, It's Better to Call the Saint by Her First Name. As July approached, the representative selections for each event were nearing their conclusion. With the Lion King Festival's main event drawing closer, the students grew increasingly restless. Even at this prestigious academy, whispers during classes were unavoidable. For young nobles of their age, such excitement was only natural, and the professors, somewhat resigned, let it slide to an extent. "It looks fun." During lunch break, Ren walked through the corridor, observing the lively atmosphere. Everywhere he looked, students were buzzing about the Lion King Festival. Even those not competing were making plans, deciding which events to watch or which stalls to visit. A sudden memory flashed through Ren's mind, overlapping with the corridor before him. Vane, do your best out there. I lost but next time, we'll compete together. You made it to the final rounds this time, Ren. You'll definitely be a representative next year. Thanks, maybe I'll give it another shot. In that memory, Ren, Ashton, and Vane exchanged words while walking the corridor during lunch. In The Legend of the Seven Heroes, the two had forged a deep friendship, often talking like this. Hey, Vane, a voice called. Oh, Kai-senpai. I've been looking for you. Man, I was hoping we could grab lunch. Oh. Isn't that Ashton, the guy you fought in the selection? Kai clapped Ren Ashton on the shoulder with a hearty grin. Unlike the current Ren, that Ren Ashton wasn't timid but carried a quieter demeanor. You were crazy strong. I was hoping to see you again. How about it? Wanna join us for lunch? Ren, what do you think? Vane asked. I'm in, if it's all right with you, Lord Leonard. Ha, none of that formal stuff. Just call me senpai. Then, Leonard senpai. That's more like it, let's go you two. The memory faded, returning Ren to reality. He and Vane were friends, but their bond wasn't as deep as in the legend. Ren hadn't participated in the festival's representative selection, and many differences separated his reality from that vision. A sudden tap on his shoulder startled him. Ren. Turning, he saw Vane, the very person he'd been thinking of. What's up? I spotted you by chance and thought I'd say hi. Wanna grab lunch together if you haven't eaten? As they walked, they began talking about the Lion King Festival, enjoying the surrounding students' excitement and discussing the upcoming event. Hey, a voice called from ahead. They turned to see Kai Leonard, a second year, striding toward them. I've been looking for you guys. Geez, I was hoping we could eat together. Vane and I were just heading to the cafeteria. Wanna join us? Ren offered. Heck yeah, let's go you two. The scene felt different yet familiar, and Ren couldn't help but smile secretly at the coincidence. At the cafeteria, Kai devoured a portion easily twice the size of Ren and Vane's combined. His hearty eating was a sight to behold. But after finishing, he suddenly froze, slumping back in his chair and staring at the ornate ceiling of the lavish cafeteria, looking utterly defeated. What's wrong? Vane asked. I forgot about this afternoon's class. I didn't do the assignment. Oh, that's rough, Vane said. Herbology's impossible. This much is needed, don't reduce it or else. It's all gibberish formulas. My brain's evaporating just thinking about it. Vane gave a wry smile, and Ren recalled the second-year herbology class. The academy's curriculum was rigorous, but Kai's struggle likely stemmed from his general aversion to academics. Leonard senpai, Ren said. What's up, Ashton? Wanna laugh at my pathetic state? No, there's still about 30 minutes left in lunch. How about tackling what you can? Kai perked up, grinning. Not to brag, but you're underestimating how bad my grades are, I'm well aware, Ren teased, catching himself. I mean, it'll be fine. Oh, what's fine? You were about to say something else, weren't you? I'll help you out. For real? Kai leaned forward, eyes wide, blinking rapidly. For real? Ren calmly replied, so let's hurry, and stood. As they moved to return their trays, Kai shouted, Meet me at the library. I'll handle all our dishes. Without waiting for a reply, he grabbed the trays and dashed off. Ren and Vane shrugged. Sorry, I've got plans with Sarah, so I can't join, Vane said. Plus, I'm clueless about herbology, so I'd be no help anyway. No worries, Ren assured him, heading to the library. Moments later, Kai sped by, shouting, I'll be there. Only to be scolded by a passing professor for running in the halls, an unavoidable mishap. Just before lunch ended, Kai finished the assignment with Ren's help. As they parted, he muttered a quiet, thanks, fitting the library's atmosphere. Didn't expect it to actually work out, Ren mused, surprised and pleased he could handle a second-year herbology assignment. He had committee work that afternoon, but after sitting for so long, his body felt stiff, so he left the library for the academy's garden. Hoping for a short walk, he spotted Radius at a terrace table in a corner of the garden. Radius, Ren called. Oh, Ren. Radius seemed deep in thought, thinking about something. Yeah, something's been on my mind. He didn't seem inclined to elaborate. For a moment, he glanced at Ren, murmuring, but said no more. I'm meeting Myri before heading to the committee room. Could you tell the others to wait a bit? Radius asked. Got it, Ren replied, turning toward the committee room. Radius lingered, still pondering, before heading to a hedge-enclosed corner of the garden. A voice called out, "It's me, Naya." "I was waiting," Radius replied, joining Mayuri, who handed him a sheet of paper detailing her findings. Section. In a small room at the back of the library, Licia and Fiona were already waiting. As Ren chatted with them, the door opened, and Radius and Mayuri entered. At Radius's request, Mayuri placed a thick stack of papers on the table used for committee work. "Mayuri, isn't that?" Licia began. "The work we were supposed to finish today?" Fiona finished. Mayuri glanced at Radius, who nodded. "As you both said, this was today's task." Licia and Fiona looked to Ren, urging him to ask. "It looks like it's already done," he said. "I finished it at the castle," Radius explained. "Now pay attention." He approached the room's blackboard, writing out the upcoming schedule from memory. "The Lion King Festival is almost here. Our committee duties are as follows, but as you can see, we're swamped until the event. That aside." He marked several dates with X's, days he deemed particularly hectic. From today until the festival, free time would be scarce. But today was different. He added a circle to the schedule and wrote chamber tour for the day's task. Indeed, such a task had been planned in advance. For our representatives, the Academy will provide food, drinks, and supplies. The Academy will verify everything, but we, as the committee, will double-check. "Double-checking keeps things safe, Naya," Mayuri added. "Why do this today, though?" Licia asked, noting the sudden schedule change. Radius turned to Ren, speaking with his usual confidence. "Today's the only day we can work at a leisurely pace. Otherwise, we'd miss out on enjoying the town." "Oh, I get it," Ren said, realizing first. To Licia and Fiona, still puzzled, he explained. "He's giving us committee members a chance to relax." "We've been buried in work until now," Radius said. "A little break won't hurt. We'll have tasks during the festival anyway. So we work today, then enjoy ourselves without guilt," Ren added. Radius nodded. "The festival stalls open this afternoon, and not just our academy students, others from different schools will flock to them." Taking Mayuri, he started walking. "Ren, ask those two for directions. We'll handle our tasks. Everything's in those documents, review them." Wait," Ren stammered, but Radius left with a casual remark, leaving Ren to watch him go with a feeble protest. Outside, alone with Mayuri, Radius sighed. "We've got work to do, committee duties and that matter. I won't overlook what's being hidden from me." "Understood, Naya," Mayuri replied. Unaware of their conversation, Ren turned to Licia and Fiona. "What now?" From Radius's words, it seemed the chamber tour's route was up to them. Hearing Ren, the two noblewomen began discussing. "How about this route? Then we could go here next, and after that," Licia suggested. "Lady Fiona, this way lets us check out the main street shops too," Licia added. "Oh, you're right." They weren't neglecting their duties. Prioritizing the chamber tour, Licia's suggestion was the optimal plan, accounting for their task. The two turned to Ren. "Is this okay, Ren?" Licia asked. "Looks good to you, Ren," Fiona added. Before Ren could chime in, they'd already settled on a route. The documents listed unfamiliar chambers and facilities, so he'd planned to defer to them anyway. Within half an hour, they set out to the town, visiting chambers and, naturally, stopping by stalls. Thirsty and peckish, they wandered through several before settling on an empty bench. Licia and Fiona savored their sweets, their faces glowing with delight. "This is so sweet and delicious," Licia exclaimed. "Mine's amazing too," Fiona said. Ren watched them, taking in the lively town. The capital was always bustling, but today was especially crowded, with students from other schools already skipping classes to explore. "The main streets got that pre-festival vibe," Ren said, holding food from a stall. Licia beside him and Fiona next to her nodded. "It might be early, but I'm feeling a bit accomplished," Licia said. "Same here. Knowing the festival's almost here makes all our hard work worthwhile," Fiona agreed. They were getting ahead of themselves, and Ren felt it too. Being able to relax like this amplified the sensation, and the two girls' joy was infectious. "I'm glad," Ren murmured. Watching them, he felt anew that taking on committee duties was worth it. They didn't hear his soft words, but they noticed his gaze. "Hey, why are you staring at us?" Licia asked. "You both look like you're having so much fun," Ren said. Fiona tilted her head, catching the afternoon sunlight. Aren't you enjoying yourself, Ren? Ren stood from the bench, turning to them. Of course I am. That's why I was thinking we should make a few more stops before heading back. Licia and Fiona giggled. Me too, they chimed in unison, their voices bright. The afternoon passed quickly, and the three returned to the academy just before evening, grateful for Radius's thoughtfulness. As Ren sat down, he noticed a document requiring Krenoa's signature. I'm heading to Krenoa's office, he said. All right, Licia replied. We'll handle some work here, Fiona added. Parting from them, Ren made his way to the headmistress's office, passing through the academy's lively scenes. Most representative selections were over, but chosen students were diligently practicing, with spectators adding to the after-school buzz. Ren wove through the crowd and soon reached the office. Knocking, he heard a cheerful, "Come in," from within. Excuse me, he said, entering to find Krenoa lounging on a sofa, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. She smiled broadly at him. Hey Ren, what's up? I need your signature on some documents. Is now okay? Of course, anything for you, I'm always ready. Taking the papers, she scanned them, murmuring, as she worked. Her voice broke the silence. I won't be around much during the festival, so if you need help, ask the other teachers. The sudden remark was likely meant for Ren, given his ongoing committee duties. Krenoa paused, looking at him with an apologetic tone before resuming her work. She'd mentioned before that the festival kept her busy. If there's anything we committee members can help with, just say so, Ren offered. It's meetings with foreign royals and nobles. Wanna join? Ren averted his gaze and Krenoa leaned in, meeting his eyes with a laugh. Kidding, don't worry, we adults will handle it. You've all worked so hard, wouldn't want to let you down. Just enjoy the festival. Sorry, but if there's anything I can do, let me know. Krenoa stood, her profile illuminated by the crimson sunlight. Her mystical beauty made Ren catch his breath as their eyes locked. Nayufufu, she suddenly ruffled his hair. What was that? He exclaimed. Just felt like it. You looked so serious and cute. Cute. Haha, but Ren, tusk. She poked his nose with her finger, ignoring his surprise. You're worrying too much about us adults. Don't underestimate our power, okay? It's not that. I just meant if I can help, I will. Wow, you're too cute, Ren. You've grown taller than me since we first met, but maybe I should have dragged you to the capital after all. I already live near the capital, Ren pointed out. Giggling, Krenoa finished signing the documents and shifted topics. Ren. Yes, what is it? How's your rigid sword technique coming along? He hesitated. Truthfully, it wasn't going well. He'd hit a wall, especially with his unique technique. Krenoa peered into his eyes, her gaze gentle, as if seeing something deeper, not just his surface but his very essence. That mysterious power of yours seems to be growing, she said. Ren's mind flashed to Colossal, where she'd said something similar. Krenoa, what do you mean by mysterious power? That hidden ability you've got, she replied casually. It's fine, I haven't told anyone. But, wondering how I noticed? Simple, I'm just good at picking up on these things. I don't know the details, though. You're not, like, reading my mind, are you? Haha, nope. This was Krenoa Highland, one of the world's greatest mages. It wasn't surprising she could sense things beyond Ren's understanding. Have you told Licia and Fiona about it? She asked. No, it's such a strange power, it's hard to explain. I used it during the Grand Clock Tower fight, but I haven't told anyone what it is. Thought so. Her golden hair swayed as she spoke lightly. Why not just tell them? Her blunt suggestion caught Ren off guard. You've kept it secret for your own reasons, right? She continued. Well, yeah. As a child, he'd hidden it because it was Ren Ashton's power. Later, in Colossal, he reasoned that revealing skills could expose weaknesses, a truthful justification that others understood. You've been right to keep it secret, Krenoa said, but maybe think about this for your future. What do you mean? If it's someone you trust with your weaknesses, isn't it okay to share? Her words, delivered so casually, sank deeply into Ren's heart. No longer the same boy he once was, he listened quietly, his perspective shifting. Living with secrets from the people you care about, that's probably harder than you realize. Her profile glowed in the twilight, her voice and presence almost otherworldly. Once the committee work and the festival settle down, maybe give it some thought. I will. If you're unsure, come back to me. I'll always be here to talk. Smiling warmly, Krenoa took her staff and twirled it above Ren's head, enveloping him in a soothing calm. That same night, a white light glowed in the garden. What do you think? The white light emanating from Lycia's hands, her holy magic, prompted Ren to ask about its effects. The two sat facing each other at a terrace table in the Academy's garden. It feels like it's gotten even stronger since spring, Ren remarked. The holy magic Lycia wielded now was distinctly more potent than when they first met. It had been impressive during their battle with Yelkwuk, but its current power far surpassed that. I'm glad you think so, Lycia said, fixing her gaze on Ren. But there's something I'm not satisfied with. What's that? You're not lying when you say my holy magic has improved, are you? Of course not. I'm not just flattering you. Then that makes it even more frustrating. Lycia pouted slightly. An age-appropriate, unguarded expression she rarely showed at the Academy, but often revealed in Ren's presence. Even when I use holy magic on myself, I still can't beat you. We haven't sparred like that in a while, have we? Ren noted. Right. I've been too focused on rigid sword training, and with committee duties, I couldn't overdo it. When Lycia combined holy magic with her aura, her abilities soared. Her sword speed, agility, and overall performance exceeded her usual limits, a key strength. Yet her frustration stemmed from never having defeated Ren, despite her progress. Their first magic-enhanced spar had been at the Ashton estate. They'd faced off again at Colossal and multiple times in Arendelle, but the outcome was always the same. Recalling those moments, Lycia murmured, HMPH, pouting once more as she sat across from Ren. Her expression conveyed not resentment toward him but disappointment in herself. Still, her charm shone through. Want to try again? Ren offered. No, I'll hold off. The Lion King festival is coming up, and getting injured now would be trouble, she replied with a light laugh. Before they realized it, considerable time had passed in the garden. Ren stood first, offering Lycia his hand. She smiled warmly, her cheeks softening as she reached for it. Next time I won't lose, she declared. Same here, Ren replied. With their evening training concluded, they returned to the estate. Back in their rooms, they spent the remaining time studying or resting before bed. After bathing, Ren exhaled softly in his room. As both settled in, Yun arrived, summoning them to Lazard's study. Ren arrived first, followed by Lycia. Lazard greeted them, sharing details about guest management during the Lion King festival and how Arendelle would differ from its usual state. He continued, the preparations for the temporary airship route to Rose's Kaitas are finally complete. This echoed the conversation from the day Lycia and Fiona showed Ren their ethnic attire. Rose's Kaitas is mostly sealed within the mountain, but the foothills are accessible. Trying to climb higher hits a sealed barrier, and beyond that, fog obscures everything. Still, you can get close. No airship port existed near Rose's Kaitas, so a temporary landing site would be set up in a nearby open area. There's an old road from Arendelle, but it's in disrepair. Many cobblestones are cracked. While repairing it, a proposal came up to establish a midway stop between Arendelle and Rose's Kaitas. A stop like a town? Ren asked. Not that grand, Lazard clarified. It would serve as a relay point with a night outpost, aiding road safety, and include lodging, significant but not a full settlement. Ren pictured a slightly more developed version of his village back home. With this proposal, aside from pilgrims, many officials and nobles will visit daily. During the festival, nobles and merchants not usually in the capital will come, making it convenient. The temporary airship route was primarily for this purpose, with safety also ensured. Traveling by land meant a long road potentially fraught with monsters, but Lazard dismissed concerns. Rose's Kaitas, managed by Liamel and the Elfin Church, is pristine, not a single monster in the surrounding forests. The seal around it holds immense power, unchanged for centuries. The holy energy permeating Rose's Kaitas reinforced this. Ren marveled at the seal's strength. On their way back to their rooms, Ren and Lycia discussed Rose's Kaitas. What kind of place is it? Want to visit? Lycia asked. I'd love to, but probably after the festival, Ren replied. They considered it a future possibility, nothing more. Want to go together when the chance comes? Ren suggested. Sounds fun, she said, her voice bright with a nod. They parted at her door, settling into their rooms for a quiet evening under a clear, starlit sky. Section. When the Demon King's army approached the capital, Liamel and the Elfin Church repelled them together. Since then, Rose's Kaitas, a former battlefield, has been sealed. Sarah explained to Licia during a break between morning classes the next day. Walking down the corridor, Sarah continued, "The seal involves Elfin Church mysteries, making it impossible to replicate today. I've been near Rose's Kaitas before. It's an incredible seal, even from the outside." The seal's purpose was to erode the power the Demon King bestowed upon his subordinates. Unable to purify it outright, the Elfin Church opted for gradual purification over centuries. Had the 7 heroes been present, the outcome might have differed, but they were away fighting the Demon King. "Why bring up Rose's Kaitas? Did the Grand Temple reach out?" Sarah asked. "No, it came up with Father last night," Licia replied, recounting what she and Ren heard in the study. Sarah, familiar with the topic, nodded. "The special airship route's right." "Yeah, I've never been, but I thought you might have seen it." "You should go sometime," Sarah suggested. "Can't, my schedule's packed and there's no need to go now." "Right, with committee and colossal duties, you're swamped." Unlike before, the colossal family now held enough sway to stand up to higher nobles, though modestly. They could work without being overly constrained by rank. Spotting Ren walking alone on the opposite side of the corridor, Licia's gaze lingered on him, noticed by Sarah. Suddenly, Licia spoke hesitantly, Her tone lacked its usual confidence, her demeanor almost uncertain. "Sarah, have you always been called just by your name?" "Name? What are you?" Sarah paused, following Licia's gaze to Ren. "Oh, I get it." Realizing Licia was asking about her and Vane, Sarah reflected without prying into specifics, considering Licia and Ren's usual dynamic. "Vane used to call me Lady Riohard with stiff formalities." "When did that change?" Licia asked eagerly. "Remember when I told you Vane saved me? After that." Licia recalled Sarah's story from their Arendelle reunion, surprised at how quickly it happened. "He just stopped." "Not exactly. I told him to drop it." Licia's eyes widened, blinking rapidly. Sarah laughed at her friend's rare, adorable reaction, unable to hide her amusement. "That's it?" Licia pressed. "Yup. No way." "It's true," Sarah admitted her explanation was simplistic but accurate. Sensing Licia's seriousness, she added, "Relationships are unique. My case doesn't matter much. You're you, Licia, and that's enough." She spoke sincerely, acknowledging Licia's feelings but emphasizing their distinct bond. "Maybe so," Licia murmured. "Why not ask Ren again? Maybe after the festival, when things calm down." Licia nodded, then froze. I didn't say it was about Ren." "Someone else, then." "In no way." Sarah thought Licia didn't need to hide it, but found her shy reaction charming. She ruffled Licia's hair. "Rose's Kaitas was random, but the name thing too. What's up?" Licia recounted meeting Nem Altia during their holiday outing with Ren. Hearing their conversation, Sarah sighed, hand on forehead. "Typical Nem. Did someone say Nem?" Nem appeared beside them, startling Sarah but not Licia, who'd sensed her presence. "When did you get here?" Sarah exclaimed. "She appeared a bit ago," Licia said. "Ding ding ding." "Licia's right," Nem chirped. "So what about me?" "We were just saying your magical devices are amazing," Licia covered. "Foo-foo, really? You were praising me? I'm so happy." Nem beamed, skipping off with her hands behind her back, having merely stopped to say hi. As Nem left, Sarah turned to Licia. "Like I said, talk to Ren after the festival." It seemed trivial to delay, but with the festival looming, both were busy. Licia nodded. "I will, thanks." Section. Ren, Licia, and Fiona were in the headmistress's office during lunch, courtesy of Krenoa's invitation to treat the committee members. Unfortunately, Radius was absent on official duties, and Myri, his attendant, was also away. 30 minutes into their meal, as they enjoyed post-lunch conversation, Licia brought up her talk with Sarah, excluding the part about Ren's formal address, which she'd raise later. "How strong is Rose's Kaitas' seal?" she asked. Krenoa nodded, understanding. Seeing Ren and Fiona's curiosity, she drew her staff from her robe. With a wave, water droplets formed, merging into a single orb. Another wave shaped it into a mountain on the table, resembling a liquid model. "Watch closely," Krenoa said. The mountain's side hollowed out, forming an open plaza with countless statues. A path to it appeared, depicting Rose's Kaitas' mountain in three-dimensional water. The area with giant statues was the pilgrims' holy site. As you know, the Demon King's army destroyed most of them. The water statues crumbled, reflecting the past. Liamel and the Elfin Church fought the advancing Demon King's army, but the mighty foe pushed near the capital. Liamel's forces were decimated, and though the Demon King's army suffered heavy losses, the battle ended by sealing Rose's Kaitas. Like this. Krenoa waved her staff, forming a rippling water wall around the model, hiding most of it like the rumored dense fog. The Elfin Church led the sealing, using a holy relic imbued with the goddess of time's power. Creating the seal took time, with many Elfin Church members and Liamel protectors losing their lives to lay the magical array. Their sacrifice completed the seal, trapping much of the Demon King's army inside. Does that mean if the seal breaks, the army could revive? Fiona asked. I wondered that too. If they're just sealed, an accidental breach could be dangerous, Licia added. Their concerns were valid, but Krenoa shook her head. The Elfin Church says that's impossible. The seal, called the Cage of Time, is too powerful for the army to survive inside. The seal isolated time itself, creating a timeless space filled with holy mana. Powered by the goddess of time's relic, its potency was immense. While time stood still inside, the holy mana continuously purified the sealed area, likely reducing the Demon King's army to nothing. Not even bones remained. I was curious about the Cage of Time when I was at the Silver Holy Palace, Krenoa said. You were there until last year, Ren recalled. Right, but despite all my hard work, they wouldn't let me read a single book in their archive, she huffed. Because they're rare? Ren asked. Partly, but mostly because I'm not with the Elfin Church. I expected it, so I wasn't too upset. Krenoa spoke without resentment, understanding the church's strict management of relics and rare texts. Her job must have been tough, Ren thought, recalling her weary expression while cleaning the committee room. He looked at her with sympathy. Noticing his gaze, Krenoa blinked. Why are you looking at me so kindly? Just thinking you must have it rough every day. Exactly. That's why these moments with you all mean so much to me, she exclaimed. Ren poured her more tea, and she smiled shyly. With a wave of her staff, the water model of Rose's Kaitas dissolved into mist, vanishing instantly. Chapter 9, Sharing the Same Dream. The day before the Lion King Festival began. For the organizing committee, it was a day to catch their breath. For the chosen representatives, a day to gather their strength. Maybe I'm starting to get the hang of it, just a little. Cool. Ren was in the forest again, training a new technique. Kukru, who had tagged along in his bag, floated around him, chirping in response. Ren had just finished practicing with his flame magic sword. He glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, standing beside the fallen magical beasts he had defeated during his training. Thanks to facing the beasts while practicing his new technique, he had accumulated a fair amount of proficiency. The iron magic sword was also nearing a level up. Unlike the great tree magic sword, the iron magic sword required more proficiency from the start to advance. The thought of it leveling up soon brought a natural smile to his face. I wonder if the iron magic sword will evolve soon. What would it be called if it did? Just imagining it sent a thrill through him. But that was enough for today. He had been out of town for quite a while, and getting injured before the Lion King Festival would be a problem. Ren called Kukru and returned to Io's side. Nearly 2 hours had passed since sunrise. Ren tied up the magical beasts he had hunted with rope, slung them over his shoulder, and climbed onto Io. The weight was nothing to Io, who began walking as usual. They left the forest and traveled along the road. Ren planned to return to Arendelle, stop by the guild, and then head back to the mansion when... Hey, Ren. He was greeted by Esther. It was on a bustling main street in the morning. Good morning, just finished work again. Ren thought to himself how strange it was that, despite Arendelle's size, he kept running into her. No, I'm off duty today, so I thought I'd get some fresh air. The capital's too crowded, so I came to Arendelle where it's a bit quieter. That said, Arendelle was far busier than usual. Still, compared to the capital, it was probably much more manageable. What about you, Ren? Looks like you've been out swinging your sword. Yeah, something like that. Cool. Sorry, that's my little one. Esther's eyes fell on Kukru, who was peeking out of Ren's bag. Your little one? Well, a spirit beast, how rare. Yeah, some stuff happened, and we became family. Ren glossed over the details, but Esther's interest shifted to Kukru, who was sniffing her fingertips and rubbing against them. Coo. Haha, what a cute little thing. Esther began stroking Kukru's head with her fingertip. The fact that Kukru showed no wariness suggested it had a good sense of people. You mentioned being off-duty, but what kind of work do you usually do? I handle tasks that come to the Lion Holy Church and oversee the knights. For a high commander, I spend a lot of time in the field. That's why you always seem so busy. Esther sighed. I've returned to the country, but it's been all work and no time with my husband. Even a high commander needed a break. It was easy to understand why she'd want to walk around like this. Is her husband not in the capital? Her demeanor suggested a good relationship with her husband. Yet, walking alone on her day off hinted that Ren's guess might not be far off. Or perhaps her husband was also busy and their days off didn't align. Efwa. Esther let out a yawn. Even on my day off, I have to head to the Lion Holy Church this afternoon. By the way, Ren, how's your sword been since last time? It's doing all right. Seems like something's changed in you. How'd you know? You look brighter than before. And you answered without hesitation. Ren gave a wry smile, scratching his cheek. In truth, thanks to the flame magic sword, he was in better shape than before. Satisfied with Ren's demeanor, Esther glanced at her wristwatch and started walking toward the aerial garden to return to the capital. Turning her back to Ren, she said, I'm off, keep at it, young man. Yes, safe travels to the capital. Ha ha ha, who do you think you're talking to? Esther called over her shoulder, raising a hand in a light wave. After a few steps, without stopping, she added, the essence of the rigid sword, as the Lion King sang on the battlefield, is slaying stars, gazing at the dark. If you aim to become a sword saint, never forget that. Ren mulled over her words, watching her retreating figure. As Esther walked through Erendel's bustling main street, she murmured to herself, what a peculiar boy. Every time we meet, he grows stronger, like a different person. She sounded amused. Section. At the start of the new week, Krenoa stood before the students gathered in the grand auditorium. Enjoy yourselves with the dignity befitting students of this academy, and don't forget to show gratitude to those who have worked hard for this festival. She announced to the entire student body, waving her staff. The doors leading outside the auditorium opened all at once, and countless students rose eagerly. Off you go, do your best, everyone. Cheers filled the auditorium. The Lion King Festival, starting today, would bring crowds to venues across the capital. The Imperial Grand Arena, where the martial tournament would take place, was sure to be packed with spectators. Among the second-year students, Kai Leonard sat near Ren and Licia, alongside Sarah Riohard and Vane. The students competing in the martial tournament drew particular attention as they left the auditorium. As representatives of the academy, they strode proudly toward their respective venues. Today, no student lingered in the auditorium to chat. That was the morning's events. The scene shifted to a plaza near the district lined with schools, where student-oriented food stalls usually stood. During the Lion King Festival, however, it was different. The festival's organizers had set up headquarters for each academy here. This will be our headquarters, Radius declared. Though a temporary structure, it was sturdy, with soundproofing so effective that outside noise was barely audible. Furnished with work desks and a small kitchen, it was highly practical. It resembled a small house at first glance. As everyone took their seats, Radius continued. That said, the workload won't be as heavy as during preparations. There should be some leeway. From today, their work would focus on behind-the-scenes tasks, including those at this headquarters. Students competing might come with questions, and the academy may send updates. But since we've already prepared the necessary supplies for each venue, there's little to do on site. Still, there were a few tasks, so the committee would maintain a presence here. I'll step out for a bit. Ren, I'd like you to handle some work at the martial tournament venue. The other three, please manage things here. The plaza was heavily guarded, especially with Radius present and knights from the Lion Holy Church stationed nearby. There were likely Ignat family members watching from the shadows, so there was no cause for concern. Need me to escort you partway? No need. I've arranged for Esther to accompany me. She should be waiting nearby. All right, then you're good. Ren, you've got a meeting with Ulysses and the others, right? It'll be easier to work from there. Sorry for the trouble. No worries. My position usually makes others accommodate me, so it's fine. That said, Ren, head to the Imperial Grand Arena. There's a memo with your tasks there. With that, Radius swiftly left the headquarters. Ren glanced at Mayuri, who immediately understood and spoke up. Leave this place to us, Naya. Your work at the Imperial Grand Arena should be fine on your own, Naya, so no worries there, Naya. Got it. I'll leave the headquarters to you. It's in good hands, Naya. The two young ladies smiled at Ren. Take care. We'll be here, so call if you need anything. Ren exchanged a few words with them, placed unnecessary items on the headquarters shelves, and said, I'm off, before stepping outside. As he walked through the plaza, he noticed a slight sweat forming. Feels like summer already. It felt like spring just the other day, yet summer had arrived. Ren chuckled to himself. His steps toward the arena were lighter than usual. The Imperial Grand Arena. A massive stone structure with a colonnade along its perimeter. With the opening match approaching, the spectators were buzzing with excitement, their fervor undeterred by the summer heat. Ren stood in a corridor on the first floor, leading to the battle stage. Nearby was a preparation room for committee members and faculty. Having just left the room, Ren observed the representatives from each academy. His attention settled on a male student sitting on a bench. Even Vane, brimming with courage, was visibly nervous about representing a prestigious academy at such a grand event, especially since his match was the opening bout. Sarah, who was usually by his side, was absent, likely preparing for her own imminent match. I'll do what I can. I'll show the results of all my hard work since leaving the village. Ren overheard Vane's murmur. Watching him, Ren returned to the preparation room and opened a wooden box. Though called a wooden box, it contained magical devices that kept the drinks inside cool. Distributing these wasn't Ren's job, it was the swordsmanship instructor's, but Ren grabbed one and left the room again. Approaching Vane, he sat beside him. You should have a drink before you go. Ren, why are you here? Part of my committee work, I guess. Vane took a sip of the drink, then gulped it down in one go. It's really cold. His throat parched from nerves. Vane seemed to relax slightly. Ren murmured, good, and Vane spoke up. Can I ask something? What's up? How strong are the students from the other schools? Ren blinked in surprise, but seeing Vane's seriousness, adjusted his demeanor. They're all representatives chosen by their schools, so none of them are weak. It was true that the Imperial Academy's elite class stood out, but the schools in Liamel's capital offered top-tier education. Many emphasized both academics and martial arts, so every representative was strong. But Ren added, look around, it might help ease your nerves. Vane glanced around and understood what Ren meant. The other students were stealing glances at him, showing their own signs of tension. I'm not the only one nervous, huh? Vane, as a representative of the Imperial Academy, naturally drew attention from students of other schools in the capital. I'm feeling a bit calmer now. Good to hear. Ren checked the time and stood. As he turned away, Vane called out, among the representatives, do you think there's anyone stronger than you? Ren stopped. Without turning, he paused for a few seconds. Despite the constant noise around them, it felt as if they were in a bubble of silence. It was reminiscent of a moment days ago when Licia, asked a similar question by Sarah, had paused and struggled to answer. Ren spoke over his shoulder. You won't know until you fight them. Turning to face Vane, he continued with a smile. But I don't plan on losing to anyone, not since I found something worth protecting. Vane was convinced. Ren had grown far stronger than that summer, to a level beyond what was expected at the Lion King Festival. Vane sensed it instinctively. Ren left Vane's side for good this time. Soon, a staff member called Vane for the opening match. As he slapped his cheeks and headed to the arena, a thunderous cheer erupted. Yo! Kai, drenched in sweat, called out to Ren as he headed back to the preparation room. He was sweating far too much for someone who hadn't fought yet. Thanks, Vane was pretty nervous, wasn't he? Ren had something he wanted to address. Vane had just gone to the opening match, but Kai, who hadn't fought yet, was already soaked. Ren, guessing the reason, decided to ask. You were warming up, but isn't that a bit much? Can't help it, my whole body's fired up. As long as you're okay. 10 minutes after Ren returned to the preparation room, the referee's voice echoed from the arena. announcing Vane's victory in the opening match amid roaring cheers. Section: Ren had a meeting scheduled with a guest from the Sky Continent. Through Ulysses, he had been contacted to meet this guest at the Imperial Grand Arena. After handling some light tasks, it was time for lunch. Ren ate a quick meal and left the preparation room 10 minutes early. Climbing several staircases, he reached the corridor leading to the VIP seats. Ulysses had said it would be easy to enter, but Ren wasn't so sure. The VIP seats, frequented by nobles from home and abroad, were under strict security. As Ren approached, a knight of Liamel, dressed like those who had visited Colossal to train Licia, spoke up. "Beyond here are the VIP seats. You look like a student of the Imperial Academy. Do you have an appointment?" "I was summoned by Lord Ulysses Ignat." "By Marquis Ignat." Among the knights, guarding the corridor were a few from the Lion Holy Church. They approached, addressing Ren by name. The Liamel knight stepped back, surprised, so that's what he meant. Ren understood Ulysses' earlier words. The Liamel knight spoke to a black-armored knight. "You know him. His identity is vouched for by the Lion Holy Church," said a knight familiar with Ren. The Liamel knight nodded, understood, and Ren was escorted forward by the Lion Holy Church knight. From the Liamel knight's reaction, it seems the Lion Holy Church knights outrank them. "That's right, we also have to pass officer-level exams." The path to the VIP seats was lined with guards brought by various dignitaries. The VIP seats were divided by walls, allowing guests to enjoy the tournament separately unless they chose to mingle. The doors to each seat were also separate. At the door ahead stood Edgar. Ren parted ways with the Lion Holy Church knight there. Edgar opened the door as soon as Ren arrived, ushering him inside. The room was furnished like a luxury inn, with plush chairs and an unobstructed view of the Imperial Grand Arena. 3 men were present: the formidable Ulysses Ignatiel, Lazard, and a handsome man with tanned skin whom Ren didn't recognize. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Not at all. You're early, as usual," Ulysses said, beckoning Ren to the table where the 3 sat. The semicircular table faced the arena. Ren approached, standing near Ulysses and the guest from the Sky Continent. "Marquis Ignat, is this the rumored Ren Ashton?" the tan man asked. "What a striking figure." Dressed in vibrant clothing, his exposed arm revealed toned muscles, hinting at his past as a knight-turned-merchant. Adorned with gold accessories and jewels, he exuded a refined air that avoided ostentation. This must be the guest from the Sky Continent. He was like a desert prince, with a passionate gaze that could captivate countless women. The man's eyes sparkled as he looked at Ren, barely containing his excitement as Ulysses introduced him. "Yes, this is Ren Ashton." The tan man stood, towering even over Ulysses. "I am Richter Leonhardt, a count in my country." His manner of speech retained traces of his knightly past. "It's been about 20 years since I last came to Liamel." 20 years? I'm over 60, despite appearances." Richter smiled. To Ren, he looked no older than his late 20s or early 30s. Seeing Ren's surprise, Richter grinned, showing white teeth. "If I look young, it's because I'm Shelgadian." He continued, "Do you know about Shelgadians? I believe they're an ancient people of the Sky Continent, with lifespans double that of most people on the ground." Richter's expression softened, pleased that Ren knew of his people. He extended a hand for a handshake. "I come from the Shelgad Empire, the only major power on the Sky Continent. My skin color comes from my mixed heritage, so please understand." After shaking hands, they took their seats. Ren sat next to Lazard, at the edge of the table. Lazard apologized, "Sorry for dragging you into this busy time. I've been looking forward to hearing about you. Would you share your story from Colossal?" Richter asked. Ulysses and Lazard nodded, leaving it to Ren. As the martial tournament unfolded below, with cheers filling the air, Richter listened intently to Ren's tale. He spoke of his first battle and the events leading to his escape with Licia. Richter's eyes gleamed with every detail. "You enjoy stories like this, don't you, Lord Leonhardt?" "I'd say I love them. The people of the Sky Continent have a fondness for heroic tales." Richter, whose mother hailed from southern Martel Continent, noted that her people were passionate, influencing his skin tone. But beyond that, Shelgadians generally loved heroic epics. It stems from the hero who saved our nation. Richter, in high spirits, continued at Ren's prompting. "Long ago, the sky continent was home to a guardian deity called the Phoenix. When its lifespan ended, the Phoenix would turn to ash and be reborn as a fledgling. But after countless cycles, it lost its wisdom and rationality. It attacked the people of the sky continent, claiming countless lives. A hero appeared and brought eternal rest to the Phoenix. The hero, appearing from nowhere, asked the Shelgadians where the Phoenix resided. He journeyed to the heart of the sky continent, engaging in a fierce battle. The Phoenix's seemingly infinite regeneration weakened, and the hero's sword finally pierced its throat. The hero stayed with the people, praying for the fallen and aiding in the continent's recovery. The emperor at the time, deeply grateful, offered to reward him. The hero was entitled to wealth and fame, but he desired neither, astonishing the people. He asked only for a vial of the Phoenix's blood. The Phoenix's blood. It was said to grant the Phoenix's vitality, an incredible treasure. Its true nature was unverifiable now. The hero stayed briefly before leaving quietly, never revealing his name. The Phoenix's remains were respectfully buried by the emperor, and a new capital was built there. Shelgadian emperors, inspired by the hero, were expected to be strong. The current emperor, ranked fourth among the Sword Kings, was no exception. My ancestors were strong, but this sky continent hero sounds incredible too. Ren kept the thought to himself, and, at Richter's urging, resumed his story. Richter was satisfied by the end. A fine tale. I hope the Colossal and Ashton families remain friends moving forward. Details would be settled later, but the discussion went smoothly. Before I return, I'd like to finalize a few things. I don't mean to rush, but past experiences have taught me to make decisions without regret, Richter said with a bittersweet smile, his gaze meeting Ulysses. You remember Marquis Ignat. The succession dispute in the Shelgad Empire's Grand Ducal family is well known. A painful memory. My Leonhardt family was involved. We urged a peaceful resolution, but the outcome was a mess. Oh, did that lead you to leave knighthood? Richter spoke haltingly, his words coming in quiet bursts. Deep down, he was expressing gratitude to Ren for sharing so much and to Ulysses for arranging this meeting. Despite serving my country as a knight, I failed in my duty and caused turmoil. Since then, I couldn't forgive myself for remaining a knight. Richter, visibly weighed by self-reproach, looked at Ren. Lord Leonhardt. Caught off guard by the sudden shift in conversation, Ren hesitated, unsure how to respond. But Richter quickly apologized. My apologies. It's been over a decade, but a succession dispute erupted in our Grand Ducal family, embroiling many nobles. The Grand Ducal family had two brothers. The younger brother warned that the elder's ideology was dangerous. The elder brother advocated for Shelgad to intervene aggressively in conflict zones, securing their interests, an imperialistic stance. The younger brother deemed it unfit for the times, leading to their conflict. How did the succession dispute end? There was no resolution. Both brothers died. Discussions about a distant relative inheriting the title fell apart, and the Grand Ducal family was dissolved. The younger brother was killed by a lesser noble loyal to the elder. His wife and only daughter fled in secret, and despite efforts by Richter and others to protect them, they were never found. The elder brother, in turn, was assassinated by nobles loyal to the younger. As a powerful and influential family, the Grand Ducal family's turmoil sent shockwaves across the sky continent. The blood-soaked conflict ended with no one finding happiness. After that, I spent my days grappling with my own powerlessness. Then my father-in-law visited me. He was a merchant from the Martel continent. Among the gifts sent earlier was traditional clothing. Ren had wondered why a sky continent trading company would send such items, but now it made sense. He suggested I serve my homeland from a different position, not as a knight. Richter, who took pride in his knighthood, initially resisted the idea of becoming a merchant. But he felt he was no longer a knight, having failed to fulfill his duties. He briefly considered becoming a civil official, but his father-in-law's support was unwavering. Fortunately, Richter had a knack for commerce. Leveraging relationships built during his knighthood, he established a trading company renowned across nations, not just on the sky continent. Back then, I was also indebted to the late Marquis Ignat. Indeed, the woman who went into hiding was originally a server at our imperial castle. Any tension between our nations, however small, would have been troublesome, pardon, inconvenient. Not wanting to dwell on heavy topics, Ulysses cleared his throat. It was the Lion King festival, after all. He redirected their attention to the martial tournament. Look there, the Leonard boy is fighting. Ren turned his focus to the arena. Kai's match against a student from another school had just begun with the referee's signal. Kai dominated, roaring with vigor, showcasing an overwhelming gap in strength. The opponent could barely respond. The crowd, enthralled, watched as noble house's heirs displayed their prowess one after another. Next came Sarah Riohard. With her elegantly honed swordsmanship, refined since childhood, she outmaneuvered her opponent, securing a flawless victory like Kai. Many spectators were captivated by the youthful strength of these noble heirs. Soon, it was time for Ren to return to his committee duties. After a final greeting, he left the room. Glancing at his wristwatch, he recalled his upcoming tasks. Next, I believe. The Lion King festival had only just begun. Later, Ren, busy with committee work, walked through the capital's evening streets with Fiona. Licia was occupied with other tasks, so Ren was now escorting Fiona back to the girls' dormitory. Sorry for making you go out of your way to walk me back. Ren smiled as they strolled down the main street toward the station. Don't worry about it. His profile was illuminated by the red glow of the lingering twilight. Hee. Fiona beamed happily. Walking with Ren was an unexpectedly joyful moment for her. She hadn't dared dream of strolling through the festival with him during the Lion King festival, let alone enjoying it until she reached the dormitory. If only this moment could last forever. As they browsed festival stalls along the way, she couldn't help but wish it fiercely. On a particularly crowded street, Fiona instinctively grabbed the hem of Ren's clothing, startling herself. Sorry. No, it's fine. We don't want to get separated. Fiona apologized quickly, her mind flashing back to the Balder Mountains. Just before crossing the suspension bridge, she had clutched the hem of Ren's coat in the same way. The memory warmed her heart, yet her relationship with the person she cared for hadn't progressed much since then. Living closer to him was a joy, but that was about it. As they neared the district lined with academies, a stall owner called out, "Hey, pretty lady." Fiona, engrossed in her conversation with Ren, didn't realize the call was for her. You there? The lady walking with her Imperial Academy boyfriend. No other academy students were nearby. Boyfriend? Fiona, wondering if the owner had mistaken her, turned to face the voice. Their eyes met. Me. That's right. How about some of our sweets? The stall was run by a spirited woman. On display were crepe-like pastries baked on a griddle, topped with syrup or cream. The aroma was tempting, but Ren and Fiona were already full. We're stuffed, thanks, and I'm not her boyfriend, Ren clarified. Oh, you two seemed pretty close, though. The owner laughed apologetically, calling out, "Come back anytime," with enthusiasm. Noticing Fiona's subtle disappointment, the woman mouthed silently, "Good luck." On the way back, Fiona replayed the owner's words. You could have been a little flustered, at least. Did you say something? And nothing. It's nothing. Boyfriend? The thought that someone mistook Ren as her partner was unimaginable happiness for Fiona, if only it weren't a misunderstanding. That aside, Ren's quick denial of being her boyfriend lingered in her mind. Not that she was upset. She knew Ren's character well enough to expect it. It was simply a matter of her girlish heart. To close the distance with Ren, Fiona ventured a bold question she'd never asked before. Ren, what kind of woman do you like? Ren stopped in his tracks, staring at Fiona with wide eyes. His flustered reaction was so endearing that Fiona giggled. That was an unexpected question. Assuming it stemmed from the stall owner's mistake, Ren realized he'd never thought about it and began to ponder. The two resumed walking. Fiona watched Ren's troubled expression with keen interest. Someone kind, maybe. It was an utterly generic answer. Fiona blinked, then smiled. That's important, right? But she hoped for something more specific. Then, oh, I thought of something. You did? Yeah, though it feels a bit silly, and it's not exactly a preference. Ren, usually mature, scratched his cheek with a boyish, wry smile. The word that came to mind wasn't quite a preference, but since I'm always swinging my sword, someone who'd be okay with that maybe. Fiona's thoughts froze for a moment. Looking up at Ren, she softened into a smile after a few seconds. At the dormitory, they exchanged parting words. You're heading to a meeting on a magic airship next, right, Ren? Yeah. Seems like a lot of Lazard's business associates will be there. Ulysses had been invited, but was too busy to attend. Ren needed to return to Arendelle soon to prepare. As Fiona mentioned, Licia was likely already heading to Arendelle with Lazard for the meeting. Well, I'll head out now. Just as Ren turned to leave, Fiona summoned unconscious courage. Wait, she called. She stepped in front of Ren, looking up at him. Your tie's crooked. Noticing Ren's slightly misaligned tie, still in his uniform, Fiona reached out to adjust it gently. Realizing her boldness, she pretended not to notice her racing heart and smiled. In that fleeting moment, Ren's startled face met Fiona's as she drew close. Is this all right? I mean, it's my first time fixing someone's tie. Why, yeah, I think it's fine, thank you. The awkward exchange painted Fiona's cheeks a deep crimson. In the end, she blurted, Thank you for walking me back, Ren. Please take care on your way home. Fleeing from Ren, she flung open the dormitory door and darted inside. A few students looked startled by her behavior, but Fiona, too flustered to care, pressed a hand to her chest, leaning against the door she'd just closed. She hurried to her room in the girls' dormitory, bursting inside. Standing before the large mirror at the washstand, she murmured, I'm completely red. From the moment she realized how bold she'd been, she'd fought to keep her racing heart and flushed skin in check. But now, alone in her room, there was no need to pretend. It didn't matter how she looked. Her reflection showed scarlet cheeks and slightly teary eyes. Covering her mouth and nose with both hands, Fiona exclaimed, What did I just do? The vivid memory of her actions sent her voice trembling. She lingered before the mirror, writhing in embarrassment for quite some time. Section. That night, a scheduled gathering with nobles took place aboard a magic airship in a buffet-style reception. After a long round of greetings, Ren and Licia were taking a break, drinks in hand, when... Look! Licia pointed at the nightscape beyond the large window. Though called a nightscape, at this altitude, the horizon still glowed faintly red. The lights of the temporary airship dock below were faintly visible if one strained their eyes. Ren stood beside Licia, gazing at the mountain she indicated. Is that Rose's Kaitas? Yes. That mist must be the cage of time that Krenoa-sensei mentioned. Even at night, the mist presumed to be the cage of time was discernible. It almost looks like the mist is glowing, Ren noted. It might have properties similar to holy magic. My holy magic sparkles a bit, so maybe it's the same kind of faint glow. Ren nodded, true. It wasn't surprising that a seal imbued with the goddess of time's power would have such an effect. That seal is massive. In ancient times, before it was sealed, Rose's Kaitas was a holy site bustling with pilgrims. They climbed stone steps up the rugged mountain to worship the divine statue at its summit. Followers of the Elfin Church offered prayers to their god in this way. Though now a forbidden area, Ren mused. Back then, those stone steps must have been walked by countless people. Yes, they say countless torches were lit, and the sound of bells rung by holy figures echoed. As a sacred domain, it must have been profoundly solemn. Ren could easily picture the scene, his gaze fixed on Rose's Kaitas. Meanwhile, the airship glided slowly through the sky. A man approached the pair staring out the window. You too. Turning toward the hall, they saw Richter, dressed as Ren had seen him earlier that day. He had been invited by Lazard to join the airship, a decision made after Ren's departure, as Ren and Licia had been told. Are you enjoying the colossal family's gathering? Licia asked. Richter replied cheerfully. Absolutely. It's been a splendid evening. By the way, were you two looking at that holy site? Joining Ren's side, Richter held a glass and peered out the window. As it's called the Cage of Time, it's truly a crystallization of power beyond human comprehension. The odds of the Demon King's army surviving inside are nil. That's precisely why its existence is tolerated. Richter took a swig of the wine Lazard had provided, savoring it sip by sip. It's truly magnificent. To create such a seal, the mysteries of the Elfin Church are beyond even my understanding. This is our first time seeing the seal. What about you, Lord Leonhardt? For me, it's the third time. The first was during his initial visit to Liamel, the second on his way here this time, and now the third. Next time I visit Liamel, I'd love to see it up close with you too. With that, he moved on, apparently pausing only briefly while greeting other nobles. Having already completed their greetings, Ren and Licia had some freedom. They could assist Lazard with his work, but he'd assured them it wasn't necessary, so here they were. Their only remaining task was to see off the guests when the airship returned to Arendelle. I wonder what it's like inside that seal, Ren mused. Want to find out? Who wouldn't be curious about a space where time is frozen and filled with holy power? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't, but getting inside would be trouble. We might end up purified ourselves. On second thought, my life's more important than my curiosity. Hee, good call. The two lingered by the window, chatting about Rose's Kaita's seal and the first day of the Lion King Festival. Soon, an announcement signaled that the airship was beginning its return to Arendelle. Minutes later, it descended and docked at the aerial garden. Nobles disembarked one by one. After seeing them all off, Lazard finally exhaled. That's today's work done. He thanked Ren and Licia for their help. The conversation shifted to how they'd spent the party. Father, we were talking about Rose's Kaitas the whole time, Licia said. Oh, that's an incredible seal. I've seen it a few times, but it was your first, wasn't it? Lazard, who often traveled by airship, had seen the seal from the sky during his trips. Though Rose's Kaitas wasn't far by airship, its location was remote. An old road led there, but it was rarely used except to reach the site. Surrounded by valleys, mountains, and lakes, it was a place rich in nature. Even airship routes seldom passed nearby. The sixth day of the festival will be even livelier, Lazard noted. Around Rose's Kaitas. Licia blinked, surprised by her father's words. Yes, there'll be special transport, and a choir from the Elfin Church's holy site will perform. They'll pray for the salvation of all souls lost in battle under Lord Elfin. A choir, I'm a bit curious, Licia admitted. It's a rare chance, you two should go listen. Ren and Licia exchanged glances. The choir's performance near Rose's Kaitas was scheduled for the morning of the festival's sixth day. By then, committee work would be even calmer than today. If they had the time and opportunity, it might be worth a visit. Joined by Weiss, who had been guarding outside, the group headed to the aerial garden's ground level. Ren glanced up at the upper dock where the airship had been moored, noticing a door usually kept closed. Welrich is working on repairs even this late, huh? In that dock was the airship Lemuria, built by Welrich long ago. Damaged due to mistreatment by a former royal, it was being restored to surpass its original glory using Asfar's horn. As Ren looked up, Welrich poked his head out, spotting him. Unfazed by the height, Welrich called down. Hey, work's going great up here. Thanks, but don't lean out like that, it's dangerous. Hi. This is nothing, but fine whatever. Laughing, Welrich retreated into the dock. Welrich is as energetic as ever, Licia remarked, now truly on their way home. With Weiss, the four headed into the aerial garden toward the ground level. Reflecting on the wonderful day, Ren stretched deeply. He was sure he'd sleep like a log tonight. His only concern was whether he'd have the energy for a bath. Ren, don't fall asleep in the bath, okay? How did you know what I was thinking? I keep telling you, I know you too well. Licia's clear, beautiful voice rang out. She added playfully, don't doze off, all right. Section, an unfamiliar, pitch-black, silent space. Somewhere a bell rang. Ring. Beyond that, Ren knew nothing. He couldn't tell if he was standing or sitting. Unable to move, he simply existed in the void. Suddenly, two crimson lights appeared ahead. In the dark, quiet space, they grew brighter. What? Drawn toward them, Ren approached the crimson glow, but abruptly he could go no further. The lights flickered eerily, and the dark world was engulfed in blinding radiance. The light was morning sunlight streaming through the window. Waking, Ren tilted his head. Exhausted from yesterday, he'd slept deeply, yet. A vague murmur escaped him. He felt he'd dreamed something, but couldn't recall it. Forgetting dreams was commonplace, yet today an odd unease lingered. What's this feeling? Glancing at the clock, he saw it was slightly earlier than his usual wake-up time. After getting ready and leaving his room, he spotted Licia nearby. She seemed lost in thought, as if something was off. Greeting her, Ren approached. Lady Licia, is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Just something trivial. Her tone piqued Ren's curiosity, and he teased with a light laugh. A meaningless joke meant to amuse. You're not feeling weird about a strange dream like I am, right? What? You too. What was meant as a jest took an unexpected turn. Ren blinked, startled. Huh. Their eyes met, unconsciously stepping half a pace closer than usual. Can you remember what kind of dream it was? No. Licia shook her head instantly. I don't know, but it's bothering me and I feel so strange. I feel like I dreamed something too, but I can't recall it at all. Yet it's stuck in my mind. We didn't sleep in the same bed or anything, right? Definitely not. And even if we did, I doubt we'd have the same dream. True. It was odd, but they couldn't think much beyond that. Dreams were fleeting by nature, and dwelling on them seemed pointless. Ren and Licia exchanged wry smiles. Chapter 10, The Lion King Festival. From the second day of the Lion King Festival, the workload for the organizing committee was lighter than the first, allowing more time to relax at headquarters. Reports from various venues indicated that students from the Imperial Academy were advancing smoothly in their competitions. The martial tournament, in particular, saw all Academy representatives progress. By the fourth day, only formidable contenders remained, yet the Academy's students continued to dominate. Radius was sorting through this information in a luxurious carriage befitting royalty, en route to the committee headquarters. Mayuri sat beside him, with Esther across from them. A warm summer breeze drifted through the open carriage window. Even so, Radius, unfazed by the heat, reviewed documents with a cool expression, relying not on magical devices but his own composure. This remained unchanged even as they arrived at the plaza where headquarters was located. I'll wait outside, Naya, Mayuri announced. Normally, she would have alighted first, followed by Radius, but today, Radius stayed put and Mayuri exited alone. Esther, seated opposite, let out a curious, "Oh." The atmosphere in the carriage shifted subtly. Is something the matter? Does your highness have other business? Yes, right here. Here in the carriage. Radius nodded, setting aside the documents he'd been reviewing. He closed the window and snapped his fingers, activating a magical device. To counter the heat, a cool breeze emanated from the device within the carriage. Another sharp sound pierced their ears. Esther recognized it instantly. It seems sound has been sealed, she noted. No need to panic, we're about to talk. A similar device had been used when Ren and Licia were abducted by Yelkwuk. It controlled sound within a designated space, and this time, it ensured no noise escaped. Esther's expression grew serious as she faced Radius. What are you doing? Radius's voice echoed in the carriage. Despite the abrupt question, Esther responded calmly. What am I doing? You know what I mean. I've set the stage for this conversation. You must realize by now that I've seen through much of it. Facing Esther's silence, Radius continued, his voice clear and unwavering. You were busy during the holidays, weren't you? Understandably so. With the Lion King Festival spanning the entire capital for the first time in years, the Lion Holy Church must have been swamped with security arrangements. No, it wasn't like that. I understand perfectly well how busy you were. Completely. Esther, quick to deny, met the commanding aura radiating from the young man before her. Just locking eyes with him made her feel as if she might spill everything, even if it involved the Emperor's confidential orders. Let me rephrase. Still holding her gaze, Radius asked, What were you doing in Arendelle during the holidays? Esther crossed her arms, tilting her head at his words without so much as a twitch of her brow, a perfectly natural gesture, devoid of any unease. Calmly, she replied, It was for the knights dispatched to Arendelle. Having been away from Liamul for years, I needed to assess the situation myself. To ensure everything was in order, you mean? Precisely. Indeed, Esther had walked openly through Arendelle's streets. If she were hiding something, she wouldn't have been drinking at the guild from morning. There was nothing to feel guilty about, even if seen. Fair enough, but let's continue. When had he developed such an imposing presence, such piercing eyes? Esther, who had known Radius since he was a child, hadn't imagined he'd become a young man capable of exuding such pressure. Perhaps thanks to Ren, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, too soft for Radius to hear. His voice resounded clearly in the carriage. I know you were in Arendelle for a time, Esther. You didn't hide that. But why did you leave Arendelle for the roads? Why act so covertly, avoiding prying eyes? Explain. Radius implied he'd noticed her attempts to move undetected. He didn't care if she was seen in Arendelle's streets, but her secretive behavior elsewhere was the issue. Yet Esther countered. Could it be a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding. Yes, even if I were moving discreetly, for your highness to notice. She tried to brush it off with brevity, but one crucial detail couldn't be overlooked. Even if Radius later learned of her suspicious actions, he wouldn't know what she'd done during the holidays. The past couldn't be undone. To have noticed her before she acted meant Radius had been moving early. And then there was the girl of Ketsi heritage by his side, Myri Arcase. Esther had momentarily forgotten her. Even you, what? Radius pressed. No, it's nothing. Myri was a civil official, not a covert operative. She might manage minor subterfuge, but deceiving Esther was beyond her. Yet, Myri's investigative prowess surpassed even Radius's. Her ability to uncover information was almost prescient, astonishing even Esther, combined with Radius's influence. That morning, Ren also left Erendil. It seems you were headed nearby. Did you know? With respect, I was never near Ren. How curious. Are you saying you conveniently lost your memory? I don't lose memories so easily. It simply never happened. My apologies then, but you know, don't you? Those cunning nobles in Parliament often forget things conveniently. I'd hate to think you're like them. Without stating it outright, Radius implied he knew much. This isn't just about Erendil. Did you think I wouldn't notice, no matter how you skulked in the shadows? Your Highness, No excuses. I only want one answer. Why were you moving around Ren? Her response would determine Radius's next steps. Erendil is vast. Would you really cross paths with Ren so often by chance? His tone suggested this was her final chance to answer. Ha! Esther sighed, as if conceding. The pressure Radius had been exerting subsided. It seems I overlooked something. I thought as much, Radius replied. Out of curiosity, what would you have done if I hadn't remembered? I'd have stopped assigning you tasks and barred you from my presence. That's punishment enough, now then. Before Radius, Esther recalled. As for what I was doing, I can say nothing. That's what I've been ordered to answer. Ordered? Yes, without error. In other words, that was the truth. Taken literally, whoever ordered Esther had anticipated Radius would see through her. What if I asked someone else about your movements? I'd say nothing. It's entirely up to your Highness to decide how to proceed. I see. Fortunately, Radius smiled. Relieved, Esther exhaled. Sorry for taking your time. As usual, take charge of security around here. Yes, sir. Radius stepped out of the carriage. Esther followed, then cleared her throat deliberately, resuming her usual demeanor. As they walked on the cobblestones, they conversed as always. Let me say once more, I spoke the truth earlier. Oh, which part? That I didn't meet Ren. During the holiday in the forest. Yes. I intended to approach Ren, but it didn't work out. I had a strange feeling he'd notice me, so I gave up. It truly hadn't happened. As Esther said, she was never in the same place as Ren. Ha, you were wary of Ren's intuition. Yes, it's the kind of instinct those who have faced life-or-death situations develop, but Ren's is particularly sharp. How hot? Yes, Ren's something else. A short walk from the carriage, Myri waited. Despite the summer heat, she stood without a bead of sweat, as poised as ever. Esther stepped back, keeping her distance. Shall we go, Naya? Let's. We've got to keep at it today. Yes, Naya. Esther watched Radius and Myri as they headed toward the headquarters in the plaza. As they walked, Radius spoke. Esther spilled. She was ordered to say nothing. It's like we're dancing in His Majesty's palm, Naya. Yes, honestly, I'm not thrilled. What now, Naya? Shall I arrange an audience? Please. I want to confront Father as soon as possible. Thus spoke the third prince. Section, the morning of the 5th day of the Lion King Festival. The martial tournament, quarterfinals today, right? Ren recalled, waking in his room. Today, the 4 semi-finalists would be decided. With all Imperial Academy representatives advancing, there was a high chance the semi-finals would feature only Academy students. Leaving aside how it compared to the 7 Heroes legend, Ren pondered this as he prepared for the day and left his room. Lazard had already left the mansion, so only Licia joined Ren in the dining hall, her steps light as she took a seat nearby. Good morning, let's do our best today. Ren nodded, yeah. After breakfast, they continued. I'm full of energy, no weird dreams since then, so I've been sleeping well. Same here, what were those dreams anyway? We were together from morning to night that day, so maybe seeing the same things led to similar dreams. Maybe. They grabbed their bags and left the mansion, greeted by dazzling morning sunlight. Licia shielded her eyes, squinting. It's going to be hot again today. Her smile, as always, rivaled the brilliance of the sun. That afternoon, at headquarters with the full committee present, Ren reviewed the schedule. If things go like this, we might have some free time tomorrow. The 6th day wouldn't be free of committee work, but tasks would be lighter, allowing time to enjoy the festival in the morning. It wasn't impossible for the committee to go out and have fun together. Ren thought as much, but, haha, I've got to help with family business in the morning. I'd love to relax, but His Highness and I have official duties, Naya. Fiona and Myries' words dashed hopes of a group outing. Ren sighed softly, then heard a knock at the headquarters door. He opened it to find Sarah, Vane, and Nem outside. Noticing them, Licia joined Ren and they stepped out. Listen, we won again today. Before Ren or Licia could ask, Sarah's voice brimmed with joy. Her exuberant hug pushed Licia back half a step, but Licia smiled happily, catching her. Licia, all 4 quarterfinals were won by our representatives. So, the semifinals tomorrow will only have our students. Exactly, crazy, right? Our reps always do well, but it's been a while since we've dominated the semifinals like this. So, Licia, I know you're busy, but could you come watch the semifinals and finals? Licia glanced at Ren, silently asking, what do you think? Should be fine, Ren replied. With the academy and festival organizers coordinating, there was ample time for students. By the 6th day, most competitions would be over, and the afternoon would see crowds flocking to the arena for the martial tournaments, semifinals, and finals. The 7th day would offer even more time to enjoy the festival. Really? Awesome. Sarah, stop hugging me so suddenly. Licia smiled as Sarah embraced her again. Nearby, Vane spoke to Ren. Thanks for the other day. On the tournament's first day, Ren had helped ease Vane's nerves. Hey, Ren, could you spare some time tomorrow morning? Sarah suggested we all go pray together. Pray for a win in the semifinals. Vane nodded. Yeah. Sarah joined in. Vane and I are super nervous, especially me since I'm up against Kai. Vane's opponent was another second-year noble, an archer Kai had mentioned before. I get the nerves, but it's rare for you to suggest praying, Sarah. Really, I go to the temple a lot, but tomorrow's not just about that. It's the Lion King festival, and we haven't had a chance to hang out together. Embarrassed to admit it, Sarah tried to play it off with enthusiasm. So, I was thinking we could go to Rose's kaitas together. Hearing about prayers, Ren and Licia had assumed they meant the Imperial Grand Temple. Rose's kaitas is sealed, isn't it? Yeah, but there are spots for prayers, so it's fine. The 7 Heroes legend didn't include such an event, but Ren was used to reality diverging from the legend. Why Rose's kaitas? The Imperial Grand Temple is closer for prayers. You said you wanted to see the seal before, Licia. There's a special transport, so it's a good chance, right? Plus, the choir will be there tomorrow. Lazard had mentioned something similar on the festival's first night. Ren and Licia exchanged wry smiles. They'd already seen the seal from the airship that night. Still, it felt wrong to dismiss Sarah's thoughtful suggestion, especially seeing her excitement. Besides, both were curious about the choir. Ren and I were already thinking of hearing the choir, so this works out perfectly. Great, it's settled. Let's meet at the aerial garden tomorrow. As Sarah beamed, Nem didn't miss the glance Ren and Licia shared. You two are so kind. Sarah blinked. Nem, what's that about? Nothing, just my observation. Unlike Sarah, Nem's pretty perceptive and totally caught what you two were hiding. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? It's just Nem being Nem, saying random stuff, Licia teased. Hey, Licia, you're making it sound like I'm always random. I'm only random sometimes. Nem's indignant huff made everyone laugh. They considered inviting Fiona and the others to hear the choir, but their prior commitments made it impossible. After the 3 left, Ren and Licia returned to headquarters, where Radius asked, Something up. The martial tournament, tomorrow's semifinals and finals will only feature our students. That's good news. It's a great chance, so you 3 should go watch. Fiona, busy in the morning, could join in the afternoon. Sounds good, Ren said, discussing meeting spots with Licia and Fiona. Radius, watching the 3 talk excitedly, smiled and teased the lively atmosphere in the headquarters. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 11, Sword Demon. Despite the early morning hour, The area around Rose's Kaitas was bustling with people. The ancient road was paved with crumbling stone bricks, many of which were moss-covered in places. The surroundings were adorned with lush green lawns, creating a picturesque scene where numerous merchants had set up their stalls. Having just disembarked from the magic airship, Ren surveyed the area. So this is what it's like. He had only heard that the airship dock was a temporary structure, and when he had seen it from the sky the other day, it was at night, so he couldn't make out much. What he saw now was a modest airship dock lined with several simple iron towers. As he descended the portable stairs, Licia called out, "Ren, look." She pointed toward the mountain, where Rose's Kaitas lay. Unlike the other day, the mist, the cage of time, was now clearly visible. The two of them gazed at it before turning their attention to their surroundings. As they had heard, much of the mountain was enveloped in a seal. A valley separated the mountain from the flatland, and a bridge, usually closed, allowed passage. Beyond the bridge, stone steps led to a mountain path that disappeared into the sealed area. "It's much clearer than last time," Ren remarked. "But there are so many people. It's livelier than I expected," Licia replied. The area was filled with elfin devotees from within and beyond Liamel, as well as countless tourists. One moment of inattention could easily sweep them away in the crowd. "There are so many people. We need to stick together," Ren said. "Definitely, and we should grab breakfast while we can," Licia added. "Agreed," Nem chimed in. "My stomach's growling." Having arrived early in the morning, the three others besides Ren and Licia, who lived in Arendelle, hadn't eaten breakfast. "According to Nem's research, the stalls here are supposed to be amazing," Nem said. There were renowned vendors grilling delicious meats, as well as stalls boasting sweets and teas. "Vane, want me to hold your hand so you don't get lost?" Nem teased with a grin. "It'd be trouble if you wandered off." "And no, I'm fine. I'll be okay," Vane stammered. "Awa, no need to be shy, or is Nem not good enough for you?" "That's not it either, Ren. Stop laughing and help me out." "Sorry, I'm too busy looking for those famous stalls," Ren replied, subtly avoiding Sarah's jealous glare as he scanned the vendors. Watching Vane squirm under Nem's teasing and Sarah's displeased look, Ren exchanged words with Licia. "I was full earlier, but these aromas are making me hungry again," Licia said. "Same here." "Shall we grab a quick bite?" Ren suggested. "Yes, maybe something we don't usually see in Arendelle or the capital." The group visited several stalls to satisfy their hunger, sticking close to avoid getting separated in the bustling crowd. The area grew even livelier as time passed. Soon, elfin devotees from the choir, clad in white robes and surrounded by elfin knights, appeared and began walking down the road. Many devotees in the crowd clasped their hands in reverence at the sight. The choir led the onlookers toward the bridge spanning the valley to the mountain. Ren and the others followed suit, moving with the crowd. It took about 30 minutes to walk from the airship dock to the bridge. Elfin knights stood guard to keep spectators at a distance as the choir arrived. The choir stopped just before the seal at the far end of the bridge. Among them, one figure stood out, holding a large staff. Raising it horizontally with both hands as if offering it to the heavens, the staff's massive gem began to glow, and the choir burst into song. Ren listened intently, captivated by the choir's performance at the distant stone steps. He couldn't explain why, but he felt entranced, almost dazed. The song's melody seemed to echo endlessly, drawing his attention despite the unfamiliar language and incomprehensible lyrics. "Want me to translate?" Licia whispered, leaning close to Ren to avoid disturbing others. "You understand it?" Ren asked. "It's the language used in holy sigil rites. I know a bit of it," she replied. "That'd be helpful, but I don't want you to miss out on enjoying the song," Ren said. "It's fine. Besides, I want to enjoy this with you." At such close proximity, their cheeks nearly touched as Licia translated the lyrics into the common tongue. "Great Lord God, child of the Creator, come to the Lord's side." She continued, translating fragments of the lyrics. When the first song ended, many elfin devotees around them were moved to tears, and the three companions who had come with Ren and Licia stood in silent awe. The choir continued with a second and third song for the repose of souls. Then, suddenly, Ren's vision blurred slightly, and a ringing filled his ears. Instinctively, he pressed his hands to his ears, but something even stranger happened. Despite covering his ears, he clearly heard a sound, a bell ringing, ring, ring. His vision wavered like a mirage. The phenomenon passed quickly, but Ren couldn't make sense of it. Looking around, no one else seemed to notice anything unusual except for one person. Licia, standing beside him, shared the same sensation. Ren, just now. As the latest song ended, Sarah, who had been quiet, spoke to Licia. Licia, Ren, why so quiet? Were you moved by the song? No, I heard a loud bell ringing and it startled me, Licia replied. A bell? I didn't hear anything like that. Vane, did you? Sarah asked. No, I don't think so, Vane answered. Ren added, what about that mirage-like shimmer just now? Nope, didn't see anything like that either. What's with you two? Are you feeling okay? Vane asked, concerned. Maybe it was just my imagination, Ren said. Yeah, maybe we're overthinking it, Licia agreed, brushing it off. The choir concluded their performance and descended the stone steps, escorted by elfin knights as they quietly walked back down the road. Ren and Licia exchanged glances, pondering the strange phenomenon. They both felt it was something only they experienced, heightening their tension. Before it gets crowded with people leaving, should we head back to the airship? Licia suggested, masking her true thoughts. Good idea, Sarah nodded immediately. Yeah, we don't want to miss the airship if it gets full, Nem added. We've got the semifinals this afternoon, so we'd better hurry, Vane urged. The group began walking back to the airship dock, weaving through the crowd. Rain began to fall as they moved. Sudden weather changes near the mountain were common, so it wasn't surprising, and the light drizzle wasn't bothersome. But after the rain stopped, a faint haze formed, gradually thickening into a dense white fog. Then came another anomaly. As Ren and Licia blinked almost simultaneously, the presence of others vanished. Sarah, Nem, Vane, and all the other spectators were gone, no trace of anyone remained. Ren and Licia stopped, instinctively drawing close to protect each other. Stay by my side, no matter what, Ren said firmly. I know, Licia replied, nodding. The aura Ren exuded was unlike anything Licia had felt before. Even during his battle with Yelkwuk, he hadn't carried this intensity. His newfound strength was palpable. Ren stood protectively in front of Licia and silently summoned his iron magic sword. It had been a long time since he'd openly summoned it in her presence. Licia, unfazed, drew her own white flame sword from its sheath at her waist. Ready for any sudden attack, they sharpened their senses, but nothing happened. 10 seconds passed, then a minute, and they remained in the silent, foggy space. The dense fog didn't even stir with the wind. What now? Licia asked. What should we do? Ren replied. In this bizarre situation, they slightly relaxed their stances. Several more minutes passed without change. Let me try something, Ren said. He swung his iron magic sword, performing Star Slayer, but there was no sensation of dispelling magic, nor any indication that the situation was caused by a spell. It was simply inexplicable. Ren thrust the iron magic sword into the ground and summoned the great tree magic sword. Without hesitation, he used nature magic to grow a tall, sturdy tree beside them. You did that? Licia exclaimed. It's completely different from before. Well, it's evolved, I guess, Ren said hesitantly. Evolved. The term didn't fully explain it, but Ren prioritized action. He placed a foot on the tree, not wanting to leave Licia alone in this strange space. I'm going to climb the tree to check the surroundings, he said. Should I wait here? Licia asked. No, if something happens, I'd rather we stay together. Let's climb together. Licia assumed they'd climb separately, but Ren extended his hand. Is that okay? Okay, what do you mean? I'll carry you and run up the tree. Okay, wait, what? Licia responded half unconsciously, stunned. As Ren scooped her up in a princess carry, she stared at him, wide-eyed. In this emergency, there was no room for embarrassment, nor time to process it. Huh. Her heart raced slightly. Here we go, Ren said. Before she could process it, Ren kicked off the ground, leaping onto the tree. With a single bound, he landed on a branch, then swiftly ascended, kicking off branches until he reached the top in moments. Licia, still in his arms, stammered, Ren, I'm not too heavy, right? Not at all. Don't worry about that right now, Ren replied calmly. Maybe, but don't hit me with logic like that. Overwhelmed, Licia stayed still to avoid hindering him. Ren made a couple more leaps before stopping on a branch. The slight recoil caused Licia's hair to flutter. Nothing's visible up here, Ren said. Despite the height, the dense fog obscured everything. Ren descended swiftly, gently setting Licia down. After standing on her own for the first time in a minute, she gave a small laugh. We didn't see anything, did we? Should we walk and see what happens? She suggested. In a normal situation, staying put might be safer, but this was no ordinary predicament. No one would call being isolated in a strange space with everyone else gone a mere accident. Standing still didn't seem productive, so they began moving again. Let's go, Ren said, making the great tree magic sword and the tree itself vanish. Licia, watching, recalled a question she'd long held. She knew Ren's swords appeared from nowhere, but out of consideration, she'd never pressed him for details. Ren hesitated, hearing her murmur, "Such a mysterious power. Maybe I should tell her now?" Ren thought. He had planned to reveal the truth about his magic swords after the Lion King festival, so doing so now wouldn't be an issue. But in this situation, he worried it might cause confusion. Still, he decided that coordinating with Licia was more important. As he opened his mouth to explain his sword-summoning ability, Ren, Licia stopped abruptly. The fog began to clear slightly, allowing them to see their surroundings. What they saw left them speechless. What is this? How is this happening? They stood before the stone steps leading to the mountain path. Just beyond the bridge where the choir had been, inside the sealed area, surrounded by the dense fog of the Cage of Time. Ren's gaze lingered on the nearby stone steps, his confusion deepening. Licia stared at the misty wall of the Cage of Time, but the thick fog blocked any view of the outside. Trying to touch the Cage of Time, they were repelled by an invisible barrier. This is like that dream I had. The morning after flying over Rose's kites in the airship, Ren had a strange dream he couldn't recall. Then there was the bell sound and mirage-like shimmer only he and Licia experienced. Is this happening only to us? This couldn't be a random event. There had to be a reason they were trapped inside the Cage of Time. It wasn't mere coincidence. Or perhaps, did I say something strange that angered the gods? Ren mused. Something strange? Licia asked. That conversation on the airship about wondering what's inside the seal. Licia laughed as Ren nodded. The gods wouldn't get mad over something like that. If they did, I'd be in trouble too, since we talked about it together. Joking aside, they needed to figure out what to do. Keeping close for safety, they scanned their surroundings. The slightly clearer scenery confirmed they were deep within the Cage of Time. Though they couldn't fathom why this had happened, one thing was certain. We need to find a way out, Licia said, but they had no means to do so. Could two young people break through a seal designed to trap and purify the Demon King's army? Though unspoken, they both knew it was impossible. Still, Ren thought calmly, what if I had immense destructive power, like the flame sword Asfar? That sword, transformed from the flame magic sword, had put Asfar to rest a second time. But he couldn't summon it, so the idea was moot. Licia, hands clasped behind her back, turned to Ren, noticing his pensive expression. Did you think of something? Ren hesitated, looking away uncomfortably. Licia stepped in front of him, looking up. Tell me what you're thinking. Well, spit it out or else. Or else what? Licia, caught off guard, hadn't thought that far. She placed her hands on Ren's cheeks, blinking as she pondered, feeling a bit foolish. So, what were you thinking? You just changed the subject because you didn't have an answer, didn't you? Now Licia looked away. Ren almost reached out but stopped himself, thinking it inappropriate to mimic her gesture with a noble lady. I was thinking about ways to break the seal, he admitted. That's impossible. It's imbued with divine power. Even you can't. But Ren didn't seem to be joking. Their eyes locked, communicating almost without words, though verbal confirmation was still necessary. Licia slowly lowered her hands from his cheeks. What about that power? She asked. She hadn't seen it herself, and Ren had only glimpsed it before losing consciousness, but neither could forget it. The magic sword he'd summoned by drawing power from her magic stone, a blade that shone so brightly it was seen from the capital and even the sky continent. Maybe that could break the seal. No, I don't want to try that, Ren said, shaking his head, sensing what she was implying. Why not? It was incredible power, wasn't it? I don't know how you used it, but it might get us out. It wasn't the sword itself he hesitated to reveal, but its connection to Licia's magic stone. Even if he could summon that power again, the consequences were uncertain. Humans didn't naturally have magic stones, but a saint like Licia did. By this world's logic, putting strain on her magic stone could have dire consequences. Tell me, Licia pressed, not for her own escape but for Ren's sake. Finally, looking into her eyes, Ren explained, "That power is dangerous for you." "Dangerous how? Like I might get caught in that light and vanish." Ren shook his head, raising his hands to gently lower hers. As she moved her hands to her chest, almost prayer-like, they rested near where her magic stone lay. "I'll tell you everything," he said. He summoned the great tree magic sword, iron magic sword, and flame magic sword in succession, creating them from nothing. Licia watched silently, nodding as he explained. "I can summon swords imbued with special powers." Having seen the swords firsthand, Licia listened quietly. Ren also explained the nature magic that had surprised her and the evolution of his swords, holding nothing back. The explanation was straightforward. To Licia, it was an extraordinary power, but she accepted it as such. "So that's why," she said, recalling their conversation after the battle with Yelkwuk, when Ren had asked about her magic stone. It all made sense now. "I remember when you asked if I had a magic stone, I was so shocked. Sorry, I didn't fully understand the light magic sword then." "It's fine, do you understand it now?" "No, not at all. I haven't summoned it since, so it's still a mystery, unlike the others." They both knew her magic stone's power had been used, and forcing it could harm her. "Do you understand why I said it's dangerous?" Ren asked. "Yes, I get it," Licia replied. Beyond the surprise and joy of learning about his power, she appreciated why he'd kept it secret. Smiling gently, she said, "Thanks for telling me." The revelation deepened their trust. "You finally told me, but you look so somber. You don't have to be like that," she said. "You're taking the light magic sword too lightly," Ren countered. "And you're overthinking it. You can trust me more and figure it out together." Her voice was lively, almost sing-song, her cheeks flushed with joy. "I'm happy you're worried about me, but I want us to be equals." "Equals? Yes. I don't care about being a viscount's daughter or you being a knight's son." Changing that mindset was easier said than done, but Licia's joy at sharing his secret sparked a new idea. Taking a deep breath, she said with resolve, "So please call me Licia." Ren tilted his head, confused. "I've been calling you Lady Licia." "That's not what I mean." Licia, just Licia. I'm telling you to drop the lady part." He understood but found it sudden. "That's a bit abrupt." "And what do you mean by finally?" "The time we've spent together. And it's sudden because I'm just so happy. When we fought Yelkwuk, I thought you saved me, but my power helped a little, didn't it? That makes me so happy." Though she knew Ren had done most of the work, she couldn't hold back. "I couldn't help but say it," she admitted. "If you call me Licia, I'll forgive you for using my magic stone. For now, at least." "That's not fair, making it a deal?" Ren protested. Of course, she wasn't serious about the condition, it was just playful banter. Ren hesitated, then sighed deeply. Licia knew he was sorting his thoughts and would soon agree. "Putting aside my hesitation to call my lord's daughter by her first name, changing it suddenly feels daunting. Can I decide after we escape the seal?" Licia pouted dramatically. "HMPH." But then she nodded. "Fine, I'll accept that compromise." She'd gotten his word, and that was enough. "As promised, using my magic stone's power is a last resort," she said. "Wait, you're not giving up on that." "Nope, I said for now, didn't I?" I missed that, that's sneaky." Licia giggled and started walking. Standing still wouldn't change anything, so they decided to think while moving. They stayed vigilant, but even after an hour or two, the cage of time remained unchanged. "Krenoa mentioned a magic circle and artifact that maintain the seal, right?" Licia said. "So we should look for anything unusual," Ren replied. "If staying here does nothing, we have to act. Plus, we don't have food or water." She didn't say it outright, but they both knew that if rescue took too long, they could die. "Let's go." No one had walked the stone steps to Rose's Kites's center in ages. In this unforeseen situation, Ren and Licia moved forward without hesitation, aiming for the plaza lined with massive statues at the top. As they climbed, the fog thinned, improving visibility compared to the early morning forest. The winding path was long, and walking alone might have felt daunting, but together they felt no fear. Talking as they walked, they noticed a small shrine beneath the trees at the edge of the steps. Its dilapidated state made them pause and kneel before it. Marks of battle, Licia said. These must be remnants from that time, Ren added, spotting an old sword and a staff, likely a cleric's, near the collapsed stone shrine. Though it might only be a small gesture, they clasped their hands and bowed their heads in prayer before continuing. Licia remarked, "These steps are pretty worn too. No remains of the Demon King's army or those who fought them remained, purified by the seal. Yet the scars of war stirred indescribable emotions in their hearts. Eventually, they reached the center of Rose's kaitas, carved into the mountainside. After climbing the final step, the plaza came into view, clearer than before. Massive statues, fanned out along the mountain, were all half or fully destroyed. A particularly large statue, likely of the Lord God Elfin, had its head embedded in the stone pavement, shattered. Weapons, armor, and a large gray cloth lay at its base, covered in rubble and dust. Licia fell silent at the tragic sight. Ren stepped forward but stopped, noticing a massive, intricate magic circle glowing on the pavement. Parts of its patterns flickered as if broken, an unmistakable anomaly. "You noticed it too?" Licia asked. "Yeah, something's off," Ren replied. At the circle's center, something floated. Squinting, they saw it was a silver necklace, the artifact imbued with the goddess of time's power, the seal's core. The irregularity in the magic circle couldn't be ignored. "Is it broken or something?" Ren wondered. "I'm not sure broken is the right word, but it's definitely strange," Licia said. "Right. Since we're here, shall we take a closer look?" Unsure if stepping onto the magic circle was safe, they hesitated. But as they stood before it, stone tiles hidden beneath the circle rose, forming a path to the center. They wavered again, but, seeing no change in their situation, resolved to move forward. Ren offered Licia his hand to keep her steady as they carefully walked the path. Seconds later, they reached the center. Licia gazed at the necklace and said, "If it comes to it, we could destroy it, kidding, of course." As the White Saint, it was a bold statement, but given their sudden entrapment, it was understandable. "I'm not sure we could destroy it, but that's a last resort," Ren said. "Hee, maybe we could move it instead. It's probably an incredible holy relic, so destroying it feels wrong. But moving it to break the seal is kind of the same thing, isn't it?" "Maybe, but it's a matter of principle." Licia pouted and muttered, "Idiot," glancing up at Ren. Moments later, the necklace emitted a blinding flash. The light particles converged, and the necklace fell to the stone pavement as the magic circle's glow began to fade. A faint shimmer lingered at their feet. "Ren!" Licia exclaimed, beaming. "Does this mean we can get out?" A clatter of shifting rubble interrupted her. Ren, sensing danger, instinctively pulled Licia close and leaped away from the necklace. In that instant, a massive crimson greatsword descended from the sky, shattering the silver necklace into pieces. As they fled the magic circle, another greatsword fell, then another, and a fourth aimed to pierce them. Having escaped the circle, they turned to see the center of the stone pavement, now clouded with dust. "Is it a guardian of the seal? Or a survivor of the Demon King's army?" Licia asked. Fragments of the shattered pavement rained down. Ren narrowed his eyes, peering into the dust. A colossal figure, over 5 meters tall, emerged, clad in jet-black armor with golden engravings, 4 arms, and a cloth draped over one shoulder. It pulled the greatsword that had destroyed the necklace from the ground and wielded the others that had attacked them. It advanced toward Ren and Licia. A general who led the Demon King's army. It was an unforgettable moment, reminiscent of an incident at the academy. The figure before them was exactly like the general of the Demon King's army depicted in the old book Ren had seen in the committee room. Aside from the color of the cloth draped over its shoulder, it matched the description perfectly. The sight of the creature wielding 4 massive crimson greatswords, each resembling a blade carved from a giant ruby, was breathtaking. Licia exhaled lightly, then said with a resigned tone, "So, who are we supposed to be mad at here?" "For starters, definitely the Elfin Church. Their seal management is a mess," Ren replied. "True, but to lodge a complaint, we'll have to deal with that first." 2 questions lingered in their minds. One was why the necklace had suddenly fallen to the stone pavement upon their arrival. The other was the still unanswered reason they had been drawn into this situation. To find out, we have to get out of here alive, Ren thought. Fortunately, the creature's movements were sluggish. Its boldness in charging into the magic circle was impressive, but it had likely been trapped in this seal for centuries. The weakened seal might have allowed it to move, but operating in this space was clearly taxing. No, it should be on the verge of death. But how has it survived this long? Even a general of the Demon King's army shouldn't have endured centuries within the cage of time. There had to be something special, something that allowed it to resist the seal. Ren's gaze fell on the cloth over its shoulder. The book had described it as blue, but now it was gray. That cloth must hold some special power, letting the creature survive in the cage of time like an animal in hibernation. As the cloth's power faded, so too might its color, a hypothesis Ren shared with Licia. "We have two options," Ren said. "One is to fight and defeat it. The other is to escape and wait for the seal to break." Each step the colossal creature took cracked the stone pavement, and through the dust, its shadow loomed as it raised a second greatsword. "We don't know when the seal will break, but there's a chance we could get out," Licia said. "Exactly. So fighting is probably the worst choice," Ren agreed. Licia nodded, and they turned their backs on the Roses Kaitas Plaza, heading toward the stone steps. Their opponent was a general of the Demon King's army. Engaging it recklessly wasn't an option, but escape routes were dwindling. Suddenly, the mountainside and ground shattered, and jagged rocks floated upward, encircling them in a ring. A supernatural phenomenon, violet lightning arcing between the rocks, struck them. It was magic too powerful for Ren's Starslayer to dispel. The sky turned red, and the seal beyond it appeared distorted. Escaping together as planned now seemed nearly impossible. "Guess we have no choice but to fight." Ren recalled that this creature, before joining the Demon King's forces, was known as the Sword Demon. What kind of swordplay could those four arms unleash? "I'll find a way to keep it occupied," Ren said. "What?" Licia exclaimed, startled. The Sword Demon, standing at the center of the magic circle, swung its four arms and fixed its gaze on Ren and Licia. There was no room to fall back. If it used magic that Star Slayer couldn't counter, the power gap was clear. "I'll buy time, so get as far away as you can," Ren shouted. As the Sword Demon began to move, Ren charged forward, aiming to halt the towering swordsman through the dust. "I never thought I'd end up fighting not just the demon cult, but a general of the Demon King's army." Ren swung his iron magic sword at the creature, over 5 meters tall. The sharp blade, outpacing sound itself, was cloaked in cutting wind. "Ooh!" The Sword Demon let out a guttural roar, bringing down a crimson greatsword. Ren caught it from below, grunting, "Gah!" The weight threatened to crush him, but his body surged with holy magic. Instead of hesitating, he swung his sword. Glaring up at the Sword Demon, Ren poured all his strength into the strike. "Hiya!" He pushed back the crimson greatsword. But before he could react, another greatsword descended, only to be deflected by a white flash, Licia's sword. Ren, without turning to her, shouted, "I told you to escape. And I didn't agree. I'd rather die than leave you behind." Her voice was resolute as she deflected the crimson greatsword with white flame. Seizing the brief opening, Ren stepped in and swung his iron magic sword. Cutting through the armor was impossible. The blade was repelled without leaving a scratch. Grimacing at the numbing shock in his hands, Ren muttered, as expected of a Demon King's general. He'd never encountered such hardness. Imagining how to damage it was difficult, but fortunately, the Sword Demon had just awakened and was weakened by the seal. However, with each clash, the creature's overwhelming presence grew stronger, which troubled Ren. "It's coming," Licia warned. The iron magic sword met the crimson greatsword head-on. It wasn't Ren's imagination. The Sword Demon's power was increasing. Its sword pressure, possibly a form of magic, stirred dust and obscured their vision as it unleashed its might. Gah! Each swing of the greatswords whipped up slicing whirlwinds. Blood trickled down Ren's cheek, but he neither wavered nor feared. "This is nothing." Ren deftly dodged one greatsword, ran up the flat of another, and deflected a third with his shield magic sword. The fourth and final greatsword came. Ren's downward swing outpaced the Sword Demon's upward strike, but the clash revealed their power gap. Ren, like the days training with his father Roy, he felt powerless. The greatsword, swung upward, sent Ren flying. Licia caught him, shielding him as they retreated to the faltering magic circle. Blood dripped from a scrape on his hand. "It's getting stronger as the seal weakens," Licia said, healing his wounds. The magic circle's light was now faint. "Was the Sword Demon impressive when it knocked me back?" Ren asked. Yeah, unlike anything I've ever seen, Licia replied. Its charge was terrifyingly swift for its massive frame. Recognizing the threat, Licia conjured multiple layers of radiant light walls. When the crimson greatsword struck, they shattered like glass, mere tools to buy time. We don't have the luxury to plan ahead, she said fearlessly. A magic circle formed at her feet, enveloping Ren and layering up to their knees, waists, and shoulders. The power felt otherworldly, as if summoning their future selves. The fading cage of time's magic circle flickered in response to Licia. This was the true power of holy magic. Its dazzling light outshone even the cage of time. There was no time to hesitate. Licia unleashed her strongest holy magic. The light walls crumbled. The crimson greatsword gouged the pavement, shattering it with overwhelming force and raising clouds of dust. Ren positioned himself to step forward instantly, standing beside Licia. "Hey, Ren," she said, looking up at him. "Do you ever wish we'd stayed at the capital's festival? Over there, we'd only be fighting peers in the martial tournament. Maybe we'd be in the finals by now." "No, I don't regret it," Ren replied. "Hee, I knew you'd say that," Licia said with a smile. "Though I'd like to tack secret onto the festival's name," Ren added. They exchanged smiles. Who could imagine that behind the grand festivities in the capital, this was happening? With a self-deprecating chuckle, Ren said, "This might just be our style." "Yeah, fighting away from the spotlight really feels like us." Before the intense battle ahead, they spoke slowly. It wasn't that they thought this might be their last moment, it was simply their way of finding calm. "I know it's late, but can you please evacuate?" Ren asked. "Idiot. You know that's impossible," Licia replied with a wry smile, gripping white flame firmly. Her hand, holding the sword symbolic of her status, didn't tremble. Her fearless smile as she looked at Ren showed no trace of doubt. Facing the injustice beyond the swirling sandstorm, she said, "Or are you saying you're not satisfied with me by your side?" Ren slashed his iron magic sword, dispersing the magical windstorm. Licia stepped forward, turning to him with a radiant, beautiful smile, extending her hand. Waves of light from her fingertips enveloped Ren. "How's that?" her provocative gaze asked without words. "Even in this situation, you're the same as ever, Lady Licia," Ren said. "If I'm going to die, having you by my side is enough. It'll be just that death came a few decades early." Ren took Licia's hand. A brilliant flash enveloped them, their bodies surging with power. "Don't get mad if I get hurt," Ren said. "You're preaching to the choir. You'd better be ready, holding a saint's hand," Licia replied. Amid the weathered and shattered statues, Licia smiled at Ren's side. There was no doubt in her mind. With him, she'd be fine, absolutely. "Get ready for my holy magic. It's stronger now. It might even sharpen your magic sword a bit," she said. The final light wall shattered. The crimson greatswords, symbols of despair, loomed closer. Ren took a deep breath and charged, roaring, "Haya." With a newfound strength, he deflected a greatsword, creating a fleeting gap. "Ren's strong, isn't he?" Licia boasted, launching herself at the sword demon's neck. "No matter how mighty it is, we'll chip away at it." The sword demon dodged, but Licia's holy magic-infused white flame pierced its shoulder, leaking black smoke. The giant staggered back, its armor losing some luster. "Ren, let's keep." "Yes, one more." But their hope was cut short. The sword demon's 4 greatswords glowed with crimson waves of violent magical energy. "To his majesty." The creature spread its arms like wings and charged. To his side. The greatswords left trails of red-black light, their swings echoing with indistinguishable cries of resentment. Ren stood his ground as the sword demon closed in. Its greatswords, enhanced by magic, overwhelmed him. "If I can just dispel it." Ren swung his iron magic sword with Star Slayer, shattering a fraction of the crimson wave, but the impact threw him off balance. "Guo." The second greatsword shattered his iron magic sword. Gritting his teeth, Ren saw Licia leap toward the incoming blade. The sword demons might far exceeded their expectations, overpowering them. "Go." "Gaia." Its thunderous voice accompanied each swing. Even with Licia's holy magic boosting him, Ren was only prolonging the inevitable. He refused to give up, but victory seemed impossible. "If only I had that technique." The Sword Saint's ultimate rigid sword technique could deal significant damage, but it was far beyond his reach. "Guo." Another greatsword shattered his iron magic sword. the black steel fragments scattering as Ren sweated, feeling death's approach. Seeing Licia's worried face, he made a desperate gamble. Burn it down. The air split, revealing the flame magic sword's hilt. Ren drew it and swung upward, engulfing the sword demon in golden flames unlike those he'd used in the forest. Lady Licia. Right. The sword demon flailed, its greatsword cutting through the air. Focused on the flames, it left an opening. Licia darted in, aiming white flame at its waist. A greatsword moved to block her, but flames from behind deflected it. The sword demon grabbed white flame, but that hurts. A sizzling sound, and white smoke rose from its hand. Its helmet's eyes glowed with magical energy, and the greatswords regained their crimson waves. Ren and Licia were being worn down. The flame magic sword's dispelling was temporary. To his majesty, the sword demon unleashed a barrage of magic, collapsing the ground behind them. Rubble, charged with malevolent energy, flew through the air. The mountainside rumbled, jagged rocks rising like the Tsurugi rock from Ren's village, red lightning crackling toward them. I have an idea, Ren shouted, stopping Licia from conjuring another light wall. Dodging and enduring, he said, keep supporting me with holy magic. Got it, then what? We hold out until I create an opening. No matter what happens to me, focus on piercing the sword demon. We're betting on the final strike. Licia had to conserve her strength, or they'd have no future. The sword demon's attacks came from too many angles for the shield magic sword to block. I'll support you to the end, Licia vowed. For the first time, Ren felt truly relied upon. He never expected such words from her, but there was no time for joy. Distraction meant death. Facing the sword demon's onslaught, Licia, trusting Ren completely, prepared her holy magic without fear. Haya! Ren swung the flame magic sword horizontally, incinerating the rubble to ash. A shard grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Red lightning struck, but he blocked it with Star Slayer. As the sword demon raised all 4 greatswords, their crimson waves spiraled into a massive glowing projectile. Ew! Ren knew Star Slayer couldn't stop it, even with Licia's help, but her warmth at his back calmed him. Ren, Licia said, smiling. She trusted him without question. Lady Licia, just wait a moment. Don't worry about me, focus ahead. Knowing he couldn't block it, Ren visualized Edgar's rigid sword technique, gripping the flame magic sword tightly. It was incomplete, with little progress in training. But now, Ren felt heightened in every way. Failure meant death for both. So I'll do it. He swung the flame magic sword at the approaching projectile. The world's most beautiful flame erupted, a golden wall of diamond dust-like sparks erasing the sword demon's attack. You're incredible, Licia whispered. Ren advanced, his golden flames sealing the sword demon's legs. Its armor's sheen faded, though it didn't melt. The creature drew in surrounding magic and rubble, countering with relentless force. Don't forget, it's a general of the Demon King's army. Defending one major attack didn't guarantee victory. Licia, aiming for its back, flinched at the lightning, allowing the sword demon to focus on Ren with lethal intent. Ooh! Ren's flame magic sword shattered, leaving him defenseless. Gah! Head throbbing from magical exhaustion, he struggled to resummon the sword. The sword demon's relentless magic, rubble, lightning, and waves overwhelmed him. Don't mess with me, Ren thought, bitter at their plight. He wanted to curse the broken statues, but instead focused on survival. The sword demon outpaced his retreat, sealing his movements. Don't look at me like that, Ren thought, seeing Licia's anguished expression. She wasn't doubting him, but feared for his life. The guilt of causing her pain fueled his hatred for the enemy. Glaring at the sword demon, Ren shouted, I stopped fearing death long ago. He summoned the shield magic sword, extending a multi-layered magical barrier and stepping forward. With the flame magic sword in his other hand, he defied his limits with dual summoning. Ooh, don't think you can kill me easily, sword demon. The creature seemed to sense fear in Ren's defiance. It swung a greatsword, shattering layers of the barrier. The second swing aimed for Ren's neck, chest, and abdomen. Breathing heavily, Ren thought, I'm still alive. Ignoring his wounds, he spun like a top, dodging the third swing. The final greatsword came. Ren poured all his strength into a golden flame, melting the blade in a clash. Ha! Whether in pain or triumph, he didn't know. He severed one of the sword demon's arms, its energy polluting the air. Kneeling on the pavement, Ren grinned defiantly as the sword demon raised another greatsword. "Please no," Lycia's pained cry rang out. Blood clouded Ren's vision, but he aimed to strike back. Lycia leaped to stop the sword demon, but her skill couldn't match its might without Ren up front. She blocked a greatsword head-on, but the force sent her flying, the air knocked from her lungs. Gah! The pain was unbearable, yet she never took her eyes off Ren, who fought despite his mortal wounds. No more. Clutching the gravel, tears streaming, she screamed, "Don't hurt my precious person anymore." A radiant light burst forth. Silver wings, like glass, sprouted from Lycia's back. Ren, awestruck by the mystic sight, was speechless. The wings' light particles melted the sword demon's armor. Multiple flashes pierced its body, forcing it to counter them instead of Ren. Guo! The flashes healed Ren's wounds instantly, restoring his vitality. Ooh! The onslaught of light continued, but Ren noticed something odd. In the surreal situation, he saw Lycia curled up, clutching herself, the wings emitting flashes against her will. Without thinking, he rushed to her side. Section. Lycia floated in a white void, curled up like a baby in the womb. From somewhere, the sound of a bell rang out. It was the same chime Ren and Lycia had heard before they were drawn into this seal. Floating in this void, Lycia wondered where she was heading. The sensation of Ren, her beloved, growing distant, filled her with fear. She couldn't understand why or resist it. She couldn't speak. She couldn't even shift her position to look around. At some point, Lycia began to feel as though someone was calling her. It was a woman's voice, though she didn't know whose. She sensed the voice was trying to take her somewhere. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. She wanted to say no, but she couldn't. No matter how much she wanted to resist, she was powerless. Her ability to think was fading. It was as if she were losing herself, as if Lycia was being erased. Her senses dulled, her consciousness slipping away. She was on the verge of losing even the ability to wonder what would become of her. But then, she felt another pair of arms overlap with hers, embracing her body. Warmth and comfort enveloped her. Ja. A voice echoed through the white void, anchoring Lycia as she drifted. Despite everything fading, her senses, her consciousness, she understood the voice calling her. She could almost open her eyes. "Lady Lycia." The voice rang out clearly again. "I want to return to him." In this incomprehensible situation, that was the one thought Lycia held clearly. Yet the presence trying to pull her away didn't vanish. Again. Terrified and desperate to resist, she called out, "Ren." She opened her eyes and looked around. Whatever had been calling her was invisible, but the surrounding radiance was so holy, so divine, it was almost frightening. Defying that divine light, Lycia responded only to Ren's voice. "Ren." "I won't leave his side," she thought fiercely. Suddenly, the magic stone in her chest throbbed with intense pain. She clutched it with both hands, but the pain persisted, twisting her face in agony. It felt as though some powerful force was commanding her. Stop it. It wasn't this incomprehensible light she wanted to be near. "I want to be by Ren's side." Cracks began to form in the world around her. As they grew, the commanding force on her magic stone intensified. But then, an even stronger force, as if claiming Lycia as its own, overwhelmed the pain in her magic stone. The discomfort vanished instantly. The commanding force, repelled by this new presence, retreated from Lycia. And then, "Lycia." Ren's voice shattered the white world into pieces. Section was everything back to normal. "Ren." Lycia awoke to find the wings on her back gone, her usual self restored. Before her was Ren's face, looking down at her as she rested on his knees. Relief washed over his expression, having called out to her desperately moments before. He reached out, placing a hand on her cheek with a gentle smile. To think his smile alone could make me feel so safe. "It's me, Lycia," Ren said. "You said my name. I was going to wait until we got out, but you wouldn't wake up so." "Haha, that's not fair, calling me by name just because I wouldn't wake up. It's your fault for falling asleep like that." Lycia placed her hand over Ren's, still resting on her cheek. Without knowing his wounds had healed, she instinctively used holy magic. For some reason, it was more effective than when she'd used it desperately moments ago. "Hey, Ren," she said. He nodded silently. "Don't go ordering my magic stone around, you idiot." "Ordering your magic stone? I didn't do anything like that. What happened?" and that incredible attack earlier? I don't know either, but it felt like you were commanding my magic stone. I'm telling you, I didn't order you or your magic stone. What does that even mean? I don't really get it either, it just felt that way. The strange commanding force was gone. Licia didn't understand the situation, but she knew Ren had saved her, just like when they were children. He was there for her, and her magic stone seemed to confirm it. What she did know was that her holy magic was more potent when used on Ren, as if her magic stone was dedicating its power solely to him. Ren, what about the sword demon? Ren helped Licia sit up, then stood alone to finish the fight. Ren. Licia's worried voice prompted a reassuring smile from him. It's still there. Your flashes and my flames pushed it to the edge of the plaza. The sword demon, heavily damaged by Licia's flashes and driven to the plaza's edge by Ren's flames while she was unconscious, emerged from the rubble of a collapsed statue. As it nursed its pierced body, the sword demon locked eyes with the young swordsman. The distance between them closed, step by silent step. I'm remembering that time. A memory from years ago flashed through Ren's mind. Ren, at least you stay safe. The words Licia had spoken when they fought the Mana Eater in the hills beyond the forest, after Yelkwick forcibly broke its seal, restoring its full power and overwhelming them. They were on the verge of reliving that moment. Despite vowing to become stronger, Ren felt pathetic. Licia, please wait here. But Ren wasn't arrogantly claiming he'd defeat it alone. His words were born of concern for Licia, who had just awakened, wanting to give her a moment to rest. But that didn't mean he lacked the resolve to end it. The holy magic surging through him and Licia's presence fueled his determination. Ren chose the iron magic sword over the flame magic sword. It felt most natural for his rigid sword techniques. Will you trust me and wait there? He paused, glancing back with only his face. The answer was obvious. From the moment they'd embarked on this journey together, Licia had never once doubted him. Licia, facing Ren's back, spoke with unwavering conviction. I've believed in you completely from the very beginning. Her words, filled with absolute trust, bolstered Ren's courage. The cage of time had lost nearly all its power. The mist had thinned considerably, and the moment the seal would break and they could escape was drawing near. Suddenly, memories of their academy life flashed through Ren's mind. But unlike that ordinary existence, their world was one where events like this disrupted their peacetime and again. This kind of thing, it's just like us, isn't it? Ren mused. He didn't always want to be thrust into battles like these, but somehow, fighting in such moments felt true to who he was. To His Majesty. The sword demon, missing one arm and its armor in tatters, was far from defeated. Like Ren, it was driven by relentless determination, refusing to yield. As if to prove it, the sword demon charged with unprecedented speed, shattering the stone pavement beneath its feet. More ferocious than a dying beast, its greatswords pulsed with energy, expending every ounce of its remaining strength. Sparks flew with each clash, and the dispersing magical energy created a dazzling spectacle. If the pinnacle of my swordsmanship led to becoming a sword king. Ren had discussed this with Lazard back at the Colossal Estate, and later with Radius after moving here. Each time, he could only say he'd like to achieve it, holding himself back, assuming he'd hit a limit. He'd spoken passively, hedging his ambitions. Gah! The greatswords easily sliced his cheeks and skin, but Ren gritted his teeth and endured. Honing his aura to its peak, he wielded it instinctively with mastery. From this moment, Ren began to gain the upper hand against the sword demon alone. The holy magic enhancing him played a role, but Ren himself was growing through this life-or-death struggle. The iron magic sword faintly shimmered with a magical aura resembling violet lightning. Though weak, it signaled the opening of a new door. It happened in an instant, unnoticed by Ren himself. I'll keep going, no matter what, to become stronger. Guo! Raising the iron magic sword above his shoulder, Ren aimed its tip at the sword demon. I don't feel like I can lose right now. His words shifted the sword demon's demeanor. The boy, who shouldn't have been a match, exuded an undeniable presence. This awakening was no small matter. As a general of the Demon King's army, the sword demon surged with power to face this formidable foe. To His Majesty, pride burned within it, an unyielding loyalty to the Demon King. To his side, repeating its mantra, it infused all its greatswords with pulsating waves, redirecting the power once used to reinforce its armor into pure offense. No mere beast, it resembled a knight of honor. But Ren, facing it, was no ordinary boy. "Here I go." Taking a deep breath, he pointed the iron magic sword's tip at the sword demon. As they passed each other in a fleeting moment, the scene transformed. An armored arm and its greatsword were severed, clattering to the pavement. In that instant, the iron magic sword had cut through effortlessly. This time, the iron magic sword remained intact in Ren's hand. Still not enough. Ren was on the verge of manifesting the power he'd envisioned. Among the techniques he knew, it was unmatched in destructive force, the epitome of rigid sword, the sole principle set by the Lion King, the founder of the art. To be strong, the absolute destructive power of a sword saint. Though Ren couldn't fully wield it, he had glimpsed its potential for a moment. Attempting it again failed, and the sword's aura vanished, but it was enough. The end was finally nearing for the seemingly immortal sword demon. "I offer my body." Battered but unyielding, the sword demon gripped a greatsword with its two remaining arms and thrust it deep into the pavement. Light leaked from the cracked stone, and the ground began to fracture. Rose's chitas faced the brink of collapse. Ren sprinted to Licia, reaching out desperately as the ground gave way. "Licia." "Yes." Their hands clasped just as the pavement and the ground beneath it crumbled. The sword demon's final act of destruction sent them plummeting into a vast underground chamber hidden beneath the plaza, its depth unimaginable. Light poured through the collapsed plaza's hole, mingling with the glow of the sword demon's attacks, illuminating the space. One last time. As lightning crackled around them and Ren deflected it, Licia spoke. "I'm fine now, so let me fight with you." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I wouldn't lie about this and worry you." Ren met her gaze and nodded. "All right, but don't push yourself too far." They didn't think about what came after. All that mattered was settling things with the sword demon. As they prepared for the final clash, the sword demon roared. "Ash, Tun." What? What did you just say?" Though Ren hadn't given his name, the sword demon had called out Ashton, shocking them both. But there was no time to question it. Gripping their swords tightly, they focused on the battle. Kicking off the rubble, they closed the distance while falling. The sword demon, no longer relying on its swords, unleashed vast magical energy in a desperate, ferocious assault. Yet they reached its position. When it raised a massive arm, Licia blocked it. "Now, Ren." As it lifted its other arm, Ren roared, "Heya." His strike pierced the sword demon's chest, the impact reverberating through its body. At last, the sound of its magic stone shattering echoed loudly. But the sword demon, determined to take them down with it, drew rubble with ferocious force. Even with its stone breaking, the revived general remained resolute. Waves of magic, lightning, and rubble charged with energy surged. Facing a floating greatsword, they shouted, "It's still moving. But it's at its limit." "Yes." The greatsword's tip aimed at Ren. As he readied his iron magic sword, a change occurred. "What's this?" The iron magic sword was enveloped in radiant light. Absorbed in the battle, Ren hadn't noticed the particles of light flowing into his bracelet, emanating from the hole in the sword demon's chest. Mithril Magic Sword Level 4, 1900-6500. The power from the sword demon's magic stone transformed the iron magic sword. Light from above illuminated the blade, its black iron hue now a deep, lapis-like blue. "Let's go, Ren." Before the sword demon's power could crush them, Ren and Licia shouted in unison. "This is the end, sword demon." Ren raised the mithril magic sword. Licia readied white flame. In their final act, before the sword demon could voice its last words, their blades struck true. Descendant of the divine child. With that, the sword demon vanished, leaving no trace of its armor. A general of the Demon King's army defeated by a boy and a girl. Chapter 12 is the extraordinary part of everyday life. A week after the Lion King festival, its vibrant energy had completely faded. The nobles and tourists, both domestic and foreign, who had filled the capital, along with the stalls, had vanished, restoring the city to its state before the festival preparations. The same was true for the many schools in the capital. Conversations praising those who participated in the various events had dwindled, replaced by talk of class assignments or summer vacation plans. In the height of summer, during lunch break on the rooftop, "It's quiet," Licia remarked. Yeah, really quiet, Ren replied. Ren sat on a bench, while Licia leaned against the rooftop wall. Was this peaceful academy life their true normal, or was the chaos from the other day their real reality? You were saying you were still tired until yesterday. How about today? Licia asked. I'm back to normal. How about you, Licia? Same here. I think I'm finally as energetic as I was before the Lion King festival started. Their fatigue stemmed not from physical wounds, but from the depletion of magical energy and mental stamina. So much had happened since then that true rest had only returned recently, allowing them to finally enjoy this quiet moment. Want to visit the Lion Sanctuary today? It's been a while, Licia suggested. I'm itching to swing my sword. Let's go, Ren agreed. Though it had only been a few hours, their time at Rose's Kaitas had been overwhelmingly intense. After their battle with the sword demon, the collapse had begun around the hole they fell through, making it impossible to use nature magic to anchor roots and escape upward. Falling endlessly, cutting through countless rocks and rubble, they wondered how long it would continue. What felt like an eternity ended after a few seconds. They plunged into an underground lake connected to subterranean water channels. Licia's holy magic shielded them from falling debris, and they let the current carry them for a few minutes, occasionally surfacing for air or submerging completely. Piwa. Coughs. Ren surfaced first, followed by Licia, both gasping for breath. Ren, can you swim? I'm fine. Relieved, Licia clung to Ren as he pulled her close. I've just never really swum before, okay? She said. Just hold on to me for now. Ren had little swimming experience himself, but it wasn't an issue. They emerged outside Rose's Kaitas, somewhere along the river flowing beneath the valley's bridge. The current wasn't particularly strong, more like a clear stream. They had apparently ridden an underground water flow leading outside. Licia, give me your hand. Thanks. Ren helped Licia through the shallows to the riverbank. She wrung out her skirt, while Ren summoned the flame magic sword to cut nearby wood. Though the wood was green, the flame magic sword ignited it effortlessly. Licia, her skirt clinging uncomfortably to her skin, rubbed her thighs, feeling a mix of discomfort and embarrassment in front of Ren. Who'd have thought I'd be grateful for a campfire in summer, she said. Finally, they could laugh. They decided to rest before heading back. Look over there, Licia said, gazing upward. Her eyes followed the bridge leading to the mountain where Rose's Kaitas stood. Though the height was dizzying, their focus was higher, on the now vanished Rose's Kaitas. From this angle, they couldn't see much of the mountain, but the cage of time was unmistakably gone. Faint voices of surprise from nearby onlookers reached them. Not just the cage of time, the whole mountain seems damaged, Licia noted. I'm also curious about how much time has passed since then, Ren added. Since we entered the cage of time. Yeah, I'd check my watch, but... The watch's face was cracked, its hands missing. It was a miracle anything survived that battle. I'd love to complain to the Elfin Church, but that might make things too complicated, Licia said. Yeah, if they suspected ties to the demon cult because only we got caught up, it'd be a hassle. We should probably talk to Lord Ulysses or Radius first, Ren suggested. True, but if things get messy, maybe we should just run away together, Licia teased. Whoa, that'd make us full-on fugitives. They laughed, joking lightly. They didn't truly expect a dangerous situation. After all, no one should know they were inside Rose's Kaitas. Sitting side by side on the gravel, they gazed at the campfire. My body feels completely drained, Ren admitted. Same, I could fall asleep right now, Licia agreed. The exhaustion was overwhelming, likely from the release of tension. Using Licia's holy magic to heal would help, but Ren didn't want to burden her unnecessarily and dismissed the thought entirely. How are we even supposed to get back from here? He wondered. Maybe there's a staircase somewhere, Licia suggested, at the bottom of a valley like this. Now that I say it, that sounds unlikely. So mountain climbing it is. Again, the thought of what lay ahead was daunting, but surviving was a joy beyond measure. To Sarah and the others they'd been with before the incident, it must have seemed like Ren and Licia vanished suddenly. Due to the time discrepancy inside the cage of time, Sarah's group noticed the anomaly at Rose's Kaitas almost immediately after their disappearance. Fiona and Krenoa were the ones who came to their aid. Fiona had planned to watch the martial tournament with Ren and Licia that afternoon, and was waiting at the Sky Garden when she received news of the disturbance at Rose's Kaitas. She rushed over with Krenoa. Krenoa used magic to locate them, sensing their presence at the valley's bottom. "Let's get you both to safety first," Fiona said. Though the situation was unclear, Fiona instantly knew the two were involved in the incident. On their way back, Krenoa shared her speculations. "The more I hear, the stranger it sounds likely to those outside. It looked like the seal vanished suddenly. We don't know why you two were trapped inside, but..." "So it really was just us?" Ren asked. "Yeah, you two were caught in that timeless space." Learning the current time left Ren and Licia stunned. Only about 2 hours had passed since they heard the choir's song. In other words, those outside only noticed the cage of time's collapse after their battle ended. No one knew what Ren and Licia had been through. They confided in only their closest allies, the Colossal and Ignat families, Krenoa and Radius. Even fewer knew about Licia's uncontrolled burst of radiant light, only Ren, Fiona, Krenoa, and Lazard. They might tell Yun and others later, but for now, they needed time to process. Radius imposed a strict gag order on the incident. Section. On the rooftop, as Ren and Licia enjoyed the quiet, a bell rang out. Normally, it signaled the start of afternoon classes, but today, the academy was closed in the afternoon for administrative reasons, and students could be seen heading home from the rooftop. "Shall we go?" Licia prompted. They left the rooftop. The school was lively with students preparing to leave or chatting with friends. Licia stopped by the staff room for an errand, while Ren waited outside. Spotting him alone, Kai approached. "Hey, wanna grab some food before heading home?" "Sorry, I'm about to head back." "Got it, I'll hit you up again later." As Kai turned to leave, he quickly spun back. "Haven't seen you much lately, so I didn't get the chance to say thanks for the Lion King Festival. It was a blast till the end." "No problem. Though the semifinals and finals didn't happen, right?" "Yeah, that's my only regret. But with all the chaos from the Rose's Kaitas seal breaking, it couldn't be helped. Days 6 and 7 were practically cancelled because of it." Ren scratched his cheek with a wry smile. "True. They say it was wild," Kai continued excitedly. "There were signs of an insane battle. The plaza with the statues was obliterated, and there was a huge hole leading deep underground. Must have been an epic fight back then." "Maybe so," Ren replied. "The Elfin Church is investigating why the seal broke so suddenly. They still don't know much." Kai's account was all about the aftermath of Rose's Kaitas. Since only a select few knew Ren and Licia's involvement, this was the extent of the public's knowledge. After Kai said, "See ya," and left, Licia emerged from the staff room, hurrying back to Ren with light steps. When Ren mentioned his talk with Kai, Licia giggled. "What do you think his reaction would be if we said we did it?" "If it was Leonard Senpai, he'd probably laugh and say, 'Don't be ridiculous.'" "Hee, probably." The aftermath was left to Radius and Ulysses. Radius had promised to update them if anything came up, but days had passed without word. "Maybe there's nothing worth telling us about," Ren thought. Since the 6th day of the Lion King Festival, when they entered the Cage of Time, Radius hadn't met with Ren. Myuri had mentioned at the academy that he was busy with the Cage of Time incident. They left the school building, planning to head to the station and return to Arendelle as usual. But just outside the school gate, after walking a short distance, they spotted Radius. "Sorry, but can you spare some time now?" he asked. Though sudden, Ren assumed he had something to discuss. After exchanging a glance with Licia, he replied, "Sure, where should we talk?" "How about the committee room we used?" "Sounds good." Licia noticed Fiona nearby, who approached upon seeing her. Noticing Radius, Fiona seemed to sense something. "Lady Licia, want to grab some tea? I heard the cafeteria's new cake is amazing." "Absolutely, I've been curious about it." With that, the two left, likely out of consideration, planning to catch up later. Before parting, Licia gave Ren a soft smile, mouthing, "See you later." Ren, grateful for the thoughtfulness, headed to the committee room with Radius. The room was unchanged, with documents still scattered on the table. "Very few know the truth about Rose's Kaitas," Radius began. Given the gravity of the incident, information was tightly restricted, especially regarding Ren and Licia's entrapment and their battle with the sword demon. The Cage of Time is currently believed to have fulfilled its purpose, causing the seal to break. The mountain's collapse is attributed to time resuming its flow. Makes sense, Ren said. It's clear the Cage of Time was suppressing immense demonic power. The existence of something like the Sword Demon was anticipated, so your fight with it doesn't need to be revealed. It won't raise concerns for national defense, and we're handling it. Even the Emperor and Estelle had been informed about Rose's Kaitas, but those aware of Ren and Lycia's involvement remained limited. Liamel's knights have been mobilized for the investigation, but the conclusion remains that the Cage of Time ended its ancient role. It aligns with the old stories. So, no tension between Liamel and the Elfin Church. Fortunately, no. Personally, I'd love to give them an earful, but better for us if you don't, right? Exactly. If strange investigations targeted you two, it'd be best to avoid stirring things up. If that settled it, it was convenient for Ren and Lycia. They weren't without grievances, as Radius noted, but silence was better. There were more important matters to focus on. That's why the past few days have been hectic, Radius said. The investigation. No, keeping Ulysses in check. Ulysses was furious about Ren and Lycia's involvement, and Radius had been monitoring him out of concern. Ulysses likely understood that staying quiet was best for them, so he probably hadn't taken drastic action. I also looked into something else. To be blunt, there's no evidence the Elfin Church was hiding anything in Rose's Kaitas, like intentionally concealing the Sword Demon. So no chance we were set up. That's right. Without mentioning the Sword Demon, Liamel had pressed the Elfin Church for answers, checking for anything suspicious. If they were hiding something, it could have sparked conflict, but that was unlikely. Radius's conclusion came after extensive probing. I also checked with the knights guarding the Rose's Kaitas perimeter. There were no signs of magic used to manipulate visitors that day. Targeting just you two with magic in that situation would have been nearly impossible. The likelihood of the Elfin Church targeting them was negligible. The reason they were caught in the Cage of Time lay elsewhere. That unknown was the problem. Ren, any guesses about why you were involved? Ren had considered two possibilities since then. There were some clues, though not many. The first was that the Cage of Time, unable to fully purify the Sword Demon, sought the power of the White Saint. Since Ren had once drawn power from Lycia's magic stone, he was pulled into the incident alongside her. The second was that Ren had been influenced by Fiona's Black Maiden power in the Balder Mountains. If traces of that power, tied to the Demon King, remained in him, he might have been targeted for purification. However, these reasons didn't fully explain why they were trapped, and the second didn't account for Lycia's involvement. There could be other possibilities, or perhaps a combination of the two. Maybe the Cage of Time sensed them when they first approached Rose's Kaitas, causing Ren's strange dream. It felt plausible. Given the Cage of Time's unique nature, such an event wasn't unthinkable. Looks like you have some ideas, Radius noted. A few. Then let me hear them soon. My gut tells me it's not just your power, but also the White Saints involved, right? Talk it over with her first, then come to me. Ren gave a wry smile and thanked Radius for his consideration. The special nature of Lycia and Fiona's abilities made it hard to discuss without consulting them or their fathers first. Radius wouldn't want him to speak out of turn, so they'd revisit it later. As someone caught in the Cage of Time, if there's anything you want to investigate, let me know. I'll help. You've already helped a ton. There was a mountain of things to look into, but Ren could prioritize. I want to research holy magic, he said, because of what happened. Radius assumed Ren's interest stemmed from being drawn to Rose's Kaitas by the White Saint's power, but Ren's true motive was different. He was fixated on the wings that had appeared on Lycia's back. It was his top priority. Then I'll look into places where you can find good information, Radius offered. Thanks. Also, feeling bad for interrupting, Ren continued. Have you ever heard the term divine child? Divine child, sorry, doesn't ring a bell. What's it about? Ren explained the Sword Demon's mention of the descendant of the divine child. Unsure if it referred to the Ashton family or Lycia. Having discussed his family's history with Radius before, it was an easy topic. Right before it died, the Sword Demon said descendant of the divine child. Based on the term, it might be worth asking those knowledgeable about holy magic. The Academy director's a good start, but others could help too. Someone who'd keep it secret and is trustworthy. Is that asking too much? To Ren's surprise, Radius quickly replied, I think it's doable. You'll need to leave the capital, but I can make it happen. Really? Where do I go to meet them? You'll know when you hear White Crown. Ren's jaw dropped as he pictured that great city. The water city, Upihame. The domain of the mighty Ulysses Ignat, second only to the capital in size. Inside Ren's desk at home was the black invitation Edgar had left with the Colossal years ago. Calming his excitement, Ren returned to the topic. I'll follow up on meeting that person later, if that's okay. Let's wrap up for today then. We shouldn't keep those two waiting too long. He meant Licia and Fiona. As Ren stood, Radius followed, and they opened the door to leave. Passing students heading home, Radius continued, the Cage of Time incident was a close call. From a third-party perspective, there were plenty of signs a powerful monster was inside, which helped us maneuver. If there weren't, we'd have had to explain our involvement, Ren noted. Exactly what I wanted to avoid. If word got out, some might use you two as political pawns, and we'd be stuck playing games with the Elfin Church. Settling it quietly was the best outcome. So it all worked out. Absolutely. You two achieved something incredible, but it could attract unwanted attention. The Academy directors got your back, too, promising to help if needed. That closed the book on Rose's Kitas. Now it's about my family, Ren said, the Ashtons. What's up? Toward the end of the fight, the sword demon said Ashton. Seriously. Radius sighed and nudged Ren's side. His expression showed mild frustration as the third prince. You should have mentioned that with the divine child stuff. Sorry, I was caught up in everything and forgot. Fine. Why did the sword demon mention Ashton? No clue. Figures, that's why I sighed. If the Ashtons were cozy with the sword demon, that'd be a problem, but you fought it right. It definitely tried to kill me while saying Ashton. Then it's fine, well, not fine, since it attacked you. But why did a Demon King's general know your name? No idea. That's why I asked you to look into my family tree before. Oh right, you did mention that. Also, my ancestors were apparently really strong. Before my home burned down, there were records suggesting they fought Asfar in his prime. Radius nudged Ren's side again, harder this time. Say that sooner. Sorry, I only told Lord Lazard and them about it. Fair enough, all right, it makes sense now. That's why the Forbidden Archives, huh? Ren had wanted to share earlier, but the topic was sensitive. Your ancestors are something else, fighting Asfar and being hated by a Demon King's general. What did they do? Radius crossed his arms, looking up with a quiet no way. He thought of Sword King Letresh and her role in the clock tower incident. Does she know something? What you say? Nothing. If I find anything, I'll let you know. Thanks, I'm counting on you. With the Ashton family discussion done, they neared the school gate. Licia and Fiona weren't back yet, but Radius was heading to his carriage, so Ren walked with him. By the way, Radius said, when did it start? When did what start? You're not calling Licia lady anymore. Ren froze. Well, a lot happened in Rose's Kitas. Mostly the promise they made before facing the sword demon. Though brief, their time there was profound. Good to see you two getting along, Radius said, stifling a laugh as he glanced at Ren's profile. At the carriage, Estelle was waiting. Radius slipped inside, leaving a parting remark. Estelle has something to talk about. After a brief silence, Estelle spoke. I owe you an apology, Ren. I'm completely lost here. I was secretly monitoring you, on His Majesty's orders. Ren's cheek twitched. Hearing the Emperor had ordered surveillance brought to mind the legend of Ren Ashton among the 7 heroes, but there was no need for worry. Estelle's willingness to admit it was proof. Our 2 meetings in Arendelle weren't coincidences. I was carrying out that task. His Majesty couldn't quite figure you out, who you are, everything about you. Even my friendship with Radius. Given Radius's status as a potential next emperor, it made sense the current emperor would take interest. Radius had once been a solitary figure, so it wasn't surprising the emperor wanted to investigate his close, casual friendship with Ren. But a covert mission implied deeper reasons. That's part of it, but it's also the Sword King, Estelle explained. Sword King. Yes. Last summer, while I was on the Martel continent, she agreed to help with the clock tower incident on the condition you were involved. Ren remembered that, still puzzled by it. When the Sword King moves, it has major implications. Beyond factional power, potentially requiring Liamel to act as a nation. I understand, but haven't you asked her why she helped since then? His Majesty asked several times. She only said she was curious about the rumored rigid sword user. Ren's frequent feats and training at the Lion Sanctuary made it plausible. Plus, being close to Radius, a prime candidate for the next emperor, added to it. So His Majesty ordered me to assess Ren Ashton. Assessment involved subjectivity, and though Estelle was initially unsure how to proceed, observing Ren up close led her to understand his character. She found no cause for concern, only certainty that he was a vital friend to Radius. Honestly, I felt you were fine from our first conversation, she admitted. That's flattering, but didn't Radius catch on to you watching me? Oh, absolutely. He saw through it early on. Investigating in places like the capital or Arendelle, where Radius's influence is strong, was a tall order. Yeah, makes sense. Of course, His Majesty anticipated that. He was also curious about how Radius would react and looked into that himself. Though Radius understood the Emperor's reasoning, he couldn't fully accept it. While usually calm when discussing it with the Emperor, he occasionally showed surprising emotion, startling the Imperial guards. It must have felt lousy, orders or not. I'm sorry, Estelle said, bowing. Since they were in the carriage's shadow, no one noticed. It's fine. I mean, it's a natural investigation. Ren reasoned that, without his ties to Radius, things might have been different, and it was understandable given Liamel's status as a military powerhouse. If anything, it'd be stranger if the Emperor didn't investigate him. Epilogue, in the evening at the estate in Arendelle. So, to Yupihame? Lazard asked. That's the plan. I haven't decided when yet, but I'd like to go as soon as possible, Ren replied. Let's talk more about it later. Once your plans are set, I'll speak with Marquis Ignat, Lazard said, chuckling about the infamous invitation. He looked at Ren and suddenly noticed something. Well, look at that. Your eyes are almost level with mine now. Now that you mention it, yeah. I used to have to look up at you a lot more, Ren said. The difference was especially stark compared to before Ren enrolled, when he hadn't yet moved to Arendelle. The boy, with features resembling his mother Myril's delicate charm, had grown so much. As Lazard reflected on this, Licia appeared from around the corner, searching for Ren. Her radiant smile, reserved solely for him, was unlike any she showed others. Ren, I've been looking for you. She hurried over with light steps. Oh, sorry, you were talking with Father. No, we just finished, Lazard assured her. Really? Then, Ren, want to head into town? I, couldn't find the next volume of that book I wanted to read, so I'd like to buy it. The sky's edge was still bright. Some days they returned from the Lion Sanctuary even later, so it wasn't an issue. Ren nodded eagerly. Sure. Can we go now then? Yeah, but Licia. Come on, hurry. It'll get dark soon. Licia grabbed his hand, pulling him toward the door in a half-run. Lazard watched the scene with a gentle smile as Weiss approached. You seem in high spirits, my lord, Weiss remarked. Oh, very much so, Lazard replied. Weiss thought it tactless to ask why and left it at that. The two headed into town, picked up the book at the bookstore, and strolled through the cool twilight streets. Lately, the number of nights in town had increased, a precaution following the Roses Kaitas incident and the influx of elfin church visitors after the seal's collapse. Reflecting on Roses Kaitas, Licia ensured no one could overhear before speaking. It's hard to believe, we fought a general of the Demon King's army. It wasn't a lie or a dream, Ren replied without missing a beat. Licia glanced at his profile as they walked. Here's the proof, Ren said, gesturing to the mithril magic sword at his waist. Housed in a sheath crafted by Verich to match its size, the blade was hidden, but the hilt exuded a distinct majesty compared to the iron magic sword. The sheath swayed slightly with each of Ren's steps. Licia smiled. And the fact that you're calling me by name now, it's like proof it wasn't a dream. Come on, it's embarrassing when you put it like that. Can you give me a break? No way. I'll never forget how you woke me up by calling my name. Ren scratched his cheek and looked away, his usual way of hiding his embarrassment. For Licia, just walking together like this was enough to make her cheeks ache from smiling, a small predicament. Even the silence felt comfortable, their steps naturally light. As they enjoyed the twilight in Arendelle, Ren spoke. We need to get stronger so we're ready if something like that happens again. Me too, I'm close to becoming a swordmaster. And you, Ren, you're aiming for Sword Saint, right? Ren shook his head, gazing into the distance. I'm done aiming for Sword Saint. Licia peered at his face, her tone unchanged. You haven't given up, have you? Of course not. Then does that mean? Ren hadn't yet said it clearly. He'd acted as if his swordsmanship had limits, speaking cautiously, as if becoming a Sword Saint was a distant hope. But that vague wish to be as strong as that figure was gone. The Ren who merely admired was no more. I've decided to become a Sword King. Stopping to face her, his resolute words and noble bearing left the White Saint captivated. So, I'd be glad if you keep honing your sword with me. Licia could hardly contain her joy. Savoring his words in her heart, she placed a hand on her chest. When she spoke, her firm declaration surprised Ren. Then I'll aim to be a Sword King too. Licia, you too. Don't act so shocked. After all, She knew it was a daunting path, and her words weren't spoken lightly. But she wanted to remain by Ren's side, honing their swords together as his closest companion. Licia smiled brightly at his question, her expression playful and radiant. Placing a finger gently on her lips, she said with utmost grace, "It's still a secret." Someday she'd confess it, along with her feelings of love. Autumn was approaching. Winter would soon follow. When Ren, through his days in the capital, reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, perhaps 2 Sword Kings would be born, not one. The answer lay ahead in the continuation of this story. Afterward, hello, it's been a while. This is Ryuki. Thank you for reading this arc, even though it took some time to reach this point. I'm thrilled to greet you all again. As you've seen, the story begins with life at the Academy, the central stage of the legend of the 7 heroes. Ren is quickly roped into committee work by Krenoa, but, as expected, peaceful days elude them. As Ren himself said, perhaps this is just their way. However, many more stories await after their first summer at the Academy. The next arc will center on Yuppieheim. As Fiona's hometown, it will feature plenty of events involving her and Ren. Expect her courageous steps in romance, Ren's new feats, and more, with tens of thousands of words to bring it to you. We're hard at work on it. Ren's story has come a long way, but the tale is far from over, and I hope you'll look forward to what's next. With only a few pages left, I'd like to express my gratitude. To all of you who continue to support me with warm words and encouragement, thank you. Until next time, in the story unfolding in Yuppieheim. Here's hoping we can meet again in the stories beyond. Bonus short story. Krenoa's request, behind the scenes. A pleasant breeze and radiant sunlight bathed the Academy's garden, where colorful flowers bloomed in spring. From the director's office, Krenoa, the Academy's head, gazed outside. It was the season when new students in crisp uniforms arrived, and as she watched them, memories stirred within her. How nostalgic. Years ago, around this same time, she had left the capital for Krosel to select a location for the entrance exams. There, at the Adventurers Guild, she first met Ren, and soon after, they crossed paths again in his village. Back then, she could never have imagined the future awaiting them. Seeing Ren, Licia, and Fiona walking outside, she felt it keenly, how unpredictable the ties that bind people and shape their futures could be. As Krenoa Highland smiled warmly at the scene beyond the window, a knock came at the door. Answering, she saw a female staff member enter. "Director, here are the materials for the upcoming summer event," the staff member said, handing over a stack of documents. Krenoa snapped back to reality, her cheek twitching. The staff member, understanding her reaction, gave a wry smile. "We'll have to work hard this year too, won't we?" "Haha, yeah, you're right. I'll leave these for your review then." "Got it." The staff member left promptly after Krenoa's reply. Krenoa, her glossy blonde hair swaying in the spring breeze, glanced at the documents again. No mistake, they were exactly what she expected. With a reluctant sigh, she realized her time enjoying the view was over. Sitting at her desk, she set the documents down and opened a drawer to prepare for work. First, she tackled the paperwork requiring her review and signature. Then, turning to the main issue, the event documents, she muttered, "Feels like we're short on people again this year." She sighed to no one in particular. Section. A few days later, a school-wide assembly took place in the grand auditorium, the same place where Ren and the other new students had been welcomed. Krenoa addressed the lively students with a gentle smile, announcing details about the grand event held in the capital every few years. the Lion King Festival. The festival drew representatives from each of the capital's schools to compete in various events, a major occasion where they vied for glory. Soon, the Imperial Officer Academy would hold selections for its representatives, and, crucially, they needed to appoint student representatives to serve on the Lion King Festival's organizing committee. This was the hardest part. The students of the Imperial Officer Academy, not just those in the honors class, were elite, having passed rigorous entrance exams. Few wanted to miss out on participating in an event like the Lion King Festival, and even those who didn't compete preferred to enjoy it as a festive occasion, typical of youths their age. Yet the committee had to be formed. As expected, there were no volunteers this year, just like in previous years. Fortunately, Ren and Licia agreed to take on the role. For Krenoa, having even just those two was a relief. But a few days later, when Ren mentioned he'd look for more committee members, the deadline for volunteers arrived. By noon on the final day, Krenoa hadn't received any additional volunteer applications, leaving her feeling a bit melancholic. Just before lunch break ended, she headed to the staff room, holding a faint hope that new volunteers might have come forward. Then, "Director, how on earth did you manage this?" Several teachers rushed toward her, their voices filled with excitement. Confused, Krenoa joined the group of teachers gathered in a circle. "What's going on?" she asked. "What's going on? It's about the committee." Krenoa assumed the commotion was due to the lack of new volunteers, but what an impressive lineup. Yes, the numbers are small, but it's truly an elite group. The teachers' reactions were the opposite of her expectations. One teacher elaborated. The two top freshmen, His Highness the Third Prince, Ignatz Heir, and Arcades, last year's student council president. 5 in total, but that's more than enough, isn't it? Indeed. No issues at all. Remarkable work, Director. Though I understand you've given Ren Ashton another task, Director. Krenoa, listening, stood wide-eyed. With a dazed, "Yeah," she mumbled. "Sorry, I just remembered some work." With that, she left the staff room. Still in a daze, she returned to the director's office, gazing at the spring scenery outside while her hair swayed in the breeze. Finally regaining her composure, she let out a startled cry. "What?" Thinking of the 5 committee members Ren had gathered, Krenoa Highland's voice echoed with sheer astonishment. End of Volume 4.